Dr. Song is in the country now? Yes, since Dr. Song took over the Dai group, he has devoted himself to the research of difficult and complicated diseases. He will travel to various countries to find research and treatment for difficult and complicated diseases. Just arrived in Ligua now. Yi Tian explained. Yi Tian, how do you think Divine Dr. Song compares with Dr. Ao? Hearing this, Marshall asked erratically. Commander, I have been following Divine Dr. Song for a while, and I still don't understand any of his superb and mysterious medical skills. Although Dr. Ao is very strong, I still think that Dr. Song is definitely no weaker than him. Yi Tian immediately said solemnly. But that video. Marshall looked worried. The video that is now circulating around the world comes to mind. The video shows Dr. Ao's unparalleled medical skills and Song Bing's escape. The two are in stark contrast. Commander, that video was obviously deliberately edited by the Li country media. Don't believe it. Divine Dr. Song will definitely not be scared. Yi Tian said angrily. Although I am old, I am not stupid. This may be a situation deliberately set up by Li Gua in order to suppress Song Bing. So now I'm just worried about Song Bing's condition and safety. Marshall sighed. Commander, just don't worry. Dr. Song is more powerful than we thought. Moreover, I have already contacted him. I will inform you immediately if there is any situation. Yi Tian immediately comforted him. Da Shuayan raised his eyes slightly, then smiled and praised. You are really nimble in doing things. Okay, since Li Gua wants to play this way, then I and Gua will accompany him to the end. Ender and I are not afraid of fighting, so why should I be afraid of this? Marshall slapped the table and stood up domineeringly. Looking at Yi Tian, he said sharply, Go down and convene the Congress. Let all official media and major media across the country prepare, broadcast with all their strength, and openly support Divine Dr. Song. At the same time, we call on people across the country to join in. Mud, doesn't Taliban like to promote it like this? Are we, the country's more than 1 billion people, afraid of them? At this time, we need to let Song Bing know that we in Anghua will always stand behind him, and our more than 1 billion compatriots in Anghua will always trust him and support him. Yes, Marshal. Yi Tian accepted the order and retreated. Magic City, Gao family. In an open-air hot spring, Gao Ling wore a pink bikini and leaned elegantly on the floating bed, perfectly outlines her tall and sexy figure. Gao Xingjie was naked to the waist, soaking in the hot spring and eating the fruit plate that came to him. At this moment, while the siblings were enjoying themselves, their eyes were looking at the big screen in front of them. On the screen, there were reports about Song Bing and Ali. Kiki, Song Bing, you are sweating profusely. I really want to see how embarrassed and scared you are right now. Gao Ling smiled from ear to ear as he repeatedly watched Song Bing's escaping figure. It's a lie to not be afraid when you suddenly find someone who threatens you. Gao Xingjie's mouth was filled with contempt. How is your brother's fusion going? Gao Ling turned to look at Gao Xingjie. I have successfully fallen asleep. I expect to wake up in half a month. Gao Xingjie said with sharp eyes. Half a month, very good. It's close to the day of the apocalypse. Gao Ling nodded with satisfaction, then picked up a grape and swallowed it. The movements are elegant and charming. After swallowing, he continued to speak. Then, after that guy is ready, we should take action. Who should we send? This matter cannot fail. If it fails, we probably won't be able to gain a foothold in Anghua. Gao Xingjie's expression rarely became serious. Me. Gao Ling looked at him, his red lips slightly raised. Gao Xingjie was stunned and said in surprise, You want to take action personally? Isn't this too risky? What are you afraid of? The day of apocalypse is coming soon anyway. My Gao family has been hiding behind my back all this time, and it's time to meet the family. Gao Ling chuckled, raised one of his beautiful feet, stroked it, and said with a smile, This time, I'm going to add fuel to that guy's fire, and then defeat him while he's busy. Finally, I stepped on him hard under my feet and crushed him hard. Sister, why do I feel like you are trying to reward him? Gao Xingjie looked at Gao Ling's raised pink feet with a strange color in his eyes. Gao Ling looked at Gao Xingjie sickly, smiled slightly, and said, How about I practice my feet with you first? Sorry, I don't have that hobby. Gao Xingjie spread his hands, smiled, turned around, and left. Duliu Jailing was still lying there, playing with his feet, and watching Song Bing in the video. Her lazy, beautiful eyes were filled with a perverted desire to conquer and ravage. Not only those groups in the Gao family, but also many pairs of eyes behind this, watching this matter secretly. Ligua, in City, Times Square. Dr. Ao's Western Medical Clinic. The familiar operating room on the top floor. Ollie was lying on top of a woman, sucking blood while doing the same movements as before. But the woman's eyes widened, with only fear and pain in her eyes, no enjoyment. Next to it, there were already 6 women who had been sucked dry of their blood. 6 women, all with the same expression. It wasn't until he finished sucking the last person that Ollie raised his head, his ferocious face finally full of satisfaction. This time his vitality was seriously injured and his essence and blood foundation was disturbed. He just sucked the blood of more than 10 women before he felt satisfied. Pushing away the woman beneath him, Ollie's body swayed as if he was drunk, still looking extremely weak. This is because, although he has absorbed enough blood, he still needs to rest and convert the blood into his own green blood. The young assistant outside the door heard the noise and hurriedly came in to help. He helped Ollie to the room downstairs. How are those people doing? Lying down on the bed, Ollie closed his eyes and asked, "Go back to Dr. Ao, change the position, and inject them with the blood you saved in advance. They are all healed, and there has been no recurrence," the assistant young man said. Ollie's eyes opened instantly and glowed green. "Why is this happening? Dr. Ao, someone wants to see you." At this time, there was a voice outside the door. "No, I've refused to accept guests for the past 2 days," Ollie said directly and decisively. How can he treat others when he is like this? "It's Mr. Jack." The sound outside the door continued. Ollie's eyes moved slightly, and the next second, the door opened, and Jack in casual clothes walked in. Ollie immediately sat up, pretending to have just woken up. "Stop pretending." Jack chuckled lightly and continued. "I'm here to inform you that we have fulfilled your wish, and you have now successfully replaced Song Bing and become the world's #1 miracle doctor. Next, it's up to you how to sit firmly in this chair." Hearing this, Ollie's eyes sparkled, as if his obsession for many years had been realized. But he quickly thought of something and asked attentively, "Where is Song Bing?" "He went to find the Indian tribe. But don't worry, I've brought that little girl back to you. Let's talk about it after you recover. As for this thing having serious side effects, it's up to you whether you dare to use it or not." After Jack finished speaking, he took out a bottle containing only 1 green pill from his arms and put it down, then turned and left. Looking at the bottle of pills, Ollie's eyes narrowed slightly and his breathing became rapid. "Song Bing, I won't give you any chance this time." The curling smoke drifted out from the tents of the Indian tribe, joining the journey of the cold mist in the distance, forming a rare dynamic beauty. Hulu hulu. In a tent, the rhythmic snoring of a girl could be vaguely heard. Song Bing sat quietly in the corner, watching Ai Xiaoxiao, who was sleeping with his arms spread out, ruthlessly occupying the entire bed. A pair of pink and tender feet were exposed. Under the stimulation of the cold, they squeezed between Song Bing's feet in search of warmth. Song Bing looked strange. Last night, he was trying to prevent the snow wolf from giving him another woman, so he thought of using Ai Xiaoxiao as a shield. Just come and follow the girl for a casual squeeze. Protect each other's safety, by the way. Anyway, I just lay down for 1 night. It was bitter cold outside the Great Wall. How could there be so many restrictions? But he didn't expect that it didn't matter if he didn't sleep. As soon as he slept, Song Bing would become autistic. Originally, Ai Xiaoxiao, who was frightened by Song Bing's deception, was fine at first. He quickly curled up behind Song Bing and shivered like a cute little sister. As a result, Ai Xiaoxiao fell asleep within a few minutes. After falling asleep, Ai Xiaoxiao completely let himself go, completely different from when he woke up. It started with snoring. This really surprised Song Bing. After all, who would have thought that such a cute and beautiful little girl could snore? Can you believe it? Of course, Song Bing was only momentarily surprised. After all, snoring was human nature. However, Song Bing did not wait for him to close his eyes any longer. Ai Xiaoxiao actually started to grind his teeth and hiccup. Can you believe he even farts? Snoring, grinding teeth, burping, and farting. After a series of events, Song Bing was confused. Incredulously, he turned around and looked at this girl. Want to see what kind of mythical beast this girl is? He was able to collect all the symbols that these men should have. Do you want to be a tomboy? However, it doesn't matter if it doesn't turn around. As soon as it turns around, it will see an exciting scene. AI Xiaoxiu is taking off his clothes. Yes, she was taking off her clothes, smiling silly as he took it off. Undressing in your sleep? He even hugged him. Song Bing was not calm at that time. Wake up this beast quickly. AI Xiaoxiu was shaken awake with sleepy eyes. He had no idea how much he let himself go just now. As a master, Song Bing naturally gave AI Xiaoxiu some severe criticism and education. How can one have so many bad habits when sleeping? What if you meet a bad person? Isn't that too dangerous? After some criticism and education, AI Xiaoxiu fell asleep like a child who had done something wrong. However, a few minutes later, the familiar snoring sounded again. A pair of bitingly cold feet stretched out towards Song Bing. AI Xiaoxiu, who let himself go, started various fancy sleepwalking activities. Song Bing was tortured until dawn, forced into a corner, and had no sleep all night. He looked down at AI Xiaoxiu's cold feet, squeezing deeper and deeper into his body. The more you squeeze, the deeper you squeeze. Song Bing's mouth twitched slightly. It's too much. Even the last corner of him will be taken away. As expected of a beast, it has such a strong sense of territory. Wake up, wake up. Song Bing quickly reached out his hand and shook the other person's little head. The sleepy AI Xiaoxiu opened his eyes in confusion. What do you think? After giving him a look to see for himself, Song Bing stood up and said, "Put it away and go back." Song Bing swore that he would never sleep in the same bed with this girl again in his life. The kind of sleeping in the wild. As soon as Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu left the tent, the Snow Wolf and many Indians were already waiting outside. Dear miraculous doctors, you are awake and the food is ready. There are also pheasants that your wife likes to eat. We shot a lot of them overnight. The Wolf of Snowfield smiled. Upon hearing this, AI Xiaoxiu's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up. Chicken, chicken. Thank you for the hospitality. After this meal, it's time for us to say goodbye. Song Bing also smiled. Okay, we'll see you off then. The Wolf of the Snowfield nodded, knowing that Song Bing was going to leave. In this way, under the open-air bonfire in the snowfield, Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu had their last meal with the warm hospitality of the wolf in the snowfield. Then he also set foot on the way back. Before leaving, the Snow Wolf also gave many special products from the Indian tribe, even including a few freshly killed yaks. Song Bing naturally refused. In the end, unable to resist the hospitality, only AI Xiaoxiu packed up all the pheasants. Snowflakes were flying, and on the empty snowfield, the Wolf of the Snowfield came with all the clan members to say goodbye to Song Bing. Looking at the departing figures of Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu, they all knelt down with pious eyes, sending blessings and full of gratitude. Seeing Song Bing walking away, the Snow Wolf thought of something and shouted, "Dear miraculous doctor, can you please leave your name?" Song Bing turned around and smiled slightly. Song Bing, the disease that sends you sick. Song Bing, respected divine Dr. Song, please walk slowly. The Wolf of the Snowfield recited silently, and the other tribesmen also followed suit and finally bowed together. This great benefactor who saved the fate of their tribe will always be remembered. Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu also got in the car and left. The vehicle drove all the way into the mountain forest where it came from, disappeared from everyone's sight. By the way, Master, where are Zhang Fei and the others? On the way back, AI Xiaoxiu, who was racing back all the way, suddenly thought of something. He quickly slowed down the car, looked at Song Bing, and asked in shock. No more. Song Bing spoke calmly. Only now do I remember that there are others. What were you doing when you were racing? Why is it gone? AI Xiaoxiu's pretty face changed slightly. Just then, I saw an extra tent on the snowy road ahead. The three researchers who heard the noise also hurriedly crawled out of the tent. All of them had obvious injuries on their bodies, were shivering from the cold, and were extremely embarrassed. When I saw a familiar vehicle approaching at high speed, I waved wildly with excitement. Wah, you are finally here. Do you know how we spent this night? Zhang Fei and the other three had tears in their eyes, feeling unspeakably sad. The vehicle also heard them coming as promised. Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu got out of the car. AI Xiaoxiu breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the three of them were fine. Then I thought of something, looked around, and asked curiously, "By the way, where is your car?" "Hey, it's down there." Zhang Fei pointed depressedly at the snow ditch behind him. AI Xiaoxiu walked to the edge out of curiosity and saw a snowmobile rolling over quietly in the snow ditch. AI Xiaoxiu suddenly opened his mouth slightly in shock. "Ah, why did you park the car here? No parking available here." The three of them all looked at AI Xiaoxiu in surprise. "Listen, are these human words? What do you mean no parking allowed here? Do you think we want to stop here?" "Pooh, stop it." They didn't stop at all, but wanted to catch up with AI Xiaoxiu. "I drove too fast and fell into a ditch." Song Bing also looked at this girl in surprise. "What kind of brain circuit is this? We didn't stop, we were driving too fast, and we skidded and fell into the ditch." Zhang Fei felt aggrieved for a long time, but hurriedly explained. "Otherwise, it will really be misunderstood as parking. Ignore her, are you okay? Let me show you." Song Bing glared at AI Xiaoxiu, then walked towards the three of them and expressed concern. In fact, after the three people overturned the car, they sent a message to Song Bing. At that time, Song Bing happened to be treating the Indians. He checked that the distance was still far, and the supplies the three of them brought were sufficient. Then the three people were asked to wait for their rescue at the overturning site. "It's okay, Dean. It's just a scratch. It's all Zhang Fei's fault." He told him not to drive so fast, but he didn't listen. The three of them said, and glared at Zhang Fei who was driving. "Why are you blaming me again? It's obviously you who keep asking me to work harder and catch up with the Dean." Zhang Fei said aggrievedly. Otherwise, with his 30 years of experience as a driver, how could the car overturn? The three of them argued and pointed the finger at AI Xiaoxiu again. Realizing that it was him who was causing the trouble again, AI Xiaoxiu hurriedly slipped back into the car. "Eat a pheasant to calm down the panic." Song Bing treated the three of them one by one to ensure that they were fine. Finally, the three of them packed up the useful supplies and crowded into the back seat of the vehicle driven by AI Xiaoxiu. As for the snowmobile that rolled over in the ditch, it could only stay here forever, although parking is not allowed here. Otherwise, you would have to call a tow truck and the cost would probably be enough to buy a new one. Of course, Song Bing could actually pull the car out, even included in the kidney market. Just like that, he would obviously be regarded as a monster by a few people. Therefore, in order to keep a low profile and avoid exposing these inhuman methods, he tried his best not to expose them. Try to live in harmony with the world as an ordinary person. When everything was ready, AI Xiaoxiu drove the car and continued to return on the same road. The faces of Zhang Fei and the three people in the back seat changed slightly, and they spoke quickly. Aren't we going to treat the Indian tribe?" "Yes, this is the way back. The Indian tribe is over there." As the three of them spoke, their eyes dimmed, and they said with guilt, "Hey, if we go now, Dr. Now will probably get there first." "Yes, it's all our fault. Why did you have to turn back halfway to rescue us? You wasted so much time." "Hee. Actually, you don't have to blame yourself, because we have already been there and cured it." Seeing that the three of them were blaming themselves, AI Xiaoxiu smiled. "What did you say? Is it cured? You were cured in one night." Hearing this, the three people who originally blamed themselves widened their eyes for a moment, thinking that they had heard wrongly. It had only been one night since Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu cured the Indian tribe. Therefore, in their subconscious mind, it was Song Bing and AI Xiaoxiu who turned back and rescued them without even reaching the Indian tribe. Not to mention curing that disease. How fast a car and awesome medical skills would this require? Why are you lying to you? Are you questioning my master's medical skills? AI Xiaoxiu asked proudly. The three of them shook their heads quickly. Naturally, they would not question Song Bing's medical skills. "I just didn't expect it at all. Isn't this too fast? Done in one night. So what's the use of them? We can arrange for a gold mining team to arrive later, but the gold mine will be 50/50ths of that of this Indian tribe." Song Bing also spoke at this time. The change of direction confirmed AI Xiaoxiu's words. Zhang Fei and the others were stunned again. The doubts in my heart were completely dispelled. So what's the point of him following? Just to catch up with AI Xiaoxiu's speed, he parked the car in the snow ditch. He was thrown upside down. Finally spent a night freezing in the snow. When you wait for Song Bing and the two to return, take them back the way they came. For a moment, the three of them began to doubt their lives. This trip to the Indian tribe was of no use to them at all. Also took a snowmobile ride. I'm afraid this is a bit disrespectful. Hey, sit tight, I'm going to speed up. After exiting the woods and seeing an empty field of vision ahead, AI Xiaoxiao started driving again. Zhang Fei and the others instantly experienced the thrill of a roller coaster. The three of them came and left in a daze. It doesn't have any effect. The vehicle left the mountains all the way and entered the town to refuel without too many stops. Continue towards Shengqing City. Feng Tang and others from the Dai Group branch had already prepared a banquet to welcome the return of Song Bing and others. After learning that Song Bing cured the Indian tribe's disease in just one day, he also obtained the gold mining rights. They were all shocked. Their expressions are even more exciting than those of Zhang Fei and the other three. The original uneasiness in my heart also dissipated a lot. Dean, there is something very important that I need to inform you. At the dinner table, Feng Tang finally couldn't hold himself back and said. All the executives at the scene also fell silent instantly. Everyone looked solemn. This matter is of great importance. It must be Dr. Ao's business. Song Bing was still eating and had already guessed what the other party was going to say. Yes, but the situation is far more serious than you think. See for yourself, Feng Tang said solemnly, and quickly took out a prepared tablet and handed it to Song Bing. The above is the information that has been compiled. Song Bing freed up a hand to look at it. Dr. Ao showed off his extraordinary power and treated 2 dying polar bears by himself, which scared Dr. Song and fled. After a fair and impartial evaluation by the International Medical Association, it was unanimously determined that Dr. Ao's medical skills surpassed that of Dr. Song, and he was crowned the world's #1 miracle doctor. In the face of the strong rise of Dr. Ao, the whereabouts of divine Dr. Song are still unknown. Is it because he feels ashamed, or is he afraid of being crushed? Shocked, Dr. Ao is about to build the Ao Pharmaceutical Group, launch new drugs that can cure any terminal disease, and declare war on the AI Group. Big news. Dr. Ao has found a cure for the Indian tribe disease that has been a hot topic in recent days, and has used it to challenge Dr. Song. Where is divine Dr. Song? Do you have the courage to stand up and respond? Surprise flashed through Song Bing's eyes as he read the shocking news that was being stirred up. Obviously, he didn't expect that the other party would be able to achieve this in just a few days. Not only did he take away his throne as the #1 miracle doctor, you can still trample him like this. A lot of hard work must have been done in the early stages. Dean, this is a new drug launched by Dao Group. One drug is worth 100 million yuan. We have experimented with a patient with terminal cancer. Not only can it be cured, but the patient's physical fitness has also become stronger. This is a miraculous effect that none of our cancer drugs can achieve. Therefore, as soon as this drug was launched, it was loved and snapped up by countless wealthy and senior officials. Feng Tang then continued to take out a green potion. Song Bing picked it up and saw what it was if it wasn't Ollie's green blood. And it was obvious that the blood had been saved in advance. With the sudden rise of Dr. Ao, there are now all kinds of voices belittling and questioning you from the outside world. Our Dai Group branch has also been comprehensively suppressed in the country. We must make plans early, otherwise, if this continues, I'm worried. Feng Tang's face was full of worry, and he hesitated to speak. You are worried that I will be replaced by that Dr. Ao, and that the AI Group will be swallowed up by the Ao Group he created, right? Song Bing looked at the other party and spoke for him. Dean, don't get me wrong, of course we all believe in you. No matter how powerful Dr. Ao is, he certainly can't be more powerful than you. And now that you have cured the Indian tribe's disease, if this news is released, it will definitely suppress the reputation of Dr. Ao. Thinking that Song Bing was angry, Feng Tang hurriedly said, but in his tone, he was obviously worried that Song Bing's medical skills were not as good as Ollie's. Not only was he worried, but all the executives present were worried about this. Even Marshallin and others are worried. After all, the medicine that Ollie just launched has crushed all the medicines published by Song Bing. How can this not worry them? No, I will hide the news that I cured the Indian tribe's disease. Not only that, I want you to say nothing. Don't even try to clear my name. Whatever he likes to do, let them do it. However, to everyone's expectation, Song Bing stopped him with a smile. It's as if he doesn't care about this at all. In fact, Song Bing really didn't care. If God wishes for his death, he will be driven mad. Feng Tang and others were stunned. Obviously, they did not expect this result. Know why? This is an order. Song Bing smiled slightly, left the best words, stood up and left. It's time to meet that woman. I don't know how she will react to this news. Of course, what Song Bing was looking forward to more was how she would give him an explanation. Next, I will disappear for a while. Before I appear, you can just wait and see. Song Bing left like this. Looking at Song Bing's leaving figure, Feng Tang and others' expressions changed. They thought that Song Bing would lead them to launch a comprehensive counterattack. He even stood up and declared war on Ali Hockey. It was completely unexpected that this would be the result. At this moment, what they were thinking about was whether Song Bing was afraid and did not dare to face Dr. Ao, who was more powerful than them. So I chose to continue hiding. Such thoughts quickly occupied everyone's minds. After all, whether it was the video or Song Bing's current cowardly performance, they all seemed to express this. Could it be that my die group has just developed and is about to die like this? Feng Tang whispered unwillingly. But in the face of Song Bing's order, what could they do? This wedding banquet ended hastily with Song Bing's departure. Faced with Dr. Ao's oppression, no one was in the mood to eat or drink. Of course, there is one exception for women. On the other side, after Song Bing left the group branch. So I took a car overnight and set off towards N City. Night, very lively. The starry sky is dotted with stars, but it is not as bright as the lights of the entire N City. Chinatown, as an area wherein people gather and live. Since its birth, it has been subject to discrimination and suppression by many gangs in the country. As a result, the entire Chinatown area is extremely underdeveloped. However, this common phenomenon has mysteriously disappeared in just a few years. I don't know since when, no gang, or even a gangster, dared to cause trouble in Chinatown, regardless of whether they are local or from other countries. Didn't even dare to show up. It was as if Tang Street had become a restricted area for them overnight. The entire Chinatown has undergone earth-shaking changes in just 1 year. Not only has it attracted countless Asians who long for peace and security, it is developing and improving crazily. From a backward area, it has become one of the most prosperous areas in N City with the largest number of people from all over the world. Along with the prosperity and development of Chinatown, people finally know that the reason why Tang Street is what it is today is all because of a gang. Its name is Simon. The base camp is located at the end of Tang Street, in the luxurious manor with the best terrain. People also know that the head of Shiman is a cold and charming woman who will make any man tremble and kneel down when he sees her. Her name is Shili. Everyone calls her the Queen of Siri. It is precisely because of her existence that she has led Shiman to where he is now. It shocked all the gang forces in the country, developed Chinatown into the prosperous place it is today. Therefore, gradually, Queen Shili became a symbol in the hearts of countless Asians in Chinatown. All over Tang Street, various legends about Queen Shili are spread. It is no different from the Statue of Liberty in the eyes of the American people. Countless people who were lucky enough to see the beauty of Queen Shili were even more amazed by her stunning beauty. It is inevitable that many bold men will have evil intentions. I long to be the pretty girl of this cool queen. Unfortunately, a piece of news that was later exposed made them give up instantly. The news is that Queen Shili only likes women. There are countless favored women in his name. As soon as this news came out, the men gave up, but many pretty women started to have hope. After all, everyone knows who is valued by Queen Shili in today's Tang Street. Then you don't have to worry about it in this life. At this moment, inside the Shiman Manor, a training room designed in cool colors, wearing black shorts and a black corset, Siri is doing the training he does every night. She was surrounded by countless wooden dummies, showing various attacking postures. In Shili's hands, he only held 2 sharp daggers. Wander among these dummies and attack. Her body is flexible, her attacks are strong and fierce, and she can use both her hands and feet. Each blow landed accurately on the dummies' throats, temples, hearts, and even lower body and other fatal places. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen dummies were dead and dismembered, and it was too horrible to look at. Only the last one remains. I saw Shili running quickly, nimbly going around behind him, leaping up, and easily clamping his neck with his two long white legs. Just hearing a click, his head was in a different place. It is hard to imagine that this cruel scene in front of me was actually caused by a weak woman who looked extremely beautiful. After training, Shili was already dripping with sweat. The corset on her body was already soaked. Just as he was picking up a towel to wipe his sweat, a girl wearing a white silk uniform and slippers opened the door and ran in. The girl looks innocent and cute, somewhat similar to Shili. The cool and sexy uniform on her body also looks like some kind of caspa. There is also a white furry tail behind it. Seeing the girl with white stockings, Siridi frowned slightly, feeling a little displeased. Didn't I ask you to wait for me in the room? I said that when I was training, the last thing I wanted was to be disturbed. Do you think I won't kill you? The girl in white stockings apologized quickly. Is it Songbing? Shili's heart trembled, and he suddenly thought of something. Yes, there is news that he has just returned from the northern mountains. The girl with white stockings spoke anxiously. As soon as these words came out, Shili's eyes narrowed slightly, and his cold and charming face showed intense emotion and uneasiness as never before. Queen, are you okay? Seeing this, the girl with white stockings hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. She had never seen Siri like this. I'm just worried now. Will he deal with Dr. Ao's matter first, or will he come to me? Shili said solemnly. Before that, Song Dynasty disease came to Ligua Shengcheng. Even what happened with Ali and the battle for the #1 miracle doctor that is currently hotly debated all over the world. She heard it all. So, these days, she is very uneasy. Queen, don't worry. As far as the current situation is concerned, Dr. Ao has threatened him. He must be racking his brains to think of ways to fight Dr. Ao. How can he have time to come to you? In other words, even if he comes, he is looking for your help, and he will definitely not blame you for something that does not exist. The girl with white stockings comforted her. With such comfort, Shili's uneasy heart calmed down a lot. Seeing this, the girl with white stockings took out an exquisite box, smiled and said, Queen, I'll give you a gift. Happy birthday. What is this? Siridi frowned slightly. You'll know after you open it, and take a look. The girl in white silk stockings looked mysterious. Shili then took it doubtfully and opened the box. I saw a small glass bottle lying quietly inside the beautifully packaged box. And in the glass bottle, there is a bottle of green potion. This is... The moment he saw the green potion, Shili's expression suddenly changed. After many wealthy people took it and verified that it can indeed cure various diseases. It can make people's physique stronger. At present, the price has reached 120 million yuan per bottle, and there is no market for it. They spent a lot of money to get it for you. The girl with white silk stockings said coquettishly, leaning on Shili's shoulder as she spoke. Shili's face turned cold. Why did you buy this? She naturally knew what it was from the moment she first saw it. Of course I bought it for you to take. Weren't you poisoned by him? You need the antidote from him every month. And this medicine will definitely be able to completely remove that poison. The girl with white stockings said seriously. Do you know what you are doing? Shili's face turned completely cold, and he looked at the girl with white stockings coldly. Of course I know. Queen, are you going to be like this, willing to be controlled by him for the rest of your life? Be her woman? Did you know? You have changed since you were controlled by him. You don't dare to touch women anymore, even Schwer. Shishua suddenly felt aggrieved. Shili was suddenly speechless. I didn't know what to say for a while, but she didn't know why this happened. Seeing that Shili didn't speak, Shishua continued to seduce. Queen, as long as you take this medicine, you can completely get rid of his control and be your true self. With our current status as Shiman, even the Liguang royal family has come to befriend us. Why should we be afraid of him? And you also saw that video. Now, the rise of Dr. Ao has made him feel scared. As long as we are on good terms with that Dr. Ao, we won't be afraid of him coming to investigate. That's enough. Shili spoke coldly, interrupting Shishua. However, her cold and beautiful eyes were always staring at the potion in her hand. It would be a lie to say that I am not moved. As long as she takes this potion, she can completely get rid of Songbing's shackles. How tempting. And in fact, what Shishua said was something she had thought about over and over again these days, even thinking more and more profoundly than the other person. I have planned to buy medicines several times, but every time at this time, That figure could not help but appear in her mind. That figure looked like a murderous god. He was originally just one person, but he was able to destroy a gang by himself. Even the entire gang. The terrible scenes in the past always made her body tremble and feel fear. Give up the idea again and again. I can't help but ask myself, can such a person really get rid of her even if she takes this medicine? Can Dr. A.O., who appears out of nowhere, really allow him to escape? Looking at the potion in his hand, Shili's heart was extremely entangled, and his cold eyes kept flashing. I don't know what I'm thinking about. Bang! The next second, I saw Shili's changing and tangled face freeze instantly, regaining his coolness, and with a flick of his backhand, he overcame the temptation and threw the potion in his hand without hesitation. The medicine bottle hit the ground hard, shattering instantly, and green medicine splashing out. It also indicates that Shili decisively gave up this opportunity. Apparently, she's not stupid. Queen Yu. Shishua's pretty face changed slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect Shili to do this. She originally thought that Shili would be very excited when he saw this bottle of medicine, and even hug her happily and pamper her. But I didn't expect it to end like this. She really couldn't figure it out, let alone understand it. The queen who has always hated men and made them afraid. Why are you so afraid of that man? And he was willing to be poisoned and controlled by the other party. Even if there is an antidote, he will not accept it. Why? Why is this? He is not as simple as you think. Don't forget, Simon is where he is today because of him. This is the first and last time. From now on, this kind of medicine will not be allowed to appear in Shimen. Otherwise, I will not be lenient. Shili finished speaking coldly, turned around, and walked into the bathroom. Then if he comes to see you, how should you explain that to him? Shishua followed unwillingly. That's not what you should ask. Shili spoke calmly and spread his hands at the same time. She wouldn't do anything stupid until she was absolutely sure. Shishua bit her red lips tightly. Seeing that Shili was really angry, she didn't dare to say anything more. She had no choice but to kneel down obediently and undress Shili and take a bath like a maid. Hot water pours down and mist rises. Looking at Shili's alluring figure, Shishua-chun's heart was filled with excitement. I couldn't help but move my hands. Shili closed her eyes, but her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. At the same time, Chinatown was prosperous at night. The streets are full of all kinds of snacks, crowded with people, wearing all kinds of fancy clothes, laughing and chatting, and it's very lively. Yes, tonight happens to be Halloween in Lee Country. Brother, buy a bouquet of flowers for your girlfriend. A little Asian girl dressed as a pumpkin ran towards a young man, holding a bouquet of flowers. The young man was wearing a white coat, with a tall and straight figure and handsome features. It looks like he is cosplaying a doctor. Brother doesn't have a girlfriend. Thank you. The young man refused with a smile. Brother, you are so handsome. You can buy one as a reward for yourself. The little girl caught up again and said sweetly. The young man was stunned and smiled helplessly. Then take one. After paying and taking the flowers, Song Bing inserted them into his pocket. In an instant, the flowers disappeared like magic. Of course, no one noticed this. Song Bing continued to walk forward, looking at the bustling Tang Street with a bit of surprise in his eyes. He remembered that it was not like this when he came here in the past. It seems that Shimen is developing very well. She is indeed an ambitious woman. Song Bing raised the corners of his mouth. I thought highly of that woman again. At least you're brave enough. Dare you do that kind of thing without telling him? Without stopping too much, Song Bing walked all the way across the street. Relying on memory, I came to the old Shimen address. Not surprisingly, the former Shimen Manor has also been expanded and renovated. At first glance, it looks like a royal palace, extremely luxurious. Go aside and play. It's forbidden to come near here. As soon as Song Bing approached, he was stopped by two men in suits guarding him. Their other hand was already behind their back. There is no doubt that it was a gesture of drawing a gun. You have misunderstood. I am not the actor. I am the doctor hired by your queen. My surname is Song. Please inform me. Song Bing explained with a smile. Not a cosplayer. The two men in suits were stunned. But seeing that Song Bing didn't look like he was joking, he calmed down and said, Please wait a moment. Let's go and report it. As he said this, a man hurried into the manor. In the bathroom, the heat was hazy, Shili's eyes were blurred, and his emotions were gradually aroused. Just as he was about to try, a report came from outside the house. "Queen, the doctor you invited is here." Shili woke up instantly and opened his eyes suddenly. "I just planned to continue to use the unique skills I learned secretly." But the sound coming from outside the house ruthlessly broke this wonderful atmosphere in an instant. Shili instantly sat up from the bathtub in shock. With water splashing everywhere, she quickly took the lace nightdress next to her and put it on. "Sister, when did you call the doctor? Just let him wait first. Anyway, there's no rush for now, okay?" Shishue also stood up, holding Shili's arm coquettishly, unwilling to give up this rare opportunity. Apparently, she didn't notice the doctor's last name. "I didn't invite a doctor. The doctor who came was named Song." Shili turned to look at Shishue and said solemnly, "You didn't ask for a doctor? Your surname is Song?" "Oh." Shishue, who was acting coquettishly just a second ago, had a short circuit in her brain for a moment and reacted suddenly. Her pretty face suddenly changed. She covered her mouth and screamed in surprise. "It's Song Bing. He came to find you? Why is he so fast? Isn't he here to raise an army and ask for punishment? What to do? What to do?" For a moment, she also panicked, leaving only fear. "I'll take care of it myself." Shili shook off Shishue's hand, left a cold word, and left. Shishue just looked at it, her mouth opened, but she didn't dare to stop her. Outside the villa courtyard, the man who came to report had been waiting on one knee and did not dare to step into the villa. Not long after, then he saw Shili walking out wearing only a black silk nightgown. She had a pair of beautiful bare feet, and her long, straight black hair was still wet and spread over her shoulders. The traces of water stains on her nightgown were clearly visible. Like a hibiscus emerging from water, it exudes an alluring aura, coupled with that stunning face. The reporting man was stunned for a moment. Obviously, he didn't expect Shili to come out dressed like this. "Doesn't it look like you walked out in a hurry without taking a shower?" The man reacted and quickly buried his head on the ground, not daring to take another lustful look. "Otherwise, it is very likely that your eyeballs will be gouged out. Normally, no one dares to take a second look, not to mention silly at this moment." While the man was bowing his head in fear, Zylahi came to him. "Lead the way. Also, prepare a banquet here." After leaving a cold word, Shili continued walking barefoot outside the manor. The pace is quick. Seeing this scene, the man's heart was thunderstruck. He never expected that their superior queen would invite a doctor. "I haven't even finished taking a shower or put on my shoes, so I have to go out in a hurry to greet him. You know, even those prominent bosses from today's country have to wait obediently at the reception area when they come to visit. Wait until their queen has time. There has never been a case where their queen personally welcomed the case. Now, such an incredible thing happened to a doctor. Do you want to prepare a banquet in this villa? Everyone in Shimin doesn't know that this is Shili's resting place. The entire estate is off limits. Except for Seely himself and some chartered maids. No one dared to take a step forward. Now, it is actually used to entertain a doctor? Is there something magical about that doctor?" Seeing Shili walking away, the man realized what he was doing and hurriedly followed him. At the same time, outside the manor, Song Bing was waiting quietly. Just at this moment, several black luxury cars drove up. The car in the lead slid down the rear seat window, revealing a drunk Asian man with large tattoos on his arms. In his arms were two white women dressed coquettishly. His face and neck were even covered with lipstick marks. "Open the door." The flower-armed man dug his head straight in and burped. A smell of alcohol hit his face. Song Bing frowned slightly and naturally took a few steps back. On the other hand, when the man on guard saw the man with flowery arms, he immediately became respectful and said, "It's Brother Long. Open the door quickly." The large iron gate of the manor slowly opened. Su Long's drunken eyes noticed Song Bing, who was retreating. He smiled and said, "Boy, do you like to play doctor? Do you know where this is, and you dare to come and ask for candy? Call me brother like this, and I will give you money." With that said, Su Longjin generously took out a brand new piece of gold from his arms. The eyes of the two white women suddenly gleamed when they saw it. "Brother Long, you misunderstood. This is not the actor. This is the doctor invited by the queen." Before Song Bing could speak, the man guarding him quickly explained. "Huh." As soon as he heard the word queen, Su Long suddenly woke up and asked quickly, "Boy, what's wrong with the queen? Why do you need to call a doctor in the middle of the night? Isn't there a private doctor in the manor? This. The man guarding him didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he simply looked at Songbing. Because only I can cure your queen's disease, and other doctors cannot. Songbing explained calmly. However, the next second, Su Long sobered up and his eyes became sharp. He pulled out a gun from his waist and pointed it at Songbing. He sneered and said, "Boy, you'd better tell me honestly who sent you here. Otherwise, I don't mind getting you a real doctor." It's not like there's no doctor in the manor. There are top doctors in various fields. They were all hired at high prices. Why would Shili hire a doctor from outside? It's still late at night. Still so young. Therefore, Su Long's first thought was that if Song Bing was not the actor, he was most likely the killer sent by other gangs to assassinate their queen. After all, this kind of thing has happened frequently since Shimin grew stronger. In an instant, the guard and the people in the car behind saw this and became alert. They all took out their guns and pointed them at Song Bing. Song Bing was surprised at the other party's vigilance. But after taking a look inside the manor, he looked at Su Long and said seriously, "Just a word of advice. It's not too late to put the gun away now. Otherwise, you may really need to call a doctor later." Su Long was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect that Song Bing would dare to speak so brazenly in the face of so many guns. Who gave him the courage? Are you trying to bet whether there are bullets in my gun? Su Long was amused by Song Bing. There is even a suspicion that Song Bing is neither an actor nor a killer, but a psychopath, because only a lunatic would have the courage to say such a thing in this situation, right? Presumptuous. While Su Long was sneering, a domineering and familiar voice sounded from the manor. Su Long and everyone present trembled as if on conditioned reflex. He quickly turned around and looked into the manor. Then he saw a cold and charming figure walking quickly. But the other person was barefoot, wearing a nightgown, and even his hair was wet. However, that face instantly shocked the entire audience. The moment he saw Shili, Su Long's expression suddenly changed, and he couldn't hold the gun steady. "Get out of the car quickly and tremblingly. Obviously, I didn't expect Shili to appear here. What I didn't even expect was that he was still dressed like this. Is this just coming out of the shower? Don't dare to stop for a moment. I even forgot to put on my shoes." Along the way, I was racking my brains to think about how to explain to Song Bing. Even how to please Song Bing. Let Song Bing forgive her. Remove any suspicion of her. However, when she first arrived at the gate of the manor, but she saw this scene that almost caused her to die on the spot. One of Shimin's deputy sect leaders and the youngest and most capable general in Shimin, Su Long. He was holding a gun and pointing it at Song Bing. Pointing at this young man who had killed countless gang bosses in one fell swoop. Before this, these gang bosses had pointed guns at this young man like this. But they were all sent to report to God. "Queen, this boy claimed to be the doctor you invited. I suspected that he was a spy, so I drew my gun and questioned him." Su Long, who got out of the car, thought Shili had misunderstood that he bullied ordinary people, so he quickly explained. "Kneel down, everyone." Shili's eyes were cold, and he couldn't bear to hear Su Long's explanation, so he said coldly on the spot. Su Long and others' hearts trembled. They had never seen Shili with such a cold expression. They even saw murderous intent in Shili's eyes. They were immediately frightened and fell to their knees. Su Long's brain started to work rapidly. Think about what you have done wrong these days. The queen was asked to stay in her pajamas most of the night, without even wearing shoes, and came to stop him from raising an army to question him. Could it be that he has played with too many women? Just 2 a day, not much? Of course, what he didn't expect was that Shili's arrival was not for him, but for the young doctor in front of him. After all, in his opinion, even if the young man in front of him is the invited doctor, even if he is wrong, it's not like he, the dignified deputy sect leader, should kneel down on the spot. "Queen Silly, long time no see. I told you that I was the doctor you invited to treat me. They didn't believe me, and they insisted on treating me as a spy." Looking at Shili in front of him, Song Bing smiled. At the same time, his eyes fell calmly on the other party. "I saw that this woman was only wearing a nightdress and no shoes. It seems that you have taken a shower? This is how you greet yourself." Song Bing couldn't help but have a look of surprise in his eyes. "So, is this a modern version of asking for forgiveness? I'm afraid this is not enough." Seeing Song Bing again after a year, Shili's delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. He was still so young and still looked harmless. But she was the only one who understood the horror of Song's disease. This is a world-famous miracle doctor. He is also a feared veterinarian. Behind his innocent smile, it is very likely that you have been written into the book of life and death. But after hearing Song Bing's words, Shili felt relieved. This also means that Song Bing is not angry. At the same time, she also saw that Song Bing did not want to reveal his identity. He immediately bowed and said, "I'm sorry, Dr. Song. It was my fault for disciplining you. I will give you an explanation right now." The conversation between the two people was clearly heard by Su Long and others. Su Long looked up and saw their queen bending down to apologize to the young doctor in front of her again. His pupils suddenly widened, his face full of shock. Their queen is actually apologizing to a doctor? In an instant, he finally reacted. Shili came here in such a hurry, not because he had too many women to play with, but I really came here for the young doctor in front of me. So, the anger just now was also because of the young doctor in front of me? He looked quickly at Song Bing. There was no teasing on Su Long's face anymore, but only fear. So who is he? Su Long's brain was working rapidly. At this time, Shili also looked at Su Long and others, with cold eyes, and said, "Cut off the hand that just held the gun and apologize to Dr. Song." Queen. Su Long's face instantly turned pale, thinking of what Song Bing had just said. "You want me to help you?" Seeing Su Long's delay in taking action, Shili said coldly. Su Long was immediately frightened and quickly picked up the gun and pointed it at his wrist. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. Song Bing looked on, but he was looking at Shili. "I have to admit that this woman is still as ruthless as ever. No wonder we are able to do what we are today. Forget it. He is also trying to protect you, so this is not his crime." Just when Su Long was about to pull the trigger, Song Bing interrupted. At the same time, in this tense atmosphere, Frank came to Su Long and patted the latter's shoulder. Instead of being surprised, he praised him. "You are very vigilant." In fact, Su Long did not make any mistakes. What he did just now was just a normal reaction. So Song Bing naturally wouldn't blame him, but rather appreciated him a bit. When Su Long saw this, his face was full of doubts, but he still didn't dare to get up, but looked at Shili. "I haven't thanked Dr. Song yet." Shili said coldly, "Dr. Xie Song, I just offended you. Please forgive me." Su Long's eyes lit up and he apologized obediently, already sweating profusely. At this moment, Song Bing's status in his heart also increased infinitely. At least he has never seen anyone who can influence their queen's decision. "Queen Silly, it's getting late. Let's go get treatment." Song Bing smiled slightly and looked at Shili meaningfully. "Stop worrying about this little thing, but looking forward to what happens next." A look of emotion flashed across Shili's cold face, but she still hurriedly led the way. Under the anxious eyes of Su Long and others, Song Bing and Shili, who was wearing nightgown, just left. Until the two of them were far away, Su Long collapsed to the ground, already covered in sweat. "Brother Long." Several of his subordinates hurriedly stepped forward to help him. Su Long said with a trembling voice. Until now, he still regards Song Bing as an ordinary doctor, so he is stupid as hell. How could an ordinary doctor let Shili be treated like this? He even wanted to break his arm. And it seems that Shili not only respects this doctor in every possible way. There seems to be a bit of fear. We don't know either. Several of his subordinates looked at each other and shook their heads. Su Long kept chanting silently. At a certain moment, his pupils suddenly shrank, as if he thought of something, and his body suddenly trembled even more. The whole face suddenly lost all color. He thought of the master behind the west gate, the mysterious one who made Simon rise. His surname is also Song. And just now, he actually pointed a gun at him. "Are you still calling me a kid?" At this moment, he realized that Shili was trying to save him by asking him to cut off one of his hands. Su Long felt bad all over and just wanted to burn incense and worship Buddha. Meanwhile, on the other side, silent all the way, Shili brought Song Bing to her villa anxiously. "Master, the food and wine are ready. Do you want to have a meal?" When they arrived at the villa, seeing that Song Bing had been silent, Shili took the initiative to ask. She has completely lowered her status as a queen. This was the deal she had with Song Bing in the past. However, Song Bing still did not answer, but continued to admire the unique villa design. Shili had no choice but to follow him anxiously. Song Bing Yu remained silent. She couldn't see through it anymore. Soon we arrived on the third floor. The living room that came into view had already been decorated. Lanterns and ribbons. Quite sentimental. There is also a big cake on the table. Shili's face changed slightly. I quickly thought that this must be arranged by Shishua. No time to clean up. Just wanted to explain. Songbing said, "Today is your birthday?" Shili was slightly stunned, but nodded. "You know how to arrange it." Songbing raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Hey, you didn't tell me in advance, so I was still in the dark, so I didn't prepare any gifts for you. You shouldn't be angry, right? Shili wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Songbing with a smile. However, these seemingly calm words were like thunder striking in Shili's ears. Her pretty face suddenly changed, and her delicate body trembled. He knelt down on the spot, biting her red lips and struggling for a moment. She finally mustered up the courage to look at Songbing and said. Then he looked at Shili in front of him, who was wearing a black nightgown, kneeling on the ground, and took the initiative to admit his mistake. Shili's delicate body trembled. She bit her red lips tightly, but still raised her eyes to look at Songbing's report. I led Shimin to annex the Howard family without permission. Now all the Howard family's properties have been brought under Shimin's banner. The total assets are expected to reach 913.4 billion yuan. However, the annual income generated by these industries will be transferred to your account in accordance with regulations, and we dare not take any more of it. That's all. Songbing looked at the woman, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. Shili's heart trembled slightly, and she avoided Songbing's eyes, but a firm look quickly flashed in her cold, beautiful eyes, and she continued to look at Songbing and said, "Also, the leader of the Howard family, Dyson Howard, was killed by my design. In addition, there were a total of 362 people related to the Howard family, both direct and collateral, whom I secretly sent to get rid of." As soon as these words came out, Songbing's eyes couldn't help but waver, even if you were mentally prepared. But he still underestimated how ruthless this woman was. The Howard family, as the second largest family in the country, has an asset relationship that can be imagined. And due to that strange accident, the leader of the Howard family, Dyson Howard, in order to survive, he was willing to trade the assets of the entire Howard family to ask Songbing to continue his life. Songbing also easily controlled the second largest family in the country. During this period, Dyson also performed extremely well in order to survive, constantly transferring assets and creating wealth for Songbing. But there must be a lot of selfish motives involved. After all, the assets of the Howard family are too huge. If he was careful, Songbing wouldn't be able to do anything to him. So later, Songbing helped Shili control several Ligua gangsters. It was only natural that he became the master of the Shimin behind the scenes. In order to help Shimin develop and better control the entire Howard family to prevent Dyson from getting into trouble, so Shili intervened. The original intention was for Shili to quickly lead Shimin to rise by leveraging the powerful assets and background of the Howard family. At the same time, Shili and Dyson can also supervise each other to prevent both parties from getting into trouble. Let these two forces, both belonging to Songbing, develop in a balanced manner and be firmly in your hands. However, I never expected it. Seeley has indeed made good use of the powerful assets and background of the Howard family to rise rapidly. He quickly established a foothold in the underworld. He became the well-deserved #1 gangster in the country. But these did not satisfy the ambition of the underworld queen. After establishing a foothold in the underworld, she backhanded Songbing and killed Dyson Howard. Then little by little, the entire Howard family's industry was annexed. During this period, all the people related to the Howard family were ruthlessly eliminated to avoid future troubles. Since then, the entire Shimin has become a well-deserved master of both black and white in the country. Looking at this ambitious woman, Songbing stood up and came to her. Shili was still kneeling. Her long wet hair was dripping with water, her wet nightgown stuck to her skin, and she looked like a hibiscus of water, all of which revealed an alluring aura. Perhaps this was also her attempt to win Songbing's forgiveness. After all, what man wouldn't be moved by this sight? Songbing stretched out his hand and lifted her delicate chin. Shili didn't resist, but her delicate body was trembling, and her usually cold and beautiful eyes were filled with the tenderness and pity that a woman should have like never before. Mesmerizing. Song Bing raised the corners of his mouth, smiled evilly, and leaned down. Shili closed her eyes obediently. I thought Song Bing would be unable to hold back from kissing her. However, Song Bing's mouth did not come to hers, but came to her ears. You do this behind my back. Do you think I don't dare to kill you? Song Bing's calm and cold voice sounded. Shili, who closed her eyes, instantly opened her beautiful eyes, and the charm she originally showed deliberately turned into fear. Shili spoke quickly, her body unable to stop shaking, because she really heard the murderous intention in Song Bing's calm and playful tone. At this moment, she realized that the man in front of her could not be so easy to fool. Oh, really? Hearing this, Song Bing smiled, surprise deliberately flashing in his eyes. After Shili finished speaking, he hurriedly got up and ran to the bedroom next to him. As soon as the door opened, but I saw the flirtatious ambient light in the bedroom turn on, accompanied by flirtatious and sweet music. The decoration of the entire large bedroom is full of flirtation. There was also a big cake placed on the big pink heart-shaped waterbed, several attractive uniforms, and various romantic torture instruments. The flustered Shili was stunned and instantly realized that all this was most likely another birthday surprise prepared by Shishue for her. But now is obviously not the time to think about this. After being stunned for a moment, she quickly ran into the room and rummaged through the cabinet. However, when Song Bing outside the door saw the layout of the bedroom, he looked strange. This is my birthday. If I hadn't discovered a girl wearing a similar uniform hiding on the first floor of the villa before arriving. He even suspected that this woman not only annexed the Howard family behind his back, he also stole men behind his back. But he clearly remembered that he had straightened the other party. Did it bend again? That won't work. We have to say goodbye again. While Song Bing was thinking, the frightened Shili ran out with a well-preserved tablet. This is a complete record of all the little tricks Dyson did behind your back. I guarantee with my life that they are all true and valid. If there is any adulteration, you can kill me now. Shili mounted the tablet, looked at Song Bing, and firmly promised. Song Bing didn't say anything more and took the tablet to check. It actually contains many detailed records of Dyson transferring assets behind his back, as well as making various recordings and videos of small acts of betrayal. Song Bing's eyes moved slightly, and he looked at Shili. Shili also looked directly into Song Bing's eyes. Obviously, this woman had done everything before deciding to get rid of Dyson and annex its assets. Include reasons. However, in fact, was Song Bing really just seeking justice for the Howard family when he came to Fong Xingshi to question him in the middle of the night? No, of course not. To Song Bing, it didn't matter who was in power, as long as it was all under his control in the end. All loyal to him. That's it. But after Shili's rise, he went behind his back and annexed the second largest family in the country. This shows the ambition and courage of this woman. Once she is given a chance to rise and become stronger, she will do whatever it takes. Now, the reason why he is willing to surrender to Song Bing, it's because Song Bing is strong enough. What if one day, this woman has a chance to escape Song Bing's control? Will she be like the one who got rid of Dyson? He betrayed Song Bing without hesitation. Even take action against Song Bing? This is what Song Bing is most concerned about. Although so far, Song Bing can't see any possibility of this. After all, who can threaten him now? That's it. Looking at the information on the tablet, Song Bing nodded, pretending to be enlightened, then looked at Shili and asked with a smile. But that can't be used as a reason for you to do all this behind my back, right? Will you backstab me too? Shili's beautiful eyes were turbulent. She had already guessed that Song Bing would be so suspicious. And after coming back in a big circle, this is definitely what worries me the most. Immediately, her beautiful eyes froze. This time, Shili no longer showed fear and begged for mercy, but suddenly pulled out a sharp dagger from between her thighs. There was a sudden flash of cold light, and the sword was at war. Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. If the other party really takes action against him, he would not hesitate to kill this scourge. He will never be betrayed by a woman for the second time in his life. But the next second, Shili did not attack and assassinate Song Bing. Instead, he held the dagger in both hands and knelt down again. Looking at Song Bing, he firmly swore, "My life and my today are all given by you. And I am already your woman. Everything about me is yours. Even if I, Shili, betray and kill people all over the world in the future, I will never betray you. This is all I can guarantee. If you still don't believe it, you can kill me now and take control of Shimin yourself to avoid future troubles. Shili just presented the dagger to Song Bing and stopped begging for mercy. Choose the best way. Well, in order to avoid future troubles, killing you is indeed the best way. However, faced with such an attitude, most people would have already softened their hearts, but Song Bing nodded in agreement and took the dagger as a matter of course. The next second, Song Bing's eyes turned cold. Without giving him a chance to react, he held the dagger in his hand and stabbed his forehead decisively. Shili's beautiful eyes were turbulent, her body tensed, and she looked at the assassinating dagger. She had every chance to escape, but just for a moment, she gave up and looked at Song Bing calmly and coldly. Showing the courage that a mafia queen should have, he really gave his life to Song Bing. The sharp dagger stabbed to the limit. As a martial arts practitioner, she knew that this blow would definitely penetrate from her eyes to the back of her head. It totally killed her. However, just when she was desperate and waiting to die, the sharp dagger, which was approaching its limit, turned into a bright rose in an instant. Song Bing's hand speed slowed down instantly, and he placed the rose he had just bought from the little girl between Shili's red lips. Shili held the bright rose in her mouth like this, and her delicate face changed from shock and surprise to fear for the rest of her life. Her palms were already covered in sweat. Really scared by Song Bing. I didn't know today was your birthday, just this flower. Song Bing's smiling voice came. Shili finally came to her senses and took off the bright rose from her lips. It is so bright and has a light fragrance. So how did Song Bing change? Being able to turn a dagger into such a bright rose in such a short period of time. Do you like it? Song Bing asked with a smile. Shili nodded blankly, still feeling a little uneasy after the disaster. As long as you like it, this matter is over. I hope you will do what you say. Everything about you is mine, including yourself. If one day you dare to betray me, I will personally get these back. Song Bing had a smile on his face, but his tone left no room for doubt. This is a warning from Dr. Song. To be honest, after this trial, he was still not sure he could truly control this woman. There was another reason that really made Song Bing decide not to kill the other party. That is, the terminal illness he gave to Shili is still there. With Shili's current means, he could easily buy the blood medicine announced by Ali, completely cure the terminal illness he sent, and get rid of his control. But it did not do so. This is important. Yes. Shili nodded quickly, her beautiful eyes twinkling. Get up. The ground is cold. If you kneel down, I will feel bad. Song Bing smiled slightly and thoughtfully stretched out his hand to help Shili. Do you feel bad? Looking at Song Bing, who had returned to his harmless smile, she doubted the authenticity of this statement. But she still cooperated with a forced smile. This matter has passed. Now, is it time to explain another matter to me? Unexpectedly, Song Bing suddenly said again, with a hint of cunning hidden in his smile. Shili, who had just walked through the gate of hell, trembled again, and her pretty face turned pale again. The brain is racing. What another thing? What else? She thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything else that needed to be explained. So I could only say weakly, I have explained everything I need to explain, that's all. This domineering queen of Shimin has long lost her arrogance in front of Song Bing. If the members of Shimin were here, they would see their always cold and fierce queen being so submissive in front of a young man. Your jaw will probably drop. Really? Then how do you explain this to me? Song Bing said with a smile, looking playfully at the large, well-decorated bedroom with the door open. Following Song Bing's gaze, from this angle, he could fully see the big cake on the heart-shaped bed. Several sets of uniform stockings. What other romantic instruments of torture are there? Shili's pretty face turned red instantly, and she hesitated. She didn't know how to explain it for a while. This must have been prepared by Shishue for them. The uniform stockings above were worn by Shishue herself. The instrument of romantic torture is what she uses, but it's hard for her to explain clearly. What if Song Bing knows that she was that person and doesn't like her? So, you are looking for me behind my back. No, you misunderstood, I definitely didn't. Just when Song Bing was about to ask something, Shili suddenly broke out in sweat and interrupted, even more flustered. She seemed to hear Song Bing's next words. said she was looking for a man behind her back. The crime is even greater. Absolute death. Actually, it's me. Shili knew that he couldn't hide it, so he decided to tell his secret. However, before he could finish speaking, a big hand stopped his waist. The next second, he was picked up from the waist. I haven't seen her for many days, but this woman still smells so good. The figure is weak and boneless, especially the hibiscus-like appearance at this moment, coupled with the natural cold and charming temperament of a queen. Fill men with the desire to conquer. No, that means you knew I would come in advance and prepared it specially for me. Holding the beauty in his arms, Song Bing asked with a smile. After struggling for a moment, in order to hide the truth, she bit her lips and nodded. That's it. Okay, I'll detoxify you by the way. Song Bing smiled as if his conspiracy had succeeded. Just like this, he naturally held the beauty in his arms and walked into this carefully decorated big bedroom. Since his physical enhancement, his true nature as a man has not been released for a long time. Today is just right. While helping him to replace his terminal illness, straighten it a little more. Turn around and close the door. Song Bing threw Shili in his arms onto the bed. Knowing that there was no escape, Shili took the initiative to unbutton his clothes. And for some reason, after the first 2 times, she felt a little more expectation in her heart. A unique birthday party begins. On the first floor of the villa, Shi Shui, who was hiding here, was extremely nervous. I have always been worried that Shili will be punished by Song Bing. Suddenly, she heard the queen scream from the top of the building. Although she tried her best to restrain her voice, she still heard it. This is the kind that can't help but come out. Shi Shui's pretty face turned pale instantly. I just felt that Shili was in extreme pain. However, what she didn't know was that Song Bing was stealing the fruits she had carefully arranged. Song Bing played the role of Shili, and her noble queen was playing her part. Ding successfully absorbed gastric cancer, merit +1. With mood-filled music and lighting, Song Bing generously used the comprehensive skin contact absorption method to absorb gastric cancer for Shili. This is the fastest, easiest, most comprehensive and surest way to absorb what the system has said. The next second, the sinking Shili felt a warm current coming from his lower abdomen. The stomach pain he had been feeling disappeared little by little with this influx of warm current. Immediately afterwards, every cell in the body became soft and refreshed as never before. This was a miraculous effect that the medicine she had been taking from Song Bing could not achieve. It's simply not too amazing. Can this also detoxify? Biting her cherry lips, Shili's beautiful and blurred eyes couldn't help but tremble. How on earth did this guy do it? Isn't this amazing? While Shili was marveling, Song Bing, who had absorbed the stomach cancer, was already planning to send the disease back again. However, just in the middle of the action, Song Bing suddenly stopped again. He thought for a moment and had a flash of inspiration. The next second, Ding successfully delivered severe dog-licking syndrome, merit -100. Shili's beautiful eyes were slightly bright, as if she had been shocked unexpectedly, and she couldn't help but moan in ecstasy. At the same time, she felt a warmth coming from her belly again, and this time it went straight to her soul. It was as if some magical power instantly left a strange mark on her soul. She seemed to have been stimulated by some kind of stimulation, and she was completely trapped and unable to extricate herself. The next morning, after partying all night for treatment, the entire carefully decorated bedroom was already in a mess. On the messy heart-shaped bed, the cold and ruthless Queen Shili received a night of meticulous treatment from Song Bing, and her face became much rosier. But his whole body was lying exhausted, looking a little helpless and embarrassed. Obviously, he needs to rest for a while before he can recover. I have completely detoxified you of your poison. You will not relapse in the future, and you don't need to take any more medicine. Song Bing leaned on the bedside and smoked a rare cigarette. When Shili, who was lying helpless, heard this, his eyes moved slightly, and he turned to look at the guy next to him with difficulty, feeling a strange emotion in his heart. But soon, she suppressed this strange emotion and asked, "You have cured all my poisons. Are you not afraid that I will betray you? Since I dare to explain it to you, I'm naturally not afraid of your betrayal." Song Bing lowered his head and said affectionately, "And you are my woman. How can I not even trust my own woman? That's outrageous." Shili was stunned, but for some reason, The strange emotion that had just arisen in her heart was once again aroused by Songbing's words. She quickly lowered her head to avoid Songbing's eyes. Suppressed that inexplicable emotion again. Weird, what happened to her? All of Sheely's reactions were visible to Songbing. During the completion of the replacement process, he originally planned to continue giving this woman a stomach cancer. But in the end, it temporarily turned into severe dog-licking syndrome. Because the constant use of terminal illness to control the situation would only intimidate the woman at best, and would not truly convince her at all. It is too troublesome to deliver medicine to him on time. And now that Ollie's blood medicine has been released, it is no longer his patent to cure these terminal diseases. Siri can get rid of this intimidation at any time. In other words, terminal disease control is actually dispensable for this woman. So, can there be another way that Ollie's blood can't cure? How can this woman be kept unaware? Songbing had a flash of inspiration at that moment, and he thought of the severe dog-licking syndrome he had absorbed in the past. That's a level 2 mental illness. Moreover, this disease is also fundamentally different from mental illness, because mental illness is mental disorder. Severe dog-licking syndrome is normal. To be precise, severe dog-licking syndrome is a different kind of disease. It is more similar to the unconditional love a licking dog has for its object. And love is illusory and comes from the heart. It is loyal to the soul and difficult to change. It's like having a love spell on your soul. Silently, let the other person fall in love with you without even realizing it, and become your licking dog willingly. This is simply the skill chosen by countless scumbag men and women. Who wouldn't love someone who can easily turn others into his licking dogs and selflessly dedicate himself to himself? Of course, unfortunately, this severe case of dog licking has a serious drawback. That would be too illusory. Songbing can bring this disease to Sheely. But there is no way to guarantee that the one he loves is himself, just like a love charm. What if he fell in love with someone else in the first place? Then wouldn't he end up licking someone else? However, judging from Sheely's reaction just now, there seems to be something going on. After all, this woman was crooked in the beginning, and now that Songbing has straightened her out, she naturally cannot fall in love with another man. It is even less possible to fall in love with a woman again. In addition, there is one more thing. This severe form of dog licking seems to vary from person to person, with different physical constitutions and different manifestations. For example, the Sheely in front of me is a cold and ruthless person, and the most important thing in his mind is to strengthen his career, rather than the love between children. Therefore, even if he suffers from severe dog-licking syndrome, he does not immediately show a humble attitude like the dog-licking Wang Wu in the past. Instead, he relied on his ruthlessness and strong heart to quickly cover up this rising emotion in his heart. However, no matter how strong his heart is, he cannot avoid severe second-level dog-licking syndrome. It has been successfully planted in his heart. Don't even think about being cured in this life, unless Songbing takes action. Therefore, what Songbing is worried about now is that he hopes that the seed buried in this heartless woman's heart is himself, rather than someone else. You've been working hard all night and you're tired. Get a good rest. I'll go out first and come back to discuss something with you. Songbing got off the bed and covered the other party with a quilt thoughtfully. Faced with Songbing's sudden tenderness, she couldn't adapt to it for a while. Even on guard. What is this for? Want to test again? What did she do wrong again? This was the first thought in Sheely's mind. How about you give me another dose of poison? It makes you feel at ease, and I feel at ease too. Sheely spoke tentatively. She was really scared when Songbing was like this. It's so abnormal. He originally planned to use love to influence the other person. The result was suspicion. Haha, she is indeed a cold and heartless woman. No need. With an embarrassed smile, Songbing put away his gentleness, put on his clothes, and left. Seeing Songbing's leaving figure, Sheely's beautiful eyes returned to calmness. She lifted the quilt and tried to get out of bed, but her legs were weak and she bit her lips lightly in pain. At the same time, the villa is on the first floor. Watching Songbing go away from the window, Shishue, who had been stamping anxiously all night, could no longer hold back and hurriedly took the elevator upstairs. That night, she was like an ant on a hot pot, listening to Sheely's painful screams all night long. I have already imagined the brutal scene where Sheely was mercilessly punished by Songbing. The pain was on Sheely's body and her heart. Her heart was bleeding. He also became increasingly resentful of Songbing. The elevator opened and Shishua couldn't wait to rush into the bedroom. I happened to see Shili, who was wearing a torn nightgown and was about to get out of bed, but her legs went weak and she fell down due to the pain. Queen. Shishua's heart ached even more. Queen, are you okay? Shishua, why are you here? Do I want you to leave here first? Seeing Shishua arriving, Shili was equally surprised. However, at this moment, Shishua couldn't hear her words and was constantly checking Shili's body. In a messy bedroom. This was a world she had carefully arranged to share with her noble queen. But now, he was ruthlessly destroyed by that beast Songbing and became like this. In an instant, Songbing had become a heinous beast and demon in her mind. Queen, what did that beast do to you? Shishua asked with tears rolling down her eyes, full of pain. Shili was stunned, but when he saw Shishua crying, he smiled sweetly, wiped away her tears gently, and comforted. He didn't do anything to me? He didn't blame me for that incident either. You're lying. I've been down there and heard your screams all night long. How could it be okay? You must be in pain. Shishua immediately retorted loudly. For a moment, she was speechless. She didn't know how to explain it to the sister she had accidentally rescued and adopted. She is still too simple. In that respect, he only cares about her. Look at how this bedroom was damaged by him. He must have beaten you, right? Can you let me see how big the wound is? Shishua sobbed pitifully again. It's really okay. He just got rid of all the poison he gave me. This process is a bit painful. Shili thought for a while. A blush appeared on Lung Yan's face. You can't look at the wound. Really? He detoxified you from all the poison. Sure enough, as soon as these words came out, West Shue's beautiful eyes lit up. Well, I won't have to be subject to this restriction from now on. Shili nodded, feeling happy at the same time. Fortunately, I didn't take the bottle of medicine and detoxify myself. Otherwise, it would probably be a different outcome now. Great. Queen, then we can grow and develop without fear in the future until we are no longer under the control of this demon. Shishua hugged Shili. Desire flashed in her eyes. Her lifelong dream is that Shili only favors her. Shili didn't speak. There was ambition and weakness in her calm and beautiful eyes. The ambition is that she has been working hard to become stronger. Today, Shiman has not only grown in the country, but also expanded to other countries. It has even secretly controlled many areas. However, what is powerless is that she wants to be strong enough to get rid of that guy's control. Is it possible? At least, she couldn't see any hope for now. At the same time, on the other side, Songbing was already dressed in black, wearing a mask and cap. Driving a black car alone, I arrived at Times Square. The next thing he had to do was naturally find a way to absorb Ollie's disease. There is also the daughter of the snow wolf, the Arctic fox. He already has an understanding of Ollie and is very capable. But he was absolutely 100% sure of suppressing the opponent. The most important thing is that there is someone protecting you behind the scenes, and the person protecting you is not simple. If released completely, regardless of identity exposure, he was only 90% certain that he could capture those people. But in that case, it is estimated that there will be a scene where the people of the motherland will cause trouble and benefit the country. He will also become the modern version of Superman that everyone knows. So, to avoid exposure, play it safe. This matter still needs to be done in a safe and clever way. Anyway, now that he has this woman, Shili, with her current status, she can satisfy his needs no matter what. As soon as the vehicle arrived at a street intersection in Times Square, it was immediately blocked by crowded vehicles and people passing by. There are even photos of Ollie wearing a white coat and a mask posted all over the street. Songbing found a random place to park his car, then blended into the crowd and headed towards Dr. Ao's Western Medical Clinic. Not long after, a medical center built in an old castle came into view from a distance. The area around the medical center was already filled with water. They are all wealthy and high-ranking officials who come here to seek medical advice. At the outermost edge, it was blocked by countlessly country police officers, preventing ordinary people from entering. You can see how popular it is. The last magic medicine that can cure all diseases. The starting price is 500 million yuan. The highest bidder will win. At the top of the medical hall, on a balcony, the young assistant who used to accompany Ollie raised the last green blood medicine and looked down indifferently at the wealthy and senior officials below who were humbly asking for medicine. Ever since blood medicine became popular, from the very beginning, the pre-sale was 100 bottles a day, earning 100 million profit per bottle. Up to now, there are limited on-site auctions, 10 pieces a day, and the starting price has soared from 100 million gold to 500 million gold. In comparison, it can be seen how generous Song Bing was in his treatment. 500 million, 55 million, 600 million, 1 billion. However, even so, there are still countless rich people who are eager for blood medicine to extend their lives. The price once soared to 1 billion before stopping. So scary. In the crowd, Song Bing's eyes fell on this young man. His brows furrowed slightly, and he immediately opened the forbidden pupil. The next second, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Another patient. Not bad, not bad. Today's auction is over. Please leave the transaction to the last bidder, and everyone else please go back. Come back tomorrow. The assistant young man dismissed him coldly. Little did he know that a pair of eyes in the crowd were already staring at him. When will Dr. Ao start treating patients? Someone asked anxiously. Dr. Ao doesn't have time right now. He is studying the disease of the Indian tribe, the young man said. Song Bing wanted to laugh, thinking of the tragic situation in the past when Ollie lost too much blood. Is it because I don't have time, or because I don't have enough blood? Then when will he finish his research? We also need his treatment. Some people long for the Tao. In 3 days, Dr. Ao will start a global live broadcast to treat the Indian disease that has caused headaches for countless top doctors. During this period, 10 opportunities for medical treatment will be auctioned at high prices. Those in need can go to the medical association to bid. The young man smiled, looked at the camera of the reporters following him, and announced, in addition, this treatment is Dr. Ao's declaration of war against Song's disease. If he has the courage, stop hiding, stand up, and compete with Dr. Ao in front of the whole world. Whoever wins will be the #1 miracle doctor. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was in an uproar, and many people's eyes were hot. Isn't this what everyone in the world wants to see now? Is it finally here? The reporters who came to take pictures were snapping shots. Among the crowd, Song Bing's eyes also lit up. But it's not this bullshit miracle doctor, but the 10 places mentioned by the young man. Won't the opportunity come? Rather than letting him find ways to touch Ollie, it's better to let Ollie take the initiative to touch him. He then quietly sucked out the other person's illness. Isn't this perfect? As for that bullshit competition, he really doesn't care about these so-called false names. Show off your medical skills in public and act like a clown? He's not interested. He is only interested in merit. This time, it's more fun. Under this isolated island is an underground laboratory. At the same time, in a laboratory made of all metal. After injecting the bottle of green potion, Ollie was writhing in pain, crazy tearing off his own clothes. It looked painful. Between the exposed skin, there are eye-catching and ferocious green blood vessels. He frantically tore off his clothes, even the mask he had been wearing. Under the illumination of light, the face that had been hidden under the mask was finally exposed. It turned out to be a mouth that looked like a flower. The next second, Ollie suddenly spread his limbs, and then a terrible scene happened. Unexpectedly, he saw a sudden split between the palms of his hands and the soles of his feet. Then, four strange green ferocious tentacles emerged. The tentacles wriggled like earthworms, and at the top was a mouth full of sharp fangs. It's exactly the same as the tentacles that Ollie secretly injected in the past. The difference is, the tentacles at this moment were even thicker and more ferocious. And it's not over yet. After the limbs and tentacles broke out of the body, his mouth, which looked like a bowed flower, was suddenly opened. Another thicker green tentacle shot out. Immediately afterwards came its next birth, and the 6th tentacle followed closely. The 6 tentacles, like poisonous snakes, bit and attacked the surrounding metal walls wildly. Bang, bang, bang. The solid wall made of special metal actually left terrible marks under the attack of these 6 tentacles. Blood, blood, I want blood. Ollie seemed to be going crazy. Even his eyes turned green, and his 6 tentacles seemed to be greedy for food. At the same time, several square metal ceilings above suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, fair-skinned women who were stripped of their clothes fell from the ceiling. Their mouths were gagged and their hands were tied as they fished down from the ceiling. Wah! When they saw Ollie, who looked like Squidward, their pupils widened and they peed in fear. Struggled like crazy. However, he couldn't get rid of the bondage no matter what. At the same time, when the hungry Ollie saw these women, his eyes instantly became greedy. The 6 tentacles seemed to have become conscious in an instant, and they shot out one after another, wrapping around these women. Some wrap around the woman's neck and bite them in one bite. Some penetrate into the heart, and some follow the mouth, absorbing their blood crazily. One by one, the young girls were sucked dry to death. But Ollie showed a morbid expression of enjoyment. The image is brutal and horrifying. After a while, the sound of struggling stopped. There were only mummies hanging from the ceiling. The 6 tentacles that broke out of the body also retracted into Ollie's body after being filled with water. He got up from the ground, picked up the intact clothes in the corner, and put them on. The moment I put on the mask, I feel like a human again. No one could have imagined that under this mask, there would be a terrifying face. Pa pa pa. The door to the laboratory opened at this moment, and a group of people in lab coats came in applauding. If Song Bing were here, he would definitely recognize that the 2 leading men were none other than one of the 2 heirs of the Campbell family. The 2 cousins who used to protect Candy. Jack and Duran. Congratulations to Dr. A.O. The fusion was successful again, and the healing blood has reached a new level. We have sent your video to the organization. With your current qualifications, you are enough to become a core member when you return to the organization. Jack and Duran praised. Don't worry. It was the Campbell family that gave me a second life. I will never forget this. When I return to the organization, I will also serve on behalf of the Campbell family. However, before I go back, I want Song Bing to be ruined and his reputation will be ruined forever. This is my obsession. Ollie looked at the 2 men, showing his loyalty and determination. Jack and Duran looked at each other and promised with a smile. Although my father has already gone to the organization to receive the vaccination, he also gave us instructions before leaving. Therefore, if you declare war live this time, we will send experts to help you secretly. As long as Song Bing dares to show up and compete with you, as long as you can defeat him. Not only did we ruin his reputation, we also made it impossible for him to come back. If he didn't dare to show up, his reputation would have been ruined. Even if I can survive, I won't be able to defeat you when the day of apocalypse begins. It won't be up to you then. Hearing this, Ollie's eyes became hot. In his mind, he was already imagining how to completely torture Song Bing. Of course, all this assumes that you can beat him in medical skills. Jack reminded with a smile. Haha, with my current strength, what can he use to fight me? Ollie smiled confidently. You can't say that. Not only does that guy have the same ability to heal others as you do, but he can also poison them quietly. According to the investigation, he was at the zoo in Chongqing not long ago. Chris and others have repeatedly suffered from strange illnesses, which is most likely the result of his secret poisoning. As for how he administered the poison, we still have no idea. Duran reminded. When this matter was mentioned, Ollie's eyes instantly turned malicious. He thought that thing was so weird. Finally, he cast his doubtful eyes on Song Bing. But racking his brains, he still couldn't figure out how the other party did it. Therefore, he felt uneasy about it for a while. Then he gritted his teeth and took the bottle of potion. Now, even if Song Bing is poisoned, he is not afraid anymore. Because he can too. Haha, poison me. I can do it too. Ollie's eyes suddenly looked at an experimenter behind Jack and Duran. His eyes instantly turned green. The next second, 2 injections of green venom were sprayed out from his eyes like poisonous snakes. Moreover, the 2 injections of green venom are so small and shot out so fast that they cannot be detected by the naked eye, let alone avoided. The green venom instantly fell on the man's skin and then invaded silently. The next second, the man's face changed slightly. He fell to the ground in pain and struggled wildly. In just 1 minute, he died suddenly. The rest of the people were immediately frightened and backed away. They were afraid that Ollie would also glare at them. Jack and Du Luan's eyes moved slightly, as if they had found a way to poison Song Bing quietly. It's amazing. It seems that Song Bing will definitely be defeated this time. A flash of surprise and envy flashed in their eyes, and the 2 immediately clapped their hands and praised him without hesitation. Ollie smiled too. This time, he wanted to see what Song Bing could do to fight him. His blood can cure any poison. There is absolutely no fear of being poisoned by the other party. On the other hand, he can poison the opponent silently and kill him with one move. Kill invisible. What does he have to lose? In Times Square, Song Bing, who had a plan in mind, stopped staying. Everything is just waiting for that day to come. After leaving Dr. Ao's Western Medical Center, Song Bing did not leave in a hurry, but came to the former medical center where he sent patients. That was the starting point for his fortune in the country of Li. Now that he is here, he naturally wants to come and see. The street where the hospital is located is particularly deserted. There are very few people coming and going. The bustling bustle of the past when Song Bing was there is completely gone. Even both sides of the road were filled with various banners depicting Ollie stepping on Song Bing. Of course, what surprised Song Bing even more was seeing the familiar independent Chinese medicine clinic from a distance. Song Bing discovered that it actually opened the door. If he remembered correctly, he sent a message to Qingchuan Zhujun shortly after returning to Manhua. Let him close the hospital and let him go. Why is it still open now? Song Bing, who was curious and wearing a mask, walked in like a patient. As soon as he entered the door, he saw a girl in white overalls sitting at the medicine cabinet, reading a book on the counter. The fascinated girl seemed to be aware of it, raised her head, saw Song Bing, and immediately asked enthusiastically, "Hello, are you seeing a doctor or taking medicine?" Song Bing's eyes moved slightly, because the girl was none other than Qingchuan Nair, whom he met in Ligua in the past. He didn't expect that the other party would be operating here. Judging by the time, the other party should also have graduated. See a doctor. Seeing that the other party didn't recognize him, Song Bing simply followed the path. I want to see that after following him for so long, I finally got a medical book from Hua Sigua. Has the other party's medical skills improved? Hearing this, Qingchuan Nair's beautiful eyes brightened slightly. This is the first patient she has received in these days. So he hurriedly walked out and politely said, "Please sit down. I'll take your pulse first." Song Bing sat down and stretched out his hand. Qingchuan Nair put her fingers on Song Bing's wrist and held it carefully. She tried her best to gain insight into Song Bing's physical condition. But after a few minutes, her eyebrows wrinkled slightly. The wrinkles become deeper and deeper. The wrinkles become deeper and deeper. Seeing this, Song Bing continued, "How's it going, doctor? I've been feeling weak and powerless lately. Do I have some disease?" Weak and powerless? This. Qingchuan Nair immediately doubted herself and quickly changed her other hand. Because she could only feel from Song Bing's pulse that Song Bing was energetic and had an amazing physique. As strong as an ox. Isn't it true at all? Sorry, I really can't tell what's wrong with you. Judging from your pulse, you should be in good health. After searching for a long time and unable to find the cause, Qingchuan Nair looked at Song Bing and told him the truth. I didn't just prescribe some medicine to get rid of it. Haha. You can't even detect an ordinary disease, and you are still opening a medical clinic under the banner of Song Bing. So just close it. Song Bing was about to say something, but a group of people suddenly broke in and spoke first. This is a group of people wearing uniforms from the medical association. Everyone holds a record book in their hands. Seeing this group of staff who suddenly arrived, Qingchuan Nair's pretty face changed slightly. Since Ollie became popular, sending patients to medical centers has become a thorn in the side of many people. Not only did no one come here to see a doctor anymore, but the inspectors even came to her door again and again to deliberately make things difficult. Euphemistically called inspection. Song Bing also looked curiously at this group of menacing and tough-looking supervisors. My friend, I would like to give you a piece of advice. If you want to see a doctor, you should go to a regular hospital. The current medical centers are no longer suitable. Several inspectors looked at Song Bing and persuaded with a smile. One of the elders looked at Song Bing and then said solemnly, "This friend, my name is Luca, a famous internal medicine expert in Li country, and I was fortunate enough to work as an assistant to Dr. Ao. I just heard your statement outside the door, and now looking at your complexion, I can basically conclude that you are in the early stages of brain cancer. If you don't want to die, I suggest you go to a regular hospital for a comprehensive examination. This is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can come to me. As for this kind of medical center that can't see the disease, I'd better not come to it in the future." Does he have brain cancer? Why doesn't he know? Song Bing never expected that one day he would be diagnosed with illness. You're talking nonsense. Judging from his pulse and complexion, it's impossible for him to have brain cancer. Qing Chuan Nair immediately stood up and said with great determination, "Haha, you should still care about yourself. We suspect that you are treating people indiscriminately under the name of traditional Chinese medicine, Dr. Song Shini. Now we are inspecting your medical clinic again in accordance with the law." Several inspectors looked disdainfully and then took out a piece of paper with a seal. "You have checked several times in the past few days. Why do you need to check again?" When she heard that she wanted to check again, Qing Chuan Nair was very angry. "Of course it's for safety. If you have any objections, you can file a complaint. We'll be waiting." Several inspectors laughed jokingly and immediately dispersed to inspect. The so-called inspection is all kinds of rummaging around. He randomly dug out the medicines in the medicine cabinet, messed with them, and found faults. It is normal to describe it as causing destruction. Qing Chuan Nair wanted to stop it, but it only made these people get worse. Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. "I heard from Feng Tang that many Dai hospitals were also forced to close due to such suppression. Soon, after a random inspection and destruction, several inspectors came back and immediately handed Qing Chuan Nair a piece of paper. He sneered, "After inspection, your medical clinic's hygiene, quality of medicinal materials, and your medical level are all unqualified. Now it will be sealed and fined another 10,000 yuan. You are abusing your power." Qing Chuan Nair was so angry that she couldn't speak. The first 2 times these people came, they were fined. Unexpectedly, she was told to close the door this time. "If you have any problems, you can file a complaint. This society is fair." Several inspectors laughed. "My friend, why don't you leave? Do you not believe what I say? You really have brain cancer. If we don't go for examination and treatment, it will be too late even if Dr. Ao takes action." The older so-called expert, seeing Song Bing still here, suddenly said solemnly. But from the depths of Song Bing's eyes, he could see a hint of deception. Of course, Song Bing knew that the other party was deceiving him without even looking. "Are you sure?" Song Bing then asked playfully. All along, he was the one who treated others and deceived them. This was the first time he had seen someone who dared to treat him so openly and deceive him. This old man has great courage. "Brother, this is a famous internal medicine expert in our country. He is very accurate in diagnosing diseases. If he says you have brain cancer, that's probably it. If you don't believe it, you can follow us to the medical association for a checkup." Several other supervisors cooperated with the deception. "I wanted to take the opportunity to ridicule Qing Chuan Nair's incompetence. I want to take the opportunity to make a killing. There is no need for examination. In fact, I am also a doctor, just a veterinarian. I discovered that there were several dogs here that were also sick." Song Bing smiled. "Dog? What dog? Where is the dog? What nonsense are you talking about?" Several supervisors were stunned. They looked around and saw no dogs. They all looked at Song Bing in confusion. "Here, aren't you the ones?" Song Bing said seriously. "You?" The expressions of several supervisors changed, and then they realized that Song Bing was scolding them, and they immediately looked at Song Bing gloomily. He happened to look into Song Bing's eyes. The next second, several people shuddered, and their eyes gradually became wiser. Then they all fell to the ground and screamed, "Wong, wong, 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 wang, wang. Hey, I'm a dog, wong, wang, wang. I am a mangy dog, wong, wong, wong." Several supervisors imitated dogs and crawled out of the medical center while barking. The originally angry Qing Chuan Nair was shocked by the scene in front of her. The little mouth opened slightly, with a look of disbelief. Didn't react at all. "What happened? How can you be so good and run away like a dog?" Thinking of something, she quickly turned to look at Song Bing. The little mouth suddenly opened wider. He never expected that the first patient he finally received would be Song Bing, the real owner of this Chinese medicine clinic. "Where is your father? Didn't I tell you to close the shop? Why are you still operating here?" Song Bing sat back on his seat calmly, picked up a cup of tea, and asked while sipping it. The few inspectors who had just turned into dogs and ran out didn't care at all. After staring at Song Bing for a long time, Qing Chuan Nair came back to her senses and finally confirmed that the young man in front of her was Song Bing. Then he came over to sit down and explained to Song Bing, "After my father received your news, he indeed followed your wishes and closed the medical center. and returned to Sakura country because of family matters. As for me, I continued to stay in Ligua to attend university and completed my final studies. After graduation, I had nothing to do, so I reopened the medical clinic. But my qualifications are dull, and I haven't learned much from you in half a year. In your absence, the medical clinic has been tepid in opening. Many terminally ill patients come to me, and I cannot save them. Qingchuan Nair's eyes dimmed, and then sighed. And now you have seen that these people come to make trouble again and again, and it is probably impossible to open the door in the future. Then close it. Sending to the hospital is a thing of the past. Let it go. I came here just to take one last look. These are some notes on my understanding of traditional Chinese medicine that I compiled in my spare time. If you like it, you can read more. Song Bing said calmly, then took out a notebook from his arms and handed it to Qingchuan Nair. He could tell that the other party liked Chinese medicine very much. This can be regarded as a sympathy between common lovers. Thank you. Qingchuan Nair was stunned for a moment, but still smiled sweetly, stretched out her hands respectfully, bent down, and took the notes handed over by Song Bing. Goodbye. After leaving a few words, Song Bing stood up and left directly. Didn't stop too much. For him, coming here is to take one last look. Like the veterinary hospital of old, it is all in the past. Naturally, he will no longer run the business. Song Bing, you can defeat that Dr. Ao, right? As soon as Song Bing walked to the door, Qingchuan Nair's worried inquiry came from behind. Song Bing stopped and looked back at Qingchuan Nair, who was holding his notebook and crossing his legs, looking expectantly at him. Song Bing smiled and asked, "What do you think? I believe you are better than him. Come on, you represent Chinese medicine." Qingchuan Nair clenched her fists and said firmly. Song Bing smiled and left the hospital without saying anything else. Never looked back. But Qingchuan Nair still held the note left by Song Bing, and the smile on her pretty face disappeared. Looking at Song Bing's last disappearing figure, he was stunned. No one knows what she is thinking at this moment. Until the next second, she seemed to sense something. She frowned slightly and looked in another direction. He said coldly in Sakura language, "You have been squatting here for so many days. Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, then a young man wearing a black hat walked in. He took the initiative to close the door and took off his hat, showing an Asian face. If Song Bing was here, he would definitely recognize the young man in front of him. It was Qingchuan Yuri, the son of Qingchuan Zhujun. In the past, I accompanied Qingchuan Zhujun to come to apprentice in the middle of the night. I heard that he came to the country of Li. My father expected that he would definitely come back here, so he asked me to come and have a look. Harukawa Yuri smiled meaningfully, and then his eyes fell on the notes in Harukawa Nair's hand. He took them and looked at them curiously. "What is this?" He gave me some knowledge about Chinese medicine. Qingchuan Nair said. "TCH, I thought it was something." Qingchuan Yuri immediately lost interest and threw it out with disgust. Qingchuan Nair frowned slightly. Displeasure flashed across her pretty face. He bent down to pick it up, carefully dusted it off, and held it in his arms as if he had found a treasure. "Haha. Nair, why are you doing this? On the day of the apocalypse, all this so-called Chinese medicine knowledge will no longer exist." Qingchuan Yuri said indifferently. Without the support of Chinese medicine, where would the apocalypse plan be? Qingchuan Nair asked rhetorically. Qingchuan Yuri was speechless for a moment. He knew clearly his sister's love and awe for Chinese medicine. Of course, what the other party said is also true. The profoundness of traditional Chinese medicine has solved many problems for the Apocalypse Project. So I had to change the topic and said, "How's it going? You've been in such deep contact with Song Bing. Have you discovered anything? Don't waste your efforts. He has become stronger again. He is even stronger than when he was in Li country. It is impossible for you to succeed." Qingchuan Nair said calmly. Hearing this, Qingchuan Yuri's face darkened. No wonder he was able to kill number 9 silently. It seems that they can only accept the invitation of the Campbell family to join forces. Qingchuan Nair frowned slightly, looked at Qingchuan Yuri, and sneered. "Are you so confident that Dr. Ao can defeat him? Don't let you get involved too." "Don't worry. I heard that Dr. Ao was successfully vaccinated for the second time. No matter how strong that guy is, he is at most the same level as Dr. Ao. And we are operating in secret, so even if we fail, we can escape unscathed." Qingchuan Yuri smiled confidently. But Qing Chuan Nayer's expression changed. What? He was vaccinated for the second time. Is he going to die? Haha. That guy is indeed a life-threatening lunatic. So he is destined to become the abandoned son of the Campbell family. Qing Chuan Yuri narrowed his eyes slightly and said with a flash of edge, "This is the last time. If Song Bing can't be defeated in this way, then the organization must take action. Otherwise, everything will have to wait until after the apocalypse." Qing Chuan Nair didn't answer. Her beautiful eyes were still fluctuating. "What? You seem to be very concerned about that, Song Bing." Harukawa Yuri noticed Harukawa Nair's emotions and smiled meaningfully. "Didn't my father say that it would be best if you could catch him and make him a member of my Harukawa family?" "Haha. You think so highly of me, and don't forget, he is the one who likes that woman." Kinkawa Nair looked at Kinkawa Yuri and reminded. A trace of heartfelt fear clearly flashed through Qing Chuan Yuri's eyes, as if he was talking about something. But then he thought of something and returned to smiling. "What are you afraid of? That woman has been targeted by the organization and she doesn't know where she is hiding now. She is not hiding, but one of the sleepers. When the day of the apocalypse comes, when she wakes up, what will the organization mean?" Qing Chuan Nair reminded with a solemn expression. Qing Chuan Yuri's face looked slightly pale, as if he didn't dare to mention this topic again, and quickly interrupted. "That's enough. Now that the apocalypse is approaching, it's time for you to return to the family to prepare. The family needs you now. It's time to go back." Qing Chuan Nair looked around. Nostalgia and reluctance flashed in her beautiful eyes, but she still left. She didn't take anything with her. She just held the note Song Bing gave her. As soon as they saw Song Bing's face, the people on duty were immediately excited and hurriedly opened the door to greet him. What happened last night has already spread quietly throughout Ximen. The queen invited a young and promising Dr. Song overnight. Su Long, the deputy sect leader who unknowingly blocked it, was almost deposed. Therefore, no one dares to stop Song Bing now. When he sees Song Bing coming, he will not be able to open the door in time. Song disease enters naturally. Freedom of entry and exit is easily achieved at Ximen. You can also freely enter and exit Shili's private villa. You can come and go freely anywhere. Song Bing came to the manor parking lot and parked the car. I happened to see a few majestic people in black suits walking towards me. Judging from his temperament, he is at the level of a gangster. Song Bing looked strange because he saw the familiar Su Long. In addition, there are many familiar faces. They are all veteran members who used to accompany them to Alcatraz Island for appointments. Rongshuan et al. Now with the rise of Ximen, these loyal people naturally hold high positions. Rongxian, Su Long and others who came to take the bus also discovered Song Bing at this moment. Every moment my eyes widened. It was particularly exciting. Su Long, in particular, started to tremble. They had just been summoned by Shili when they secretly received news of Song Bing's arrival, and was asked to keep it confidential. Unexpectedly, I met love around the corner. I saw Song Bing as soon as I arrived at the parking lot. Plop, reacted in an instant. Led by Rongxian, all the Ximen elders knelt down and spoke tremblingly. See the sect master. Although they all hold high positions now, they are facing Song Bing, the god of death who led Alcatraz Island and the others out of the siege in the past. What do they mean? Song Bing didn't say anything and just passed by these people. It wasn't until Song Bing was gone that Rongxian and others dared to raise their heads, already dripping with sweat. On the other side, Song Bing came to Shili's private villa. The guard watching saw it was Song Bing and hurriedly let him go. As soon as he entered the villa, Shili had already prepared a table of delicious food. She even changed into a gorgeous red dress with some thought. The already cool and delicate face was also painted with makeup, making it even more alluring. Song Bing was naturally not polite about this. He came to the table and started eating. At the same time, he glanced and found that the girl who was hiding before was gone. Don't you have something to discuss with me? Shili sat across from Song Bing and asked proactively. Naturally, he did not forget what Song Bing said before he left during the day. I want the status of a rich man who is terminally ill and dying soon. And I also want a spot for Dr. Ao to treat me in 3 days. Song Bing said while eating. Hearing this, Shili's beautiful eyes moved slightly. In fact, she had guessed that it would be related to Dr. Ao ever since Song Bing came to see her. For this reason, She had even made preparations to secretly send someone to get rid of Dr. Ao. After all, this is the favorite method of gangsters. However, what she never expected was that Song Bing would actually make such a request to her. Is there any problem? This request should be easy for you now, right? Seeing that Shili didn't speak for a long time, Song Bing looked up and smiled. It's okay for me to fake my identity and spend a lot of money to get an opportunity like this. But if you want to fight against Dr. Ao, why not just get rid of him secretly? Shili expressed his doubts, as if he was afraid that Song Bing would be worried, and even added, with Shiman's current strength and connections, I can kill this person quietly. Even if the Li Guang royal family conducts a thorough investigation, they won't be able to find him. Song Bing looked at this confident woman in surprise. Obviously, he didn't expect the other party to be so powerful, not even afraid of the royal family. But unfortunately, one cannot take into account what is beyond cognition. That Ali is no ordinary person. No, just do as I say. Song Bing smiled and shook his head. Okay, I'll make arrangements right now. Seeing this, Shili said no more. Also, let me test this thing and see what material it is made of, Song Bing said, throwing the so-called thing at the other party. Shili took it, surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Because Song Bingdu gave her a bullet. The bullet is completely black, cold to the touch, and thicker than ordinary metal. Gives people an extraordinary feeling. And this bullet was the sniper bullet that scratched Song Bing's skin when he was suddenly attacked when he was about to take action against Ali. To know, with Song Bing's current physique, he could easily grab bullets from the air. But he was injured by this sniper bullet. How could this not make his heart tremble? And when I took the bullet, it felt like it was no ordinary metal. Then I left it conveniently, and now I'm going to give it to Shili to check it out. See what material it is. Or some kind of newly developed technological weapon. After all, with today's human technology, thermal weapons are emerging endlessly. How terrifyingly destructive are they? Okay, I'll come as soon as I go. Feeling the extraordinary power of the bullet in his hand, Shili's expression became a little more solemn, and he decided to retreat. Song Bing was left alone, and after clearing the table of delicious food, then he went to take a bath with satisfaction. The sensible Shili had even prepared a change of clothes and toiletries for Song Bing in the bathroom. Just after taking a shower, Shili just came back from dealing with things. Do you think this happened by coincidence? Without giving the other party a chance to refuse, Song Bing stepped forward and picked him up and entered the room. If you have severe dog-licking syndrome, you will naturally have to cultivate your relationship well. How to cultivate it? Love grows over time. Ligua Medical Association. In a conference hall on the top floor, Ali from the Return of the King sits proudly at the top as the president. But he was still wearing a white coat and a thick mask. How did things go? Ali's eyes first looked at the assistant young man. Back to Dr. Ao. The news has been spread as per your request. In addition, I also deliberately faked the news that Song Bing accepted the challenge and was about to come. Now the whole world is in an uproar. Everyone is looking forward to this competition. If he dares not to come by then, he will definitely be despised by the world and his reputation will be ruined. The assistant young man smiled slyly. Hearing this, Ali's eyes flashed and he nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Then he looked at Chris, who had recovered, and said, Where should we choose the location for live broadcast treatment? It is best to be in a place that attracts people. President, please rest assured that you will be satisfied with this venue. Chris smiled meaningfully. He looked at a middle-aged man wearing a suit and looking elegant next to him. The middle-aged man stood up, saluted like a gentleman, and then smiled at Ali and said, Hello, dear Dr. Ao, my name is Jeff Stein. In order to make this much-anticipated event a perfect success, I am willing to use my lowly island as the venue. Lowly Island. Upon hearing the word lowly island, Ali's eyes suddenly lit up. Especially in recent years, under the careful creation of the great philanthropist, Mr. Jeff Stein. Even the princes of the Western powers, the former president of our country, and countless famous political figures and great scholars, are all keen to go there for vacation and travel to seek inspiration. Contribute to humanity. Under the aura of these great people, Lowly Island has now become a well-deserved tourist destination in the hearts of the world. Therefore, I believe that this conference will be held in Lowly Island. It will definitely become a huge hit and cause a sensation all over the world. Chris also stood up and boasted. Haha, President Chris is too polite. I can't be called a great philanthropist. I'm just trying my best to help those poor underage children who are homeless and living in poverty. Lowly Island is the most satisfying masterpiece of my life. Being able to create such a tourist resort that satisfies all the aristocrats and wealthy people, allowing them to relax and rest better. It is also great to make better contributions to human civilization in the future. Now, if only Lowly Island could become a platform for Dr. Ao to show off his skills and show the world that Western medicine is unparalleled. It's even more of an honor for me. Faced with Chris's praise, Jeff Stein stood up again and spoke humbly. Well said, bang bang bang. Mr. Jeff Stein is so loving. Those poor underage children are so lucky to be able to get your help. It is such an honor to have a great philanthropist like you in this world. In the upscale conference hall, Chris and others applauded and praised. I sincerely praise this kind of character. In that case, let's hold this global live broadcast of medical treatment on Lowly Island. When to leave? Seeing this, Ollie smiled and nodded. Approved of this great location. Oh, dear Dr. Ao, thank you for your sage decision. If it is convenient, we can set off now. I have already flown my private plane Lowly, specifically to take you there. Jeff Stein immediately laughed. Nature has already prepared everything. Oh, so fast. Ollie was stunned instead, obviously not expecting that the other party was flying a private plane to pick him up. The service is also very attentive. Of course, I have prepared everything for you on the island. It's better to go now to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and relax. And now there are many nobles and rich people on the island waiting for you, wanting to get to know and communicate with you. Jeff smiled suggestively. As a smart person, Ollie naturally understood, and suddenly there was more expectation in his heart. This was the end of an elegant meeting. Led by Ollie, several core members of the medical association, including young assistant and Chris, followed by Jeff Stein, immediately drove to the airport. We boarded Jeff Stein's private plane, Lowly, and flew to Lowly Island that same day. At the same time, Dr. Ao will travel to the world-famous celebrity island, Lowly Island. The news of the live broadcast of medical treatment and challenge to Dr. Song has already become a hot search topic, spread on websites around the world. As an internationally accepted TK, it has become a place for countries to communicate and chat with each other. In an instant, the nobles and wealthy people from all over the world who heard the news bought tickets to the island at high prices. Even the presidents and kings of powerful Western countries went quietly. This competition concerns their interests. They also included those pharmaceutical group bosses who had been cured of Song's disease, such as Zhao Yinxing of Uba Kingdom, Evelyn of Xiqiang Kingdom, etc. This competition seems to be related to their decision. If Song Bing loses this competition, they will not hesitate to ask Ollie for medicine, and stabbed Song Bing in the back. Lowly Island suddenly became more popular. The ticket price even rose to 10 million yuan per ticket. Can you believe it? In the end, demand outstripped supply, and those who were allowed to land on the island were almost all wealthy and aristocratic people. Rich people with dozens of small goals have become foils. Ordinary people who want to witness this event can only do so through live broadcast. This may be Jeff Stein's true purpose. One is to make Lowly Island more popular and let more aristocrats and wealthy people know about it. The second is to take advantage of the opportunity to make a fortune. The third and most important thing is to naturally take the opportunity to get to know more wealthy and aristocratic people. As long as these high-ranking figures in society are well served, he will also have peace of mind for the rest of his life. I will be able to keep this great masterpiece of my own forever. Just drag down the people who make the rules. Who else can punish him? On the private waterbed in Ximen and Shili, Song Bing took a rare nap. When I got up and went to the living room, I found that food was already prepared on the dining table. Shili was sitting on the sofa, with her long white legs crossed, but her expression was a little solemn. Seeing that Song Bing finally woke up, she quickly stood up. Have you finished your task? Song Bing asked curiously. The other party dragged his weak body away early in the morning. The work can be described as thoughtful. Yeah. Shili nodded, took out an ID card, and handed it to Song Bing. Said, according to your wishes, a forged new identity. Name, West Jingyuan. Age, 48 years old. Physical condition, He was poisoned by an enemy, his face was disfigured, and many organs in his body were corroded. He relies on expensive medicine to maintain his life to this day. Shili hesitated for a moment and then said, "My father," with a weird look. Song Bing still took the ID card. Above is a middle-aged man with handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament. Moreover, the middle-aged man is somewhat similar to Shili. "Really your father?" Song Bing's eyes widened a bit, and he looked at this woman in disbelief. He originally planned to ask the other party to fake a wealthy identity for him. Didn't expect that the other party wanted to pretend that he was her father? The photos still look so similar? This method is too high. But thinking about it on the other hand, he pretended to be the father of Queen Silly, which seems to be a good identity. The status is there, and so is the sense of mystery. This is not fake, this is really my dad. Seeing that Song Bing was thinking wrongly, Shili said truthfully, "In order to ensure the authenticity of my identity, I originally planned to kidnap or kill a billionaire instead. But billionaires will inevitably leak rumors. And in the short term, it will be difficult to find an Asian billionaire in the country. So I thought about it, and it would be most suitable for you to pretend to be my father, with Shimon's support." Shili said, but his mood was a little dark. Song Bing suddenly realized, but he also caught the other person's expression and asked curiously, "So, your father is dead?" "Well, I was poisoned to death by my enemy when I was 12 years old. This is what we do in this industry. Maybe one day it will be my turn." Shili laughed to himself. When she was 10 years old, West Jinyuan took her away from her hometown and came to Ligua. "Originally, I wanted to live a stable life. But forced by various reasons, he still turned to the underworld. Simon was founded. When he was 12 years old, West Jinyuan was poisoned by his enemies. Pain died in her arms. Before he died, he held her hand tightly, forced a smile, and left his last words. "Shaoli, Daddy is leaving first. You have to be ruthless, keep getting stronger, and do whatever it takes. This is how you can survive in this world." Since then, it has become a philosophy that Shili has always pursued. Only by constantly getting stronger and doing whatever it takes can you survive, so as not to be killed by others. Song Bing's eyes moved slightly. Obviously, he didn't expect this cold and heartless woman. There is such an unknown side. "Don't worry. I will protect you for your father from now on." Song Bing, who didn't know how to comfort him, thought for a while and comforted him. However, this sentence still touched her heart slightly. She glanced at Song Bing and did not bring up the topic again. Instead, she cleverly changed the subject. "The quota has already been secured. When my father died, no one saw it with his own eyes, so no one would suspect it. One can only think that it was West Jinyuan, the former head of the Shiman sect, who was poisoned and hid, and is still alive today. Now I am willing to expose myself and seek medical treatment without seeking detoxification." "Well, that's really perfect." Song Bing nodded in agreement. In this case, he can also take the opportunity to cover up his appearance. It's the best of both worlds. Also, there's this bullet. Shili continued to take out a sealed, transparent bag, and inside was the dark bullet. After overnight testing, it was found that the hardness of this bullet exceeds that of any alloy metal weapon. In addition, an unknown metallic element was discovered in this bullet. This metallic element is not in the periodic table of elements. It is the existence of this metal element that makes this bullet extremely hard and has stronger penetrating power. Researchers speculate that this metallic element may have not been discovered, or maybe it was extracted from some kind of alien meteorite. Shili said, solemnly handing the bullet to Song Bing. Song Bing took the bullet again, his expression slightly condensed. "It can damage his beyond normal human, referred to as Superman, 30 times the physique. Who created this thermal weapon with terrifying lethality? What does a sniper rifle that can shoot this bullet look like? But obviously, at present, this bullet alone cannot provide a deeper understanding. Unless he catches the shooter. Then we can only wait to meet Ollie." So Song Bing simply stopped thinking about it, put away his bullets, came to the dining table, and started cooking. Shili also came over and sat down, but instead of eating, he said solemnly, "Also, there is another very important thing. Ollie will open the competition venue on Lowly Island." Lowly Island. Song Bing was stunned and was instantly attracted by this cute and novel name. Who named this? Why is she so full of girlishness? Or is the island full of Lolita? Lori Island is a famous resort island created by a Lebanese billionaire named Jeff Stein. It is an island specially designed for the leisure vacation of the upper-class aristocrats and rich people. Because more and more aristocrats and rich people are going there. Even the prince and president are regular visitors. And everyone agreed to come back. Gradually, this island became famous. It has become a popular holiday destination for the upper class. As Shili spoke, he took out a piece of information about Loli Island and handed it to Songbing. Lebanese billionaire Jeff Stein? Loli Island. Songbing frowned slightly, and suddenly his eyes lit up as he thought of something. In the past, when the medical clinic was opened in Ligua, nobles and wealthy people came to seek medical advice every day. Among them, the nobles and rich people of Li country are naturally the most numerous. And the most coincidental thing is that he seems to have treated this billionaire named Jeff Stein. The disease is the same as that of most upper-class nobles, severe kidney failure. In addition, the other party has another hidden disease. I think the same thing. The reason why Songbing was so impressed. It was also because after curing Jeff Stein, he not only left his business card like most wealthy people. He even kept enthusiastically inviting Songbing to visit his island, which was so flattering. Songbing agreed casually out of politeness, but within a few days, this guy actually flew a private plane to see him again. Finally, Songbing revealed the reason for treating Princess Candy. Only then did Jeff Stan, who was persistent in inviting himself to the island, be completely dismissed. Looking at it now, the person the other party wanted to invite him to was probably the so-called Loli Island, an attractive-sounding island name, coupled with the other party's strange disease. Songbing looked strange. Could this be a coincidence? At this time, Shili also continued. But I got some news. This Loli Island is not as simple as it seems. It's more like a hypocritical entertainment venue for these so-called aristocrats, wealthy people, and upper-class people. Songbing added to Shili's words. Surprise flashed in Shili's eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Songbing to be able to see through this. If she hadn't gotten some inside information, she wouldn't have thought of this. After all, who would have thought? Those high-ranking aristocrats, princes, presidents, and even celebrities would do such a thing? They should be respected and admired. They should have been remembered forever. They are the makers of the rules and the defenders of the law. They are the upper-class people who fight against all these crimes. How could they do this? How can you slap yourself in the face? Isn't this sad? So you're not worried? Shili asked curiously. Since Songbing has seen through this, he should understand. The other party can set the venue as Loli Island. How many aristocrats and wealthy people will support you behind the scenes? There may even be support from many presidential states. It's more like a giant trap. Has risen to the national level. It is no longer as simple as the black society of the past. Plus the bullet that was detected. Can Songbing really be dealt with? So far, she didn't know what Songbing wanted to do with such a fake identity or the quota. Do you want to personally assassinate Dr. Ao in front of these nobles and rich people, in front of the whole world? Is this too ridiculous? There is nothing to worry about. Now that everything is done, let's get ready and set off. After eating and drinking, Songbing wiped his hands. On this trip, he didn't care about anything. He has only one goal, merit. Is it just a Shiman? Don't you ask for Angwa's support? Siridi frowned slightly. What? You don't believe me? Songbing smiled slightly. Only now did she understand that this madman only planned to use the power of a little Shiman to fight against countless forces and even countries. Isn't this a joke? But despite being crazy, Shili still gritted his teeth and said, I have gathered all the troops that Shiman can use at present, only about 10,000 people. This woman really thought she was going to war. The key is to fight. Little Shiman cannot defeat so many countries. This is really courageous. I have to say, this woman is really cruel. Seeing this serious-looking woman, Songbing couldn't help but hug her waist and left. Just pick a few core people you trust and go there with the attitude of seeking medical treatment. Are you sure? Shili still couldn't believe it and wanted to see the joke in Songbing's eyes. Songbing, call Daddy. Tang Street is very bustling at night, but it is extremely quiet in an underground parking lot in Shiman Manor. Rong Xian, Su Long, and other 7 current deputy sect leaders of Shiman received secret orders from Shili, dressed up overnight, and came here to gather. Brother Rong, What does the queen want from us? How come it's so late at night, and she doesn't even let her take care of her little brother? Su Long asked with a guilty conscience. I don't know. Just obey the queen's order. Even if we are asked to die, don't ask any questions. Rong Xian said calmly. He is absolutely loyal to Seely. I'm just asking. Su Long smiled, mainly because he still hadn't come out of the previous shadow. At this moment, the elevator light suddenly came on. Su Long and others looked slightly condensed and quickly looked over. When the elevator door opens, Seely, wearing a red dress, appeared in the sight of 7 people. However, in front of Seely, there was also a wheelchair being pushed. Sitting in a wheelchair was a well-dressed man with a mask on his eyes. Can't see clearly. Queen. The expressions of the 7 people changed slightly, but they quickly bowed their heads and saluted. Seely, with a cold expression on his face, pushed Song Bing, who was dressed up, out of the elevator. Song Bing also coughed in cooperation and touched Seely's delicate little hand lovingly. Do you want to be so serious? But she didn't resist. She had touched everything that needed to be touched, so she still cared about touching her hand? Su Long and others were no longer calm. Everyone's eyes widened for a moment, looking at Seely and Song Bing in the wheelchair in disbelief. What the hell? Dad? When did their queen get a father? A dad out of nowhere? This was too sudden. At this moment, they all thought they heard wrongly. Didn't I just say it clearly enough? Seeing that the 7 people were still shocked and unmoved, Seely's beautiful eyes turned cold. The 7 people felt a chill in their hearts before they realized what was happening. They quickly lowered their heads and shouted in a panic. The 7 people still didn't recover. Seely didn't care and continued to say coldly, My father was poisoned in his early years and died soon. I have hidden him till now. This time I plan to go to Lowly Island to help him treat his illness. Get in the car and set off. After saying that, Seely pushed Song Bing into the car. The 7 people looked at each other and then hurriedly followed. Manhua Andu. Commander, the news has been confirmed. The location where Dr. Ao will challenge Divine Dr. Song has been set on Lowly Island. With the hype from all parties, the news is now hot. Countries around the world are paying attention to this. Even the royal presidents of the powerful countries, led by Li Gua, may go to watch and support. Yi Tian hurried over to report. Get ready and send invitations to those countries that are friendly to our country. I will also go there in person to support our Dr. Song from Manhua. In addition, the Navy and Air Force will be mobilized to prepare for emergencies. Marshallin said decisively and majestically. Things have come to this, attracting global attention. The heat even overshadowed the international war. It is no longer just a battle between 2 miracle doctors. Rather, it involves the interests of all countries. If Song's illness is defeated, Ali will rise. The Dai group lost its dominance. Those powerful capital groups that had to surrender in the past can take the opportunity to restore their former monopoly dominance. As a result, those underdeveloped countries and regions have returned to the oppression of the past. It may even be more serious. Commander, I have already spoken to Divine Dr. Song about this matter in advance. Yi Tiandao. Oh, what did he say? Tell him. If you need anything, just ask, and Anguo will give him all his support. Marshallin's old eyes lit up slightly. He said he didn't need anything and didn't want us to go. The ticket price is too expensive and not worth it. Sitting at home and watching the live broadcast is more cost-effective. Yi Tian thought for a while and said what Song Bing said truthfully. By the way, Commander, I have one more thing to report. 8 major powers, including Li, Sakura, Obama, and Spain, are conducting joint military exercises in our waters, intentionally provoking our country. Yi Tian solemnly reported another important event and handed a document to Marshallin. Marshallin frowned slightly and quickly checked. His blood pressure suddenly soared. Pa, that's unreasonable. Are these bastards trying to start World War III? Marshallin slapped the table hard, his old body shaking with anger. Commander, calm down. Yi Tian hurriedly stepped forward to help, and at the same time said solemnly, in recent years, for some reason, the international situation has become increasingly severe. Countries are constantly at war. From small countries to large countries, the number continues to increase. It seems that powerful countries are deliberately stirring things up behind this. I'm even worried. You are worried that if divine Dr. Song loses in this competition between the two great doctors, it will be an opportunity for these countries to start a war against our country. Marshall calmed down. His eyes were cloudy, and he said Yi Tian's next words. Yes, once Li Gua and Ngui join the war, it will really become World War III. Yi Tianing nodded heavily. Hearing this, Marshall was silent. It seemed that this matter was far more serious than he imagined. He has been fighting all his life and is not afraid of war. But the last thing he wants is a war. After a long silence, Marshall took a deep breath and then slowly said, Tell divine Dr. Song about this. The best solution he can think of now is that Song Bing can win that Ollie in this competition. Once Song Bing can win, he will still have monopoly power. No matter how arrogant those powerful countries are, they will not dare to act recklessly. Just like when Ollie didn't show up. Yes. Yi Tian bowed and left. Of course, there was another question on his mind. Who is stirring up all this behind the scenes? Is it really just those powerful countries? Under the blue sky, an archipelago teeming with life. Among these islands, an island that looks like a little girl stands out. Looking around, the island is full of vitality with birds singing and flowers fragrant, just like a fairy island. This is the prestigious Loli Island. Above the sky, a luxurious private plane approached, landed steadily at the resort estate in the center of Loli Island. The entire manor covers a vast area and is built luxuriously. Viewed from above, it looks like a royal palace. The plane just stopped. Next to it were 2 rows of girls in maid uniforms, waiting to greet them. In the center is a carpet leading to the castle, full of scenes. Ollie was the first to step out of the cabin, glanced at the beautiful scenery, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. The fresh air was also mixed with the girl's body fragrance that made him greedy. Then he looked down at the maids and girls queuing up to greet him. His blood immediately boiled, and he felt relaxed and happy. Dear Dr. Ao, welcome to Loli Island. The banquet has been prepared. Everyone is waiting for you. Gentleman Jeff Stein raised his hand in invitation. Okay, let's go. Ollie smiled slightly, already full of anticipation for this mysterious island. In this way, a group of upper-class gentlemen entered the castle, greeted by a group of maids and girls. We arrived at a spacious and luxurious banquet hall. Looking around, the hall is decorated with splendor and splendor. The light is even brighter than outside. Top-quality food everywhere. At this moment, elegantly dressed upper-class people are enjoying all this with elegant music. And the waiters who serve them are all uniformly dressed, sexy and enchanting young men and women wearing various cool uniforms. There are even children as young as 7 or 8 years old. They seem to have been domesticated, carrying, or having various delicacies stuck in their bodies. Wandering among these chatting and laughing nobles and rich people. Let these rich people choose and taste. And every time they are selected, these rich people will take the food from them and taste it elegantly. After eating, don't forget to give the gentleman a smile, then possess him and give him the food of his choice, a gentleman's kiss. Everything looks so elegant and classy. Until Ollie's arrival, he instantly attracted the attention of all the rich and noble people present. They looked at Ollie with bright eyes. Smile walked up. Haha, Dr. Ao, you are finally here. We have been waiting for you for a long time. Ollie looked at the 2 leaders. His face changed slightly, and he immediately lost some of his arrogance. He said in surprise, King, General Mike, you. Haha, aren't we here to cheer you on? King Mashimu of Li Kingdom smiled kindly. And it's not just us. General Mike introduced the others with a smile. This is King Maris of the Western Kingdom. This is Prince Andre of the Eagle Kingdom. This is the Emperor of Sakura Kingdom, Yoshino Akawa. And this is King of Oba Kingdom, Litoa. Mike explained everything to Ollie one by one. Almost all of them are heads of state. This moment shocked even Ollie. But thinking about his current status, power and strength, he calmed down. However, Chris and others behind him were no longer calm. So many heads of state from powerful countries came here just to help Ollie. What an honor is this? As the organizer, Jeff Stein's eyes flashed with sharpness, unable to conceal my excitement. Haha, Dr. Ao, I have long admired your name, and we are all here to support you. I wonder how sure you are that you can defeat Songbing. The other heads of state praised and tested at the same time. Yes, Dr. Ao, You are the pride of our country, and you represent Western medicine. Everyone is here to support you this time. I believe you will not let everyone down, right? Moshe smiled thoughtfully. Thank you all heads of state for your support. Everyone can rest assured. Now, Song Bing's medical skills are not worth mentioning in my eyes. He was scared away by me in the past. If he dares to come this time, I will definitely disgrace him and make him unable to compare with me. Faced with the support of so many heads of state, Ollie became arrogant. Ha ha. Okay, Dr. A.O., we believe in you, as long as you can defeat Song Bing this time. You are truly the world's #1 miracle doctor. We can let Dao Group rise and completely replace Dai Group. I believe that all the heads of state present will also support you in replacing Song Bing. Moses laughed loudly, made a promise, and looked at Malice and others with meaning. That's right, Song Bing was obsessed with making money. With Ongwa's strong support, he opened the Dai Group all over the world and formed a monopoly. We must break this disgusting monopoly. Ongwa behind him is the same, relying on Song Bing to make a lot of money internationally. Taking advantage of this opportunity, it is time to fight Ongwa's arrogance. It seems that the lesson taught to Ongwa by the 8-nation allied forces in the past was not enough, so let's do it again. No, this time it's not just the 8 nations, we are also joining. The heads of state immediately spoke in agreement. It is logical to point the finger at Ongwa. Seeing that their goal was achieved, Moses and Mike looked at each other and smiled. This time, they not only wanted to take the opportunity to defeat Song Bing. We should also take the opportunity to unite with other powerful countries to teach Ongwa a lesson. The beating made Ngwa unable to lift his head. In this way, everything lost by Li Guo will be regained 100-fold. Of course, all of this was accomplished because of Ollie's appearance. If Ollie hadn't appeared, they wouldn't have dared to take action against Song Bing. Behind the heads of state, Jack and Harukawa Yuri, who came as major generals, looked at each other and smiled. Haha. Don't worry, everyone, just look at me this time. I won't let you down. Ollie promised again with a smile. A high-class banquet was held happily like this. Ollie undoubtedly became the protagonist at this banquet. It has truly replaced Song Bing's status in the past. The heads of state from all powerful countries toasted to him one after another. What an honor is this? Chris and others were frightened and stood in the corner, not daring to say a word. As the host, Jeff Stein turned into a bastard and enthusiastically introduced the heads of state. It even ended up being on the show. Children in various costumes, fresh and refined, performed on the stage. One batch after another. Both boys and girls. The oldest is only 17 years old, and the youngest is only 5 or 6 years old. The big bosses felt relaxed and happy to see it, and praised it repeatedly. At the end of the performance, there was even a selection session. The euphemistic name is, choose the cutest child in your mind. The party lasted until evening. The heads of state finally gave Ollie a glass of wine and quietly left to rest. The next viewing will only be done in secret. After all, they are all heads of state and kings, with special status. It is already rare to be able to show up in person and support Ollie this time. Naturally, Jeff Stein would not miss this opportunity to curry favor, and immediately arranged the most luxurious and secretive castle and services on the island for these heads of state. Definitely make them say yes when they leave. Come again next time. Dear Dr. A.O., your resting place has been prepared for you. Can I take you there now? After arranging for Moses and others, Jeff Stein looked at Ollie again and smiled. Ollie's heart moved slightly, and a burning heat rose in his heart, but he still suppressed it and said, "Let me see that little Indian girl first." "Okay, please come with me." Jeff Stein led the way with a smile. He took Ollie into the car and went all the way to a quaint-style castle at the back of the manor. Outside the castle, there were several men in black guarding the castle. Enter the castle. What came into view were countless children being trained. It was some tough women who trained. There are those who are verbally brainwashed and those who are beaten into submission. But Jeff Stein did not stay, but took Ollie all the way to the castle basement. It is actually a unique underground laboratory. After changing into isolation lab coats, the two continued to enter. The long corridor has no end in sight and has countless branches. Looking through the glass windows, in the experimental rooms on both sides were underage children tied up with chains. There are people from all countries. There are tubes connected to their bodies and bottoms, as if they are extracting bone marrow stem cells. Jeff Stein opened one of the sealed experimental rooms. On the white bed, there was a little girl wearing animal skin lying. She looks only about 7 years old, with slightly yellow skin and messy long hair. But she is full of health and wildness. She seems to belong to nature. But at this moment, he was like a pet, tied to the bed by chains. His body was covered with tubes, while continuously delivering unknown liquids to his body. There is also another tube that is constantly extracting something red from his body, collected in a small bottle next to it. At this moment, there are about 10 milliliters. They seem to be few, but compared to other children, they are the most numerous and the darkest in color. Seeing this scene, Ollie's eyes flashed with shock, and he immediately turned back to look at Jeff Stein. Who are you? Dr. A.O., don't panic. We are all our own people. Jeff Stein smiled slightly and turned to look out the door. Jack, who accompanied Moses, appeared here. But he also put on an isolation lab coat. Ollie suddenly realized. Is he also a member of the organization? Well, this is actually the experimental base of my Campbell family. Jack nodded and said. Then his eyes fell on the Arctic fox and the small bottle next to it. He showed an approving look and said, yes, he is worthy of living in the wild. His vitality is stronger than that of modern people. The body contains more life essence and blood than modern people. It seems that I found a treasure this time. Seeing Jack's performance, Ollie suddenly realized again. The virus from the Indian tribe was planted by you. That's right. It's too troublesome to keep secretly catching experimental subjects. The apocalypse is coming anyway, so it's better to just plant them. Jack gave a crazy smile. You are crazy. If you are exposed in advance and known to all countries, affecting the apocalypse plan, can you afford it? Ollie was shocked. The key is that the other party hasn't blocked the news yet. Instead, the news about the Indian ministry was allowed to spread. It has attracted the attention of doctors from all over the world. Aren't you exposing yourself? They're just a bunch of savages. They can't make big waves. Jack didn't care. And this is not his idea alone, but the will of the entire Campbell family. Song Bing has heard the news and went there. Aren't you afraid of being discovered by Song Bing? Ollie still couldn't understand. He has discovered it and cured all the other vaccinators in that Indian tribe. Jack smiled slightly. What? He was cured of the virus he was infected with? What level of virus did you inoculate? Ollie glared for a moment, a trace of panic flashing across his face. Jack laughed. Hearing this, Ollie breathed a sigh of relief, then frowned and said displeasedly, since he has cured the Indian tribe's disease, why do you want me to cure this little girl publicly? Don't worry, I've blocked the news, and there's no need to testify that he healed that Indian tribe. Can anyone prove it? On the contrary, as long as you heal this little girl in front of the world this time, doesn't the credit for curing that Indian tribe naturally fall on you? Jack smiled meaningfully. Ollie suddenly understood. This is to ask him to take the credit as his own. It's just heartbreaking. But when he thought of Song Bing's furious look, he was delighted and nodded without hesitation. Okay, let's do it. However, I have a condition. This little girl can only be used as a tool for you to show to the world. You can't really cure her. Jack continued. Why? Ollie looked confused. Jack didn't speak and came to the little girl. He stretched out his hand and touched the little girl's cute cheek, but there was heat on his face. Now I am inoculating her with level 3, cold and fever. Once she can successfully adapt, would be a nice little pet. What? Are you crazy? This is the 3rd level of extremely aggressive, cold, and heat. The apocalypse hasn't started yet, and you haven't been vaccinated yet. If she loses control, who can control her? Ollie's eyes suddenly widened in disbelief. Only he knows the value of these 3 levels of cold and heat. Since I dare to vaccinate her, I can certainly control it. And this may also become a gift for Song Bing. If he dares to show up, you can let him treat it first, and then give this level 3, cold and heat, experimental subject this medicine. Jack said, and took out a red Xiaoyao pill from somewhere and gave it to Ollie. Looking at the small red pill in his hand, Ollie's body trembled. Instantly understood the other party's plan. The next second, he also smiled. He said with great conviction, okay, this time, if he really dares to come, I will make sure he never comes back. I've prepared everything you need to prepare, and now it's up to you to perform." Patting Ollie on the shoulder, Jack smiled and left. Ollie looked greedy. With such a good hand, what could he lose? The next day, the sun was still shining brightly on Lowly Island. There is only one day left before the live broadcast starts. But the rich and nobles from all over the world have already arrived in advance. The entire Lowly Island has long been blocked by countless yachts and ships. Countless people who cannot buy tickets to the island can only watch it from the yacht in this way. Those who don't know think this is some important international trade coast. At the same time, on the east side of Lowly Island, a white luxury yacht docked hard. Immediately afterwards, a tall and charming woman wearing a red dress was seen, pushing a man in a wheelchair out of the deck. Cough, cough, cough. The man was wearing a black windbreaker, a hat, and a mask. His appearance could not be seen clearly, and he was full of mystery. But as soon as he came out, he coughed violently. When the two of them appear like this, they give people the impression of a daughter pushing her terminally ill father. Ka ka ka. This woman is so arrogant and cool, with such a strong aura that I almost want to kneel down and kowtow. Are they going to land on the island? Is this another invisible rich man? Nonsense. What if someone who can land on the island is not a rich man? Oh my God, how many hidden riches are going to be revealed through this live broadcast? Poverty really limits our imagination. It turns out there are so many big names hidden in the world. As soon as Sheely appeared, his cold temperament and beautiful face instantly attracted many onlookers on the ship. Countless reporters' cameras were pointed here, never missing an exciting opportunity. Sheely just glanced at it coldly, ignored it, and directly pushed Song Bing, who was playing her father in a wheelchair, down to the deck. Behind him were a group of Ximen personnel wearing black suits with bulging waists. It was Rong Xian, Su Long, and others. "Dear guest, welcome to Lowly Island. Please show me your island boarding ticket." The staff responsible for guarding the tickets came forward respectfully in expensive suits to check the tickets. Naturally, I didn't dare to lose face. The person who dares to land on the island may be a wealthy man or a noble of a country. Who dares to offend? Unless they have cerebral palsy. We are the ones who get the quota of treating patients, Sheely said, directly handing over a card made of pure gold. "It turns out they are from Ximen. Your resting place has been prepared. Please come with me." After looking at the golden card, the staff member trembled, immediately became more respectful, and hurriedly bowed to lead the way. Being able to be arranged to receive people here, he naturally has a clear understanding of the wealthy people from all walks of life who will come. In addition to those who bought the tickets, there were also 10 other wealthy people who took photos of Ollie's treatment quota. And those who can grab 10 places will naturally have an even more terrifying status. The Ximen in front of me could almost rank first. "Dad, we're here." Before leaving, Sheely did not forget to be considerate and whispered something in Song Bing's ear. Cough, cough, cough. Song Bing nodded and coughed again. Only then was Sheely pushing him into the island. Since it is acting, it is natural to perform well. From the moment they stepped onto the yacht, the two got into character. Sheely has always treated Song Bing as his father. Song Bing has already regarded Sheely as his good daughter. "Oh my God, have you really landed on the island? Another millionaire. That woman is so elegant. She wears a red dress and is so stunning. Even if she looks so awesome, she is still a wealthy lady. How can there be such a perfect woman in the world? Isn't this appropriate? Is this the heroine of Shuangwen? Oh my God, I love you. I am willing to be her son-in-law and take care of our father with her. I heard all your wishful thinking, kid. Haha, if you dare to think and do it, what if she is a daughter? As long as she is a woman, there is nothing I can't win. I'm not that greedy, just being her dog is enough." Seeing that Sheely and others were really respectfully invited to the island, it once again caused a sensation among the people who paid attention. Countless men were impressed by Sheely's beauty and identity. Even many handsome and scumbag men like Neptune dream of deceiving Sheely. After her father died, the wealth became hers. This is also the reason why they traveled thousands of miles and spent huge amounts of money on ferry tickets. Naturally, he wanted to take advantage of his handsome appearance and good figure to hook up with by Fume. Of course, old rich women can do it too. In the same way, there are also women who dress up in fancy clothes and want to seduce a rich and handsome man. Or Lao baby. Just when everyone was having their own thoughts, one person suddenly exclaimed, "Queen, I love you even more if you become a queen at such a young age. The confident man before had a face full of lust. Brother, I'm afraid you don't know what Shimin represents, right? Many people looked at each other strangely. How dare you make fun of this? Haha, I'm not afraid of the East Gate either. Pu Shinan continued to tease. So confident? Then I will tell you carefully. Shimin is now the largest gang in the country, and its branches have spread to many countries. The financial status not only surpasses the third-rank Steve family, but is also close to the Campbell family. Rumor has it that he takes both black and white and controls many underworld businesses. And this Queen Shimin is the person behind this. Despite her pretty appearance, this girl is actually a ruthless master. It is said that she only likes women and hates men the most, especially men who talk about her behind her back. The number of men who died in his hands ranged from 1,000 to 800. In the past, there were many rich kids who confidently made fun of them, but in the end they were skinned and castrated for no apparent reason, and their bodies were exposed in the wilderness. She probably heard what you just said. Brother, you are blessed, come on. The rest of the people in Li who knew some of Shimin's deeds immediately began to educate this popular man. However, when he turned around to look, he saw that Pu Shinan from before had long disappeared. When he looked up again, he saw that the other party was so frightened that he pissed himself and ran away. The other men who originally had this idea also turned pale, their lower bodies felt cold, and they swallowed in fear. Don't dare to think anymore. On the contrary, many girls have beautiful eyes that are slightly bright. Like women, then won't they have a chance? And they look at the old man in the wheelchair as quite attractive. Versatile at first glance. They just like this one. Look, the Prince of Diwang is here. Someone shouted again, and soon everyone's attention was attracted again. Oh my God, so handsome. People's attention fell on the Prince of Diwang who landed on the island. It instantly covered up the heat that Shili and Song Bing had just felt. At this moment, Song Bing and others, under the arrangement of the staff, had entered the manor and successfully stayed in a luxurious, independent villa. Finished sending the staff. The vigilant Rong Xian, Su Long and others immediately launched a danger investigation into the villa. Song Bing coughed twice. Okay, Dad. Shili nodded obediently and pushed Song Bing into a guest room that had been checked. Close the curtains and do all the secret work. Song Bing then stood up from the wheelchair, took off his coat, hat, and mask. When I came to the window, I looked at this beautiful island through the gap in the curtains. In the distance on the sea, there are more and more people. A live broadcast of medical treatment can attract the rich and powerful from all over the world to watch. It's so lively. Are they all expecting him to be defeated by Ali? As if sensing something, Song Bing picked up his phone and checked it. It was actually a message from Yi Tian. Click to take a look. Surprisingly, it was about the 8-nation military exercise being staged in Ongwa territory. Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. Really? Is this an opportunity to start a war? This reminded him of the war between Pakistan and Neil that he had personally experienced not long ago. Are even the big countries going to start now? Even the war between two small countries was so brutal. You can imagine the horror of war between great powers. Do these politicians like fighting so much? Tomorrow is the meeting time. When I arrived, I discovered that many ships had armed personnel hidden inside. The security system on this island is even more terrifying. It's not too late to send support now. At this time, Shili from behind reminded him. Your observation skills are quite good, but this is no longer something Shimin can control. Song Bing put away his phone, turned around, looked at the woman, and praised her. Naturally, he saw all this, because on the way here, he kept opening the forbidden eye for observation. Not only did he see many lurking dangers, I also met many potential acquaintances. Take Zhao Yinxing, for example, a capital pharmaceutical group boss whom he cured and controlled in the past. Now come quietly and speak for itself. Naturally, he hopes that Ali will defeat him so that he can find medicine and switch to another team. Of course, Song Bing believed that not only Zhao Yinxing was here. Then come all. By the way, we treated it together. Queen Jeff Stein is here. At this time, Su Long's solemn voice came from outside the door. Shili's eyes narrowed slightly. I'll go take a look. After saying that, he opened the door and went out. Although Song Bing was in the room, he looked down at the floor. In the living room on the first floor, Jeff Stein, a handsome man in a suit and ties, was already waiting here. I saw Shili walking downstairs in a red dress. That cold and charming temperament instantly made the island owner's eyes light up, and he lost consciousness for a moment. I haven't seen such a beautiful Asian woman in a long time. After reacting, Jeff Stein quickly stood up, took the initiative to lower his posture, and stepped forward enthusiastically. "Oh, the noble queen of Scilly, I have long heard of your legendary deeds, and when I see you today, you are indeed well-deserved. It is an honor to have you as my guest on the island today." Faced with the other party's villainous flattery, Siridi frowned slightly and still said, "Mr. Jeff Stein, just tell me if you have anything to say. My father has traveled a long distance and is resting. He doesn't like to be disturbed." "Oh, sorry." Jeff Stein hurriedly shook his mouth, lowered his voice, smiled, and said clearly, "That's right, because you are one of the 10 people who have been given the chance to be healed. Therefore, Dr. Ao has specially hosted a banquet tonight and invites you to come. Thank you for your support. At the same time, I would like to confirm the patient's condition and the order of treatment in order to prepare for tomorrow's conference." Hearing this, Shili frowned slightly and asked, "My father is going too?" "Oh, of course, he is a patient who needs treatment, so he naturally needs to go to Dr. Ao for a diagnosis in advance," Jeff Stein explained with a smile. Shili's heart sank. Get a diagnosis in advance. What if you are exposed? "Dear Queen Siri, do you have any questions?" Seeing that Shili didn't answer, Jeff Stein took the initiative to ask, still polite. "No, it's just that my father's health is very bad. I'm afraid." "Oh, you can rest assured about this. Dr. Ao said that he will ensure the safety of every patient. Please trust Dr. Ao." Siri tried to make an excuse, but was blocked by Jeff Stein. "Okay, tell Dr. Ao for me that my father and I will be at the dinner on time tonight." Helpless, Shili had no choice but to accept it. "Otherwise, if I continue talking, I will really get into trouble." "Okay, we look forward to your arrival. Farewell." Jeff Stein took one last deep look at Siri, made a gentlemanly salute, and then left politely. Shili returned to the room and was about to tell the story, but Song Bing preempted him by saying, "It's okay, just go ahead. You just have to ensure that our father-daughter relationship doesn't get in the way. Leave the rest to me." The last night before the conference, there are countless ships and yachts watching outside the island. Everyone is eagerly looking forward to tomorrow's amazing event where 2 miracle doctors will compete in their medical skills. For everyone, and even for countries around the world, this is destined to be a sleepless night. At this moment, deep in the luxurious manor, a rich man's banquet with an ulterior purpose was already in full swing. In the extravagant and luxurious hall, famous wines and dishes are everywhere. There are still those sexy and cute boys and girls serving as waiters. Walk among these wealthy guests and provide services. Compared with the welcome meetings held by heads of state when Ali first arrived in the past, this banquet needs to be more open, and it also turned into a big event to thank Ali as the host. It's time for the banquet. Among the 10 family forces that have obtained quotas, the number has reached 9 in advance. 3 of the places come from the world's 3 most wealthy businessmen. The brands he manages are Lu, Massate, and Weishang. They are the world's top players in their respective fields. The other 3 places come from the 3 major black and white forces. Similar to Shiman, these 3 major gangs are almost all black and white in their respective countries, making the royal family fearful. The last 3 places are obtained by the 3 noble and royal families, and the princes and princesses come in person. At the same time, there are also many rich and powerful people who come here because of its reputation. The purpose is naturally to curry favor with this rising star. At this moment, at the banquet, Ali rarely changed into a handsome suit, of course still wearing a mask. Drink and chat with all the guests. Jeff Stein continued to introduce. He is an expert in this area. At this time, outside the banquet, Silly wearing a red dress and high heels. He also pushed Song Bing, who was in a wheelchair and well-groomed. Arrived on time. As soon as the 2 arrived, they immediately attracted the attention of many people, which naturally includes Ali. With just one glance, Shili's cold and unparalleled temperament instantly made his blood boil and his eyes glowed green. The tentacles in the body are a little out of control, wanting to break out of the body and suck this perfect beauty dry. Since choosing this identity, He has become like a severe drug addict, and a woman's blood is his drug. He can only continue to grow stronger and maintain his talent by constantly sucking. So far, he has taken in more than 1,000 women. It's either black or white. There are very few Asian faces, especially an Asian woman like Shili who has the best looks, temperament, and figure. Excellent, truly the best of the best. Ollie sighed in his heart and already regarded Silly as his prey. Dr. Ao, this is Shimon's queen, Shili. The person she recommended was her father, who was also one of the 10 people who needed treatment this time. Among the 10 quota forces, Shimon's overall strength ranks first. Young Master Jax specially told her to make good use of this opportunity to make good friends with Queen Shimon. It's best to subdue and control it. Just as Ollie was thinking about it, Jeff Stein's voice rang in his ears. Hearing this, Ollie's heart moved slightly, and surprise flashed in his eyes. Only then did his eyes notice Song Bing being pushed by Shili. At first glance, he thought Shili was a wealthy and aristocratic daughter. The purpose of accompanying him was just to win over him. Because there were many wealthy and aristocratic daughters at the scene, dressed in glamorous and expensive evening gowns, looking gorgeous. She was looking at him affectionately from time to time. The purpose is naturally to seduce him. At first, he did have a good impression of these beautiful daughters. But compared with the cold temperament of Shili, these daughters instantly dimmed. Like a wild thorny rose compared to a flower carefully cultivated in a greenhouse. The difference is obvious. Queen Simon, interesting. Looking at Shili walking towards him, Ollie's lips curled up slightly, and he walked forward confidently. The eyes of the guests also followed Ollie's movements. Many people recognized Shili. Ha ha, Queen Silly, welcome. Let me introduce you to the famous Dr. Ao. Jeff Stein took the initiative to act as an introducer. Dr. Ao, I have long admired your name. Shili smiled and nodded, but did not extend his hand to shake hands with the person who took the initiative. Instead, he pretended to be very busy and supported Song Bing. This is what Song Bing reminded him before he came. Tell her to have no contact with Ollie, especially the handshake. Although she was confused, she still obeyed. Seeing that Shili didn't even take the initiative to shake hands with him, Ollie frowned slightly, but he was not displeased, but instead became more interested. He lowered his head and glanced at Shili's father in the wheelchair, then smiled and said, Queen Shili, you really fascinate me. This is your father. Don't worry, no matter how serious his condition is, I will make a complete recovery for him tomorrow. With that said, Ollie took the initiative to extend his hand to Shili. This scene made many distinguished guests' eyes flicker. It can be seen that Ollie cares deeply about Silly. The eyes of many rich and wealthy daughters who came here were even darker. I envy Shili. However, Siridi frowned slightly. Just when she was about to stretch out her hand, a big hand stretched out in front of her. Holding hands tightly with Ollie, who likes to shake hands. Feeling the warmth on his hands, Oramon's blood boiled. Just as he was about to feel his heart beat, he felt that the hand felt a little rough. Still big. There is no trace of delicacy that a woman should have. Looking down, he realized that it was Shili who was holding his hand, but Shili's father in a wheelchair. The smile on Ollie's face couldn't help but freeze. Song Bing also slowly raised his head at this moment, and also raised his other hand. Both hands squeezed Ollie's hand tightly together. Under the mask, the corners of Song Bing's mouth were slightly raised. There was even more edge in the depths of his eyes. He has gained a deep insight into the other party's physical condition. But on the surface, Song Bing coughed twice. At the same time, he wrapped Ollie's little hands with a look of longing and said excitedly in a hoarse voice, Really? Dr. Ao, can you really cure me? At this moment, Song Bing vividly interprets the image of a rich man on the verge of death and eager to survive. At the same time, Ding advanced genotype, disease detected. Diseased body, human. Disease, systematic nomenclature genotypic green blood disease. Level 3. Disease, genetic mutation of the blood, strengthening the body structure. The mutated green liquid has the ability to corrode and parasitize others, and those infected by the green blood only have 3 years left to live. Soon, a series of detailed information about Ollie's disease finally appeared in Song Bing's mind. Song Bing couldn't help but tremble in his heart. At this moment, he understood the principle of the other party's blood to cure diseases. It was at the cost of consuming lives. How do you get this disease? He looked at Song Bing like he was a pervert, wrapping his own hands with both hands and holding them tighter and tighter. Ollie frowned slightly and quickly pulled out in disgust. Then he said, "Don't worry. I already understand your condition. Organ failure caused by poisoning is not a problem for me." As he spoke, he looked at the people who were watching, smiled slightly, and said, "Actually, the main purpose of inviting you here this time is not to diagnose and arrange in advance, but to make friends with everyone. It is an honor for us to be friends with Dr. Ao." That's right, that's right. All the distinguished guests quickly agreed, including a few who were in wheelchairs like Song Bing. Seeing this, Ollie smiled with satisfaction, then looked at Shili meaningfully and said, "Now that Shimon's people are here, I will first relieve the conditions of the 10 patients who need treatment, so that everyone can have fun next time. Until tomorrow, I will cure 10 patients." After all the good things to say, the next step is naturally to take a little action. Otherwise, it would not be convincing. As Ollie said, 10 patients who needed treatment were also pushed out and lined up consciously. Song Bing was suddenly pushed into it by Shili. The guests gathered around, ready to enjoy Ollie's personal show. The center of the banquet hall suddenly became the main venue. Ollie followed the order and came to the first rich man who needed treatment and started the performance. He just asked the patient about the location of the pain, then stretched out his hand and started a set of Western medicine massage on the pain location. Of course, during the process, the tentacles quietly stretched out and injected a trace of blood. Even just a trace of it instantly made the rich man suffering from a serious heart disease look visibly rosy. "It's really much better, Dr. Ao. Your medical skills are really amazing. That piece of shit Song Bing is like a piece of shit in front of you, and he's not even qualified to carry your shoes." The old rich man, who was relieved of his symptoms, was immediately excited. While praising Song Bing, he did not forget to belittle Song Bing. The next 8 people did the same thing. Ollie just touched it slightly and felt much better. Each and every one of them followed suit, praising Ollie and stepping on Song Bing like crazy. The guests who were watching were even more energetic. Song Bing serves as the 10th. Just watch the other person show off quietly. He didn't come again like before. He treated him and gave him a big meal. This is very easy to alert the enemy. His target isn't just Ollie, but he is a vengeful person. Tomorrow the 9-2-armed scolding of him will be over. Haha. Old sir, it's your turn. At this time, Ollie also came to Song Bing with a smile. "Good girl, hurry up." Song Bing excitedly motioned to Shili. Shili understood instantly and hurriedly came to Song Bing and squatted down, helped Song Bing unbutton his pants and got up. The waist covered with plaster was exposed. At the same time, there was a pungent smell of rotting medicine. As if under a plaster, Song Bing's body had rotted away. Everyone couldn't help but retreat in disgust, and many even retched. Even Ollie couldn't help but widen his eyes and quickly took a few steps back. There is no doubt that this medicine was naturally prepared by Song Bing. Exclusive formula. In order to achieve perfection, Song Bing even performed an operation on his kidneys himself. "Dr. Ao, please, my kidneys are almost exhausted." Regardless of Ollie's disgust, Song Bing shouted eagerly, "This is a bit serious for you. It may hurt a little, so you have to hold it back." Ollie frowned slightly and sneered in his heart. "I plan to give Song Bing a taste of the pain. It's okay, come on. I've been here for so many years, nothing matters." Song Bing said indifferently, his eyes full of expectation. After just the touch, he has deeply grasped the other party's disease. Next, it's time to look for the most unexpected means of absorption. Just simulate it in advance. Ollie immediately resisted the stench and stepped forward, stretched out his hand, and pinched Song Bing's waist. Under the taboo eyes of Song Bing, a tentacle stretched out from Ollie's palm and bit his wound. "Start injecting blood." At the same time, the tentacles in his palms were intentionally twisting and biting, which was obviously Ollie's deliberate revenge. Song Bing also grimaced in pain. But my heart was full of joy, and I seized this opportunity to continue to feel it personally. He even tried to activate the heaven-defying kidneys. Ollie was quite happy to see Song Bing in pain, and Shili looking distressed and worried. But the next second, he suddenly felt a terrible suction coming from his hand. His precious blood drained crazily from his palms. In an instant, Ollie's face suddenly changed, and he looked at Song Bing in horror. But before he could react, The sudden suction disappeared instantly. Ollie quickly retracted his hand and almost fell. Dr. Ao, what's wrong? The people around were confused and looked at the suddenly panicked Ollie in confusion. Oh my gosh, I feel so much better, Dr. O, you are amazing. Much better than that Song Bing. You are truly the best doctor in the world, invincible in the universe. That Song Bing is definitely not worthy of comparison with you. At this time, Song Bing exclaimed in surprise and imitated everyone's praise. Then, with Shili's help, he stood up from the wheelchair little by little. This miraculous scene once again attracted a round of applause. Dad, you can stand up? It's great. Shili cooperated with the acting and hugged Song Bing in surprise. Only Ollie looked confused. The sudden suction force just now was like an hallucination he had. Is it a rare secondary disease? Suddenly, Ollie's eyes narrowed and he thought of this. And when he injected blood just now, he felt a terrible sense of kidney deficiency. This is the worst he has ever seen since he has treated so many kidney deficiency diseases. Definitely reached level 2. I'll take a look again. In order to confirm what he was thinking, Ollie stepped forward again and put his hand on Song Bing's waist again. Carefully inject blood, and this time, the suction force did not appear again. Moreover, Song Bing's kidney deficiency has also been relieved. It has become a common kidney deficiency and is almost cured. At this moment, Ollie was convinced that Song Bing's disease had indeed reached the second level. But now it's almost cured by itself. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. Oh my gosh, Dr. O, thank you so much, you really healed me. Song Bing was once again excited and gave Ollie an unexpected hug. Haha, it's alright. I just alleviated your symptoms. I will be able to completely cure you tomorrow. Ollie lied deliberately, while pushing Song Bing away in disgust. Okay, I'm looking forward to your great show tomorrow. Song Bing smiled, his eyes sharp. Because, after 2 touches, he has found the fastest and most reliable way to absorb the other party's disease. Even if you want to kill the opponent in one fell swoop, it is easy. It can be said that his heaven-defying kidneys can defeat these 2 arms. Everything is ready, just waiting for tomorrow. Catch them all. Ha, it's really exciting. I believe everyone now understands Dr. Ao's strength. So let's continue. Jeff Stein stood up on time, started the show, and pushed the banquet forward. The performance is still the same as before. Various young children came on stage to perform. Watching these young children performing, Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly, and his heart trembled slightly. Because under the eyes of Taboo, he saw the tragic side behind these brightly dressed children. Merits are all merits. What a lowly island. At this moment, Song Bing truly understood the meaning behind this name. As expected of a rich and noble man, he really knows how to play. The banquet lasted until midnight, and all the guests were very happy. During this period, Ollie even took the opportunity to get closer to Shili. Can Song Bing be tolerated? As soon as he saw Ollie coming over, Song Bing immediately smiled and stood up with a stooped waist to thank him. Handshakes, hugs, all kinds of stickers, whatever the other person chooses. This is what Song Bing is best at. Ollie was so frightened that he didn't dare to get close. Until the end of the banquet, everything has been arranged. Everyone dispersed one after another. Some brought with them the boys and girls they had chosen. Looking at Shili pushing Song Bing away, Ollie's eyes narrowed slightly. Isn't it a bit tricky? It's not easy for this woman to develop a small force into the largest force in the country today. And I heard she doesn't like men. Jeff Stein's voice rang in his ears. If her father's illness continues to deteriorate and he needs me to continue his life, do you think she will kneel down and beg me? Ollie smiled slightly. What a good idea, but you doctors have some tricks up their sleeves. Jeff Stein gave a thumbs up. However, the corners of Ollie's mouth were slightly raised, and his eyes were full of greed for Silly. He saw that Shili was quite filial to her father. It can be seen from the caring performance just now. So he planned to secretly plant a trace of his own poison when he was treating Shili's father tomorrow. In this way, Shili's father's illness was controlled. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to control Shili in a different direction? Even the entire Shiman. As for the rest, they are all minor issues. It heralds that the day of confrontation between the 2 great doctors has finally come. The entire lowly island finally ushered in its peak moment. On this day, on Lowly Island, the wealthy heads of state who stayed there had already arrived at their respective viewing points and were waiting quietly. On this day, Lowly Island was surrounded by ships and yachts, with no end as far as the eye could see. There are people above who are looking forward to it. On this day, countries around the world, families, royal families, wealthy and senior officials, all prepared popcorn and started live broadcasts. Everything is ready, just waiting for the global live broadcast to start. At this moment, in the center of Lowly Island's manor, a huge lawn square has been carefully decorated. In the center is a large platform built in advance. The surrounding seats were already filled with wealthy nobles who had spent a lot of money to watch. Countless world-class reporters and photographers have already set up their equipment. Even the sky above is filled with countless expensive filming drones. Get ready for this overwhelming traffic. In the tallest castle facing the central platform, Wholesome and other kings of more than a dozen powerful royal families had already appeared in the luxurious viewing hall on the top floor. They were sitting on soft technical leather chairs, next to a variety of delicacies. Each king is also specially equipped with young girls of his choice to serve. Looking down from here, you can clearly see everything below. There is even a live screen on the wall. The dual experience of real-life live broadcast is simply an emperor-level movie-watching treatment. What an unprecedented event. Seeing this grand occasion, Wholesome couldn't help but sigh. Although this incident would be beneficial to the publicity of the country, he did not expect it to have such an impact. In the final analysis, the two miraculous doctors were involved in too much use. It has almost affected the development trend of the global medical industry. Almost all the rich and noble people in the world are here, so it's naturally grand. Yoshino Ikawa, the emperor of the Sakura kingdom, tasted the wine gracefully. There is still no news of Song Bing landing on the island. Will he not come? King Li Taiha of Appa Kingdom suddenly mentioned. Haha, you won't be scared, right? After all, the publicity that he will accept Ali's challenge has been widely spread by major media, and he himself has never appeared and said it. Haha, it would be better if he didn't dare to come. This grand event is enough to ruin his reputation. At that time, we will support Dr. Ao to take office. Then we won't win without a fight. The king of Great Eagle Kingdom sneered. Hearing this, the eyes of all the kings flashed with sharpness. Can we defeat Song Bing and defeat the AI group? It will be up to this conference for powerful countries like them to regain a monopoly on the medical industry. Behind the manor, in a black villa on a distant mountain, Jack and Harukawa Yuri were holding special telescopes and watching the people in the field. He hasn't shown up yet? Is he really afraid to come? Jack frowned slightly and said a little depressed. If Song Bing didn't come, wouldn't the gift packages he carefully prepared be wasted? I think we should be more worried. If he comes, with what we have arranged, can we take down this guy? My sister came into contact with this guy, but after talking about it, he became stronger again. Qingchuan Yuri said worriedly. Haha, don't worry. There are 4 black gold snipers from my Campbell family, plus 4 from your Qingchuan family. 8 black gold snipers, as long as he dares to show up. No matter how strong he is, he can't fly. Jack said confidently. Then there's nothing to worry about. No matter what, it's a win-win for us. Qingchuan Yuri smiled slightly, then thought of something and asked, by the way, where are the Gao family and the Korean Chable? Why don't you invite them to join? Haha, of course I invited you. But the Gao family said they were suppressed by Marshall and couldn't get away. Han Shijuan said that his sister ran away and he was looking for her. It's all just excuses. Jack smiled disdainfully. Qingchuan Yuri was slightly stunned. He could understand that the Gao family was being suppressed by Marshall and what the hell was wrong with the Korean Chable's sister running away? Wait. Suddenly, he seemed to know who the sister Han Shijuan was talking about. But it's okay. This time our two families cooperated. And if Song Bing was caught, it would naturally belong to our two families. At that time, if they want to get a piece of the pie, they will have to pay the price. Jack laughed. Qingchuan Yuri also laughed. Gao family. Inside the familiar medicated hot spring, the mist was filled with the pungent smell of medicine. Gao Xingjie and Gao Ling in the hot spring looked like they were enjoying themselves. At the same time, watch the live broadcast on the screen. Finally, it's time to start. Song Bing, my little reservation pet, you have to hold on. You can only die in my hands. Gao Ling lay on the bank, holding his cheeks with both hands, and said with a smile, in this case, it's time for us to start taking action. Gao Xingjie's mouth curled up slightly. He took a mobile phone and sent a message. Andu, the official base. On this day, Marshallin also stopped everything he was doing early. Stay in front of the live broadcast screen. Not only Marshallin, but also Sia and Ruoi, Luo Yan's mother and daughter, who got the news, also watched the live broadcast. Feeling nervous, it can be said that countless people around the world are paying attention to this live broadcast. I expected Ollie to win. There are also those who expect Song Bing to win. When the sun gradually rises, the entire lowly island is covered with sunlight. On the wide square, all the rich and nobles arrived one after another. Song Bing, who plays the role of father, also came to the square with Sheely's considerate push. At a glance, he saw rich and powerful men everywhere in the audience. Song Bing saw many familiar people at a glance. Among them were Evelyn and others who were cured and controlled by him. Although they all wore masks and hats and tried their best to hide it. But these had nowhere to hide in front of Song Bing's taboo eyes. As for their purpose of coming here, it is obviously self-evident. They were all prepared to witness Ollie defeat him. Then he turned to Ollie and sought medical treatment to detoxify him. Song Bing raised his eyes and continued to look into the distance. Suddenly, he stopped in the conspicuous castle ahead. When he saw the observation room on the top floor clearly, Song Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. Because he met two old acquaintances, Moses and General Mike. In the past, he had to leave Ligua due to important matters, but Mike would not hesitate to force him to stay. It must have been Mosheim's order behind it. Now that the two of them appear here, their purpose is self-evident. As for the identities of the people around them, Song Bing had already guessed it. This is to watch him lose to Ollie. Then take the opportunity to suppress and attack Anghua. Since you want to see it, I'll let you see it to your heart's content. The corners of Song Bing's mouth raised slightly. He was worried about finding these guys. It's too much trouble to clean up one by one. Now we just have a nest together. Just what he wanted. Ahem. Daughter, what is my order of treatment? Song Bing asked Shili Dao behind him. According to the order of treatment last night, number 10, Dad. Shili said softly. Yeah. Song Bing nodded. This order was just right. The worry can't be hidden in her beautiful eyes. Because so far, she still can't figure out what Song was doing when he fell ill. From the moment Song Bing played her father, she got into the role. Let her take care of pushing the wheelchair. Prepare nothing. It seemed like he really just wanted to seek medical advice from Ollie. Do you really want to assassinate Ollie in front of the whole world in this way? She couldn't see any chance of winning. Dad, we really... Worried, Shili leaned down to Song Bing's ear and couldn't help but want to persuade him. After all, this is also related to Shimon's fate. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Song Bing's boos. Daddy is tired. Please rub your shoulders for Daddy. Now that things have come to this, what else can be done? She could only choose to believe it. If she wins, she can take advantage of this opportunity to take Shimon's status to a higher level. Of course, the premise is that you can win. Compared to Shili's worries, Song Bing looked relaxed. Sitting in the exclusive front row of the Shimon auditorium, enjoying Shili's shoulder massage, I constantly observed the surrounding body and environment. Come on, Dr. O is here. While waiting, someone shouted. Everyone's expectant eyes were instantly attracted and looked at the same place. Song Bing and Shili also looked over. The next second, he saw Ollie, under the spotlight, walking out confidently with his head held high. He wore a brand new specially made white coat and still wore a mask. Behind him were Chris and several other members of the medical association who were willing to become Ollie's assistants on this trip. Song Bing's attention fell on the young assistant who had been following Ollie closely. This is a merit. When the other party came, he felt relieved. Let us welcome Dr. A.O. with warm applause. Jeff Stein on the platform held a microphone and spoke passionately. Pa bang bang. Suddenly, all the rich and powerful people in the audience smiled and applauded. They even stood up to show respect. Song Bing also clapped excitedly. Seeing that Shili didn't applaud, he even criticized him in a low voice. Is this Dr. A.O.? Why are you wearing a mask? That's right, neurotic. Maybe he's not as handsome as divine Dr. Song, so he doesn't dare to show his face, huh? 6. Are you sick because of your medical skills or your appearance? I want both. Our country's Dr. Song is more handsome than your Dr. A.O., but your Dr. A.O. is just an ugly guy. You-yo? The live broadcast rooms instantly became excited because of Ollie's appearance. From the beginning, it directly evolved into a debate between Ligua netizens and Angwa netizens. Other countries are playing assist from the sidelines. At this time, Ali also stepped onto the big platform amidst a burst of noisy applause. Truly in front of everyone's camera, facing the whole world. Look at all this attention. Ali raised his lips slightly, however, the mask concealed it. For this day, he endured too much pain and sacrifice. Dear Dr. A.O., please start your performance. Jeff Stein stepped forward, handed the microphone to Ali, and retreated obediently. Ali picked up the phone, looked down, smiled in front of the camera, and then said proudly, "Song Bing, I know you're coming. Come out. Let's have a real competition. Whoever wins today will be the world's #1 miracle doctor." It also stopped the discussion of the world. As soon as these words came out, the whole place fell silent. The live broadcast room was also quiet. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Song Bing to appear. A duel between two miracle doctors. Wholesome and others who were observing secretly could not help but become nervous. However, after a while, there was silence and not a single hair. The rich and powerful men in the audience began to whisper. The live broadcast room was also abuzz. Ha ha, those who support Song Bing take a good look. Dr. Song, whom you protect, didn't even come. I was laughing so hard. I guess I knew I was invincible and didn't dare to come. This is a wise move. It would be even more embarrassing if we lose to Dr. O in front of the whole world. What bullshit divine Dr. Song is. He's just a coward, a weakling, rubbish. Come on, Dr. A.O. Dr. A.O. is the most powerful. Oh my God, is it really true that divine Dr. Song doesn't dare to come? I'm so disappointed. People who supported Ali immediately flooded the screen and belittled him. On the contrary, those who supported Song Bing were speechless because of Song Bing's absence. What are you barking at? Divine Dr. Song is probably busy or late. What are you in a hurry for? That's right, Divine Dr. Song is very busy, unlike you, Dr. A.O., who is just a salty duck egg. Of course, there are also many people who firmly believe that they still speak out in support of Song Bing despite the pressure. Almost an Angwa netizen. After all, Song Bing represents Angwa. They must support Song Bing. It's a pity that even if they were lucky, Song Bing still didn't show up after a long time. Seeing this, Ali on the stage could no longer hide the smile on his face. He immediately picked up the phone and continued to mock loudly. Hey, Song Bing, I didn't expect you to be so weak and afraid of me. In the past at Shengcheng Zoo, when you were scared away by me, others thought it was fake. Now you agreed to my challenge, but you don't even have the courage to show up? You disappoint me so much. You've let down the people who support you so much. Ali said, shaking his head in disappointment. How lonely it is to be invincible. The live broadcast room is also abuzz again. Everyone was talking a lot, thinking that Song Bing was too frightened to come. The previous video of Song Bing being scared away was even more determined. How could this happen? Is divine Dr. Song really afraid? Wah! Even if you can't compare, you still have to come. People who originally supported Song Bing also became desperate and were embarrassed to speak again. They have imagined countless outcomes in their minds. Obviously, I didn't expect this result. Song Bing didn't even have the courage to fight? This is more heartbreaking than failure. Song Bing's absence instantly made Ali stand proudly on the platform even more eye-catching. The sarcasm grew louder and louder. The eyes of Evelyn and others, who were originally cautious, gradually showed their sharpness. He also completely believed in the fact that Song Bing was afraid of Ali. Little did they know that the person they had been waiting for actually arrived. Still facing Ali, sitting in the front. Song Bing watched all this quietly, looking at Ali's ridicule and people's increasingly unbridled contempt, completely unmoved. Behind him, Shili frowned slightly as he looked at Song Bing, who was as steady as an old dog. She is probably the only one who knows that Song Bing is what these people are thinking about, right in front of their eyes. But these people won't see it, because Song Bing's identity at this moment is her father. The world's #1 miracle doctor. He truly deserves his title. Jeff Stein returned to the stage and announced loudly. Ali faced the camera directly, spread his arms, raised his head slightly, and spoke arrogantly and contemptuously. Now, who else is dissatisfied? Those who think Song Bing's medical skills are better than mine, what else can they say? Song Bing, you are my defeated general. When you see me from now on, remember to find a hole to crawl in and hide. Don't let me see you." Ollie's tone was domineering and unbridled, and he trampled and insulted Song Bing with all his heart like a winner, washing away the humiliation of the past. The scene was filled with thunderous applause, and all the big guys stood up and applauded. Evelyn, Zhao Yinxing, and others no longer had any taboos, took off their masks and glasses, and completely let go of complimenting Ollie. When Song Bing faced Ollie, he was too scared to come. How could they be so scared? If Song Bing were here, they would even want to spit a few mouthfuls of saliva to relieve their hatred. The major live broadcast rooms also flooded the screen, led by netizens from Ligua, who flooded the screen with "Long live Dr. AO." He even ruthlessly mocked those who supported Song Bing, led by Anghua netizens. Countless Anghua netizens and supporters were livid and too aggrieved to speak. It's like watching the idols, heroes, and teams you admire and like lose without a fight, and feel powerless when others mercilessly ridicule you. One can imagine the mood. Inside the castle. Ha ha ha, he really doesn't dare to come. What a joyful result. Seeing this scene, Mosem and others also laughed. They were a little nervous at first. But now, there are no worries anymore. They won. After this incident, we can fully boycott the Dai group, and then we can take action against Anghua. Yoshino Akawa said with ambition. This is natural. With Dr. AO here, why should we be afraid of the so-called Song disease? More than a dozen powerful kings showed their sharpness and raised their glasses one after another. A major alliance against Song Bing and Anghua was thus completed under the witness of Ollie's victory. In a villa on a distant mountain, Jack put down his observation glasses, sighed, and shook his head. Hey, I really don't dare to come, Song Bing. You really disappoint me. It's in vain that Candy chose you. He turned out to be a coward as timid as a mouse. Haha, we will win even if he doesn't come. Such a result would be enough to make the world chaotic. And this also proves that this patient Song has his appearance. He is not as scary as he said. There is no need to be afraid. Qingchuan Yuri said with satisfaction. Gao family. Gao Xingjia in the hot spring watched the live broadcast with a surprised look on his face. You didn't come? He must have sensed the danger, so he didn't dare to show up even if he knew his reputation would be ruined. This was a smart choice. However, this is exactly what I want. If he escapes this disaster, he will definitely return to Anghua, where we can capture him. Gao Ling smiled meaningfully. Live in front of the camera, Marshallin and others who were watching nervously felt their hearts sinking when they saw this scene. Is this what Song Bing calls a good show? This was the reason why Song Bing didn't let them go to help. Because he won't go at all. Is Song Bing really afraid of Dr. AO? Marshallin looked at Yi Tian with a pale face. After you told Song Bing what happened, what did he reply? Yi Tian said with a somewhat ugly expression. At the same time, and Roy, Sia, Luo Xinyu and others who were watching this scene in front of the live broadcast camera also felt very uncomfortable. They knew Song Bing and understood Song Bing. Is he really too afraid to come? Many people looked at Ollie's arrogant expression in the camera with dim eyes. Unable to accept this result, I have turned off the live broadcast and have no mood or courage to watch it again. At this moment, on the big platform, the completely victorious Ollie spoke proudly again. For this challenge event, 10 patients who were suffering from severe terminal illnesses and were about to die soon were originally arranged to be the test subjects for me and Song Bing. But unfortunately, Song Bing was too afraid to come. But don't worry, everyone. Since Song Bing doesn't dare to come, I will complete all the challenges by myself. A wonderful event for everyone. Let the world take a closer look at whether I, Dr. AO, am worthy of being the world's #1 miracle doctor. After saying that, the applause thundered again, and the live broadcast room once again filled the screen. Mosem and others who were watching secretly opened champagne, leaned on their chairs, and watched with a relaxed and happy attitude. Next, please invite 10 terminally ill patients to come on stage one by one to receive treatment from Dr. AO. Jeff Stein said. The identity and disease information of 10 terminally ill wealthy people appeared on the big screen. Obviously, he wanted to show absolute fairness and credibility. As soon as the horrific identities of the 10 patients were revealed, everyone was instantly shocked beyond words. Among the 10 seats in the front row was the old rich man ranked first. Under the witness of the world, He was pushed onto the platform by his daughter. Dr. Ao, please forgive me. If you can cure me, from now on, I and the group behind me will be your permanent supporters. Rich old man Lou complimented. Don't worry, Mr. Russ. After today, I will make you lively and vigorous. Ollie smiled confidently. With the help of Chris and others, Lou lifted the old rich man onto the operating table. Then he took out some common Western medical surgical instruments and began to move quickly, instantly showing the ultimate technique and hand speed. It's dazzling and miraculous. After a lot of extravagant lies, the tentacle in Ollie's hand stretched out and bit the old rich man's wound, infused with the most critical green blood. After a while, the old rich man, who was still in a wheelchair and was dying, miraculously stood up. His face was visibly rosy, as if he was decades younger. It's like magic. Oh my God, what kind of medical skill is this? It's simply a miracle. The effect is too obvious. This is simply much better than the so-called divine Dr. Song. No wonder that guy didn't dare to come. He would be humiliating himself if he came. Why don't the clowns in Ongwa stop dancing? Seeing the old rich man who was cured in a short time, everyone could not believe their eyes. Mr. Liu himself was even more unbelievable. He felt full of energy. So he immediately took the microphone and announced on the spot, "From today on, my Liu group and I will unanimously boycott all treatments provided by Song Bing and the AI group. I swear to support Dr. Ao and the upcoming Ao group." As soon as these words came out, everyone in the world was shocked. Ollie smiled slightly, and Moses and others in the dark also laughed. I would like to invite the second patient, the former president who is trying to beg for help. Jeff Stein struck while the railroad was hot. The next healing demonstration followed the same pattern. 10 patients of very high status. One by one, in order, they came to the big platform and received Ollie's treatment. And Ollie also used all kinds of amazing tricks, just like magic. Under the witness of the world, these people were easily cured one by one. Amid the exclamations, Ollie became a one-man show. And the wealthy bosses who were cured one after another, to show their stance, also imitated the rich man Liu in front of him. In front of the world, he not only promoted Ollie infinitely, but also belittled Song Bing. It even announced a boycott of Song Bing and the AI group. Song disease will never need to be treated. I don't use drugs from Dai group either. Oh my God, there are billionaires, noble princes, and former kings. Even these big guys have been cured by Dr. Ao and are willing to support Dr. Ao. Who else is dissatisfied? After such a comparison, Song Bing is not even worthy of carrying Dr. Ao's shoes. People all over the world were filled with emotion and became even more convinced. Marshallin and others were already despairing. I would like to invite the last terminally ill patient, the old chairman of Shiman Group, West Jinyuan. Under the admiration and emotion of the world, Jeff Stein read to the 10th place. Song Bing, who had been dozing off with his head lowered, finally raised his eyes and looked at the arrogant Ollie on the stage, with the corner of his mouth raised slightly. After being crazy for so long, now it's his turn. At this moment, when Ollie on the stage heard the name, he rarely looked down. His eyes fell on Sheely's graceful figure, and the corners of his mouth were raised slightly. My dear daughter, what are you doing standing still? Didn't you hear that it's Daddy's turn? After glancing at Ollie, Song Bing patted Sheely's dazed little hand. Now she became more and more suspicious that Song Bing really wanted to assassinate Ollie in this way. But now what could she say? She had no choice but to push Song Bing and walk out under the eyes of everyone. Countless shots were taken of Song Bing, giving numerous close-ups. However, Sheely did not wait to personally push Song Bing to power. Ollie on the stage suddenly walked off the stage in front of everyone and walked gracefully towards Sheely and Song Bing. Everyone was instantly attracted by this scene. Song Bing and Sheely's expressions couldn't help but change. Could it be that you are wearing a gang? Shouldn't it? Under the doubtful eyes of everyone, Ollie came to Sheely and Song Bing, politely made a gentleman's salute, and said, "Beautiful Miss Sheely, please leave your father to me. I will push him up personally. Don't worry, I will definitely cure him intact." The air was quiet for a moment, then erupted in exclamation. Oh my God, Dr. Ao actually came down from the stage to greet me. This is so embarrassing. None of the 9 extraordinary wealthy men in front of me enjoyed such treatment. Don't you see that Dr. Ao's attitude towards this beautiful woman is extremely gentlemanly? You can tell he is interested in this woman at first glance. That's right. Who is this woman? So beautiful. Seeing that Ollie actually came down from the stage to greet him personally, netizens in the live broadcast room were excited and couldn't believe it. In the audience, many wealthy people who knew about Shimon's existence couldn't help but look solemnly. Obviously, he didn't expect that even Shimon would come. Of course, what surprised them even more was the legendary Queen of Silly. When did you have an extra father? It looks like the condition is quite serious. It's so pitiful. Song Bing and Shili, who were originally worried, were not stunned. These two arms almost scared them to death. After reacting, Shili lowered his head and looked at Song Bing. Haha, it's my honor for Dr. Ao to recommend me personally. My daughter, please step back. Song Bing smiled. Shili then obediently stepped aside. Ollie takes over. In this way, under the spotlight, Ollie personally pushed Song Bing to the stage. As soon as he came on stage, Song Bing also smiled at the camera and greeted Evelyn and others. He even imitated the way he was sitting in front of him and praised Ollie. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Ollie suddenly whispered in Song Bing's ear. To be honest, Mr. Jingyuan, I couldn't help but fall in love with your daughter from the first moment I saw her. So, after I cure you, I plan to marry your daughter. What do you think? Good guy, want to marry his woman in front of him? It's so lawless. At this moment, Song Bing really wanted to give this girl a big showdown. But thinking about it, it's better to endure it now. Then he raised his eyes and asked with a strange expression, Are you serious? Of course, my love for your daughter is evident over time. As long as I marry your daughter, I can ensure that you live a long life and have no illness in your life. Ollie assured quietly. Ha ha, okay, call me daddy. Song Bing pretended to be happy and said impatiently. Ollie's eyes lit up. Obviously, he didn't expect Song Bing to agree so happily. Before he even got married, he agreed to be his father. This should be the highest recognition from Manhua, right? But think about it. Who can resist the temptation of living a long and disease-free life? So, Ollie shouted without warning, Dad, don't worry. I will treat you and Silly well in the future. Hey, good son, you will be my biological son from now on, and I will only recognize you. If that girl in Shili doesn't agree with you being my son, I'll break her legs. Song Bing smiled happily and touched Ollie's hand. In this way, within a short period of time on stage, the two established their father-son relationship. This was something Song Bing never expected. At this juncture, it was a turn of events. It seems that today, he wants to exterminate all relatives except this rebellious son. With Ollie's help, Song Bing also successfully lay on the operating table. Mr. Jingyuan's illness is the most serious among the 10 patients, with multiple organs failing and diseased. This will be a difficult operation, but if successful, it will be a miracle. Let us hold our breath and witness the birth of a miracle. Jeff Stein provided the monologue, successfully mobilized everyone's emotions. Ollie immediately performed his medical skills under the spotlight. Like the previous 9 people, after a fancy meal, his hands stretched towards Song Bing's waist. Dad, this is the last step. After completing this step, you will be healed, but the process may be a little painful. You have to hold back. Ollie comforted him with a smile, but there was a hint of malicious intent in the depths of his eyes. Song Bing pretended to be solemn and said, and there was also a malicious edge deep in his eyes. He endured the humiliation and endured the heavy burden. Didn't he just wait for this moment? How can I be afraid? It's too late to look forward to it. The next second, Ori's hands touched Song Bing's waist, and his tentacles bit him. Even though I felt an extreme sense of kidney deficiency, Ollie couldn't help but wonder, hadn't he been mostly cured last night? But looking at the expectant looks of everyone and Song Bing, he still didn't think much and started the blood transfusion. They lost more than the previous 9, and it took longer. The corners of Song Bing's mouth raised slightly at this moment, and he immediately started to absorb. With yesterday's experience, Song Bing's absorption speed can be said to be fast and smooth. It didn't even cause Ollie to notice at all, because at this moment, Song's disease is a real kidney deficiency, and the source of the kidney deficiency is not covered up by the secondary kidney deficiency in Nitian's kidneys. But Song Bing has just completed the upgrade of 2 diseases. It feels so comfortable. I feel like the organs in my body are recovering quickly. My dear son, you are amazing. It's such an honor to be your dad. Song Bing breathed quietly while praising. Ollie works great. This went on for about 2.5 minutes. Ollie's and Song Bing's eyes glowed at the same time. Ollie took advantage of the last moment to inject a trace of his own venom, along with green blood, into Song Bing's kidney. Naturally, he would not relent because Song Bing had just promised to be his father. To firmly control Shili, the only way is to control Song Bing. And almost at the moment Ollie finished injecting the venom, Song Bing's voice of joy sounded in his mind. Ding successfully absorbed level 3, green blood, merit plus 1000. Almost at the same time, Ollie felt weak. Ding successfully sent out second level insanity, merit minus 100. Ding successfully sent out second level super hormone secretion, merit minus 100. But before he could feel it, his brain felt a trance. At the same time, the body's weakness is also masked by the stimulation of secreted hormones. Ollie shook his head and came to his senses. Apart from feeling a little uncomfortable, he didn't notice anything unusual. At this moment, Song Bing, who had completed the trick, was also staring at Ollie nervously. After all, it was his first time trying this kind of thing. Haha, Dad, get up and feel it. As expected, you are now completely healed. At this time, Ollie, who had recovered, smiled slyly. He was still so proud that he planted poison on Song Bing. As for Song Bing's cheating, there is no doubt at all. After all, similar debilitating symptoms occur with every blood transfusion. Seeing this, Song Bing also smiled and said, Okay, great. Next, it was his turn to perform. His rickety body straightened up little by little, as if he had regained his youth. No more wheelchair assistance required. Oh my God. Look, Dr. Ao has created another miracle. Jeff Stein excitedly explained. Everyone in the live broadcast room also flooded the screen with applause. Lift Ollie up to the altar little by little. I feel completely healed. Dr. Ao's medical skills are truly unparalleled. He can cure any disease. It's absolutely true. Song Bing also cooperated with the praise and gave Ollie a thumbs up. Haha, Mr. Jingyuan, that's too much praise. I deserve it. For once, Ollie was humble. But Song Bing didn't let go. He suddenly grabbed Ollie's hand and announced, In addition, I am here, in front of the whole world, to announce another important thing. From now on, Dr. Ao will be my son. Simon, you must admit this, and my daughter must also admit it. As soon as these words came out, the scene became quiet, and everyone was stunned. Dad, please accept your respects from my son-in-law. However, before they could react, Ollie knelt down happily and admitted the relationship in front of the world. Many wealthy people reacted instantly. The secret passage was not good, and this old fox got in first. But now that the matter has come to this, they can only reluctantly applaud and congratulate. Seeing this scene, Shili in the audience frowned slightly, and her little head couldn't turn around anymore. She had countless thoughts about Song Bing pretending to be her father and getting close to Ollie, such as assassination or poisoning. But so far, nothing she expected has happened. Song Bing still asked Ollie to treat him step by step. After the treatment, he followed the example of others and kept praising Ollie. It seemed that everything he did was just to seek treatment from Ollie. The key is that now, Song Bing is still on stage, continuing to use her father's identity to accept Ollie as her son. Ollie was still happy. This made her, who had always judged calmly, no longer be able to find the north and south at this moment. What on earth is Song Bing going to do? Under a burst of applause, Song Bing was helped off the stage by Ollie Xiaoshan. Ollie looked at Shili with confidence. You've got your father-in-law, but you still worry about not being able to get this woman? Dr. Ao, thank you for saving my father. Shili concealed his disgust and forced a smile before taking Song Bing from Ollie's hand. Queen Silly is too polite. From now on, we are all one family. It is outrageous to say this. Ollie pretended to be disappointed. My dear daughter, Dr. Ao wants to be my son. Do you agree? If you dare to disagree today, I won't have a daughter like you from now on. In order to reassure Ollie, Song Bing even sternly questioned Shili Dao on the spot. My daughter obeys her father's arrangements in everything. The corner of his mouth twitched, but Shili still had no choice but to cooperate with Song Bing's performance. This made Oral happy. Unexpectedly, Queen Shili, who is cool and fierce, would be so afraid of her father. Beautiful Queen Shili, Thank you for your choice. From now on, we will be filial to our father together." After getting what he wanted, Ollie didn't dare to push too hard. He put one hand on his chest and bowed as a gentleman. Then he regained his aloofness and stepped onto the platform. Continue with the rest of his performance. As Ollie returned to the stage, the scene fell silent for an instant. Every rich man is full of respect and admiration. Nowadays, Ollie's popularity and reputation have obviously reached their highest level. In a real sense, he was put on a pedestal. But Ollie wasn't satisfied. He had one last thing in mind. Only when this is completed can Song Bing be truly punished. I saw him pick up the phone, face the camera, smile and say, "Living up to expectations, I have already treated 10 terminally ill patients. But this is not the end. Next, I have one more thing to announce. I believe everyone is well aware of the uproarious incident not long ago about the Indian tribe offering gold mines to cure strange diseases. For this gold mine, countless teams of top doctors went there, but in the end they all failed, and even contracted diseases and died there. The strange disease of the Indian tribe has become a nightmare for today's medical community. But what I want to say is that in fact, I cured the strange disease of the Indian tribe 2 days ago." In this way, Ollie openly took the credit for himself in front of the world. This is a picture of the life of an Indian tribe that has been cured today. It was taken casually by Dr. Ao at that time. At this time, Jeff Stein stood up in cooperation and pressed a certain button as he spoke. On the screen behind the large platform, a picture of the Indian tribe riding on horseback and hunting suddenly appeared. Every Indian is alive and well, but they still look like they are sick. Oh my God, that Indian's strange disease was really cured by Dr. Ao. I heard that the strange disease is so evil that countless top doctors have been unable to do anything about it. No one dared to go there afterwards. This is really amazing. Long live Dr. O. For a time, everyone in the live broadcast room exploded, and everyone was even more admiring and amazed, without any doubts. After all, who could cure that Indian tribe's disease today? They will only think of Ollie. Seeing this scene, Ollie smiled even more. Of course, what he is looking forward to more is that Song Bing must be watching the live broadcast in secret at this moment, incompetent and furious, right? But in fact, Song Bing was in the audience at this moment. Watching Ollie's mysterious operation, not only was he not angry. On the contrary, I am looking forward to it. Show it off. Show it off. There is a saying that goes, the higher you climb, the harder you fall. I know there are still people who are suspicious, but after all, there is no video to prove it. So I brought the Indian chief's daughter who was the first to get sick. Next, I will heal this little girl again in front of everyone. To prove it all. Ollie continued to speak, putting the finishing touches on today's victory. And he healed that little girl in front of the world. Only then can we openly take possession of the valuable gold mine as our own. In the audience, Song Bing's eyes suddenly became sharp. Didn't he wait for so long just to wait for the Arctic fox to appear? Now, it's finally all together. The corners of Song Bing's mouth raised slightly. Shilly beside him keenly caught the changes in Song Bing's eyes. Just as she was about to say something, Song Bing looked at her first and said with a smile, "Daughter, I have to go to the toilet. I'll help you." Shilly's conditioned reflex was to stand up and help him. But Song Bing put his hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, "No, you forgot that Dad is fine now. You can just continue watching the show. Dad, be back soon." Song Bing stood up with a hunched body. Before leaving, he did not forget to pinch Shilly's delicate little face. Looking at Song Bing's leaving figure, Shilly was still confused. At this time, 8 staff members wearing protective clothing walked onto the stage carrying a closed cylindrical medical cabin. They placed the medical module on the operating table. Everyone stared with bated breath for a moment. Through the glass on the cabin, I could just see clearly that a little girl of about 7 or 8 years old was lying quietly inside. The slightly dark and natural skin also proves that this is an Indian. However, at this moment, the Arctic fox was lying quietly in the medical cabin, his face pale and sweating profusely. There are still several unknown tubes connected between the nose and the arms. That's right, it was her, the chief of the Indian tribe, who was the first to offer a reward for medical treatment to this little Indian girl. I've met her. As soon as the Arctic fox appeared, many doctors immediately spoke out to prove it. His eyes were full of fear for the Arctic fox's illness. In fact, the strange disease of this little Indian girl was originally the last patient left for Song Bing to compete with me. But unfortunately, it can only be completed by me. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, Ollie sighed and smiled. Then he confidently walked to the medical cabin and prepared for the final standout. Looking at the experimental subject lying quietly in the cabin, Ollie's eyes flashed sharply. This was a gift they prepared to give Song Bing, who knew that Song Bing would not dare to come. Then there is no need for that intensifying pill. What a shame. But he won't cure the Arctic fox either. This is what Jack said. The other party wants to raise this experimental subject. Therefore, he only needed to inject a small amount of green blood into the Arctic fox to temporarily suppress the cold and heat in his body. It was enough to fake the appearance of the Arctic fox's recovery. Thinking in his mind, Ollie stretched out his hand and slowly opened the glass cover. Everyone in the live broadcast room were also quiet and stared with bated breath to witness the final treatment. Offstage, Shilly looked towards the direction where Song Bing finally left and saw that he hadn't returned yet and couldn't help but become nervous. This guy wouldn't sell her and run away, right? It's finally over. What a perfect ending. Well done, Dr. O. In the castle, Mosem and others who were enjoying watching this also stood up with a victor's attitude and a smile. Come on, everyone, celebrate your victory and have a drink. As more than a dozen kings spoke, they all raised the champagne in their hands to celebrate in advance. In the remote mountain villa, Jack sat back on the sofa in disappointment. It's over like this. It's so boring. We should celebrate now. Ching Chuan Yuri was in a different mood and even brought a bottle of red wine to celebrate. Gao family. Growling. It seems that the Campbell family and the Ching Chuan family are going to be busy in vain. In the hot spring, Gao Ling was already bored and playing with his feet. He didn't care at all about the so-called medical skills displayed by Ollie. This is just used to fool the world. Jack also invited me, but fortunately I declined. Gao Xingjie also smiled slightly. Andu, the official base. After this incident, Dr. Ao will definitely take Song Bing's place, and Li and other powerful countries will most likely take action against Song Bing. Yi Tian immediately organized people and secretly went to Li country. He wanted to protect Dr. Song from returning to China at all costs. Seeing that the overall situation had been decided, Marshal An immediately gave the order calmly. Now he is only worried about Song Bing's safety. Even if Song Bing had the means, he would still have a narrow escape in the face of the attacks from those powerful countries. Yes, Marshal. Even if Yi Tiandang had to retreat solemnly, he would prepare for the rescue operation. Wait a minute, Commander, look. At this time, I didn't know who it was, and suddenly shouted excitedly. Marshal An frowned slightly, and followed the man's pointing. His eyes fell on the live broadcast screen again. The next second, his pupils shrank suddenly, and he stood up in shock. Not only Marshal An, but also the on-site officials and Yi Tian, who was about to leave for rescue, saw the figure in white appearing on the live broadcast screen. Everyone's eyes widened, and they stood up one after another. The scorching sun at noon is particularly dazzling. The entire lowly island is illuminated extremely brightly. On that broad square platform, under the spotlight, Ollie slowly opened the glass cover, sighed, and shook his head, saying slightly disappointed. Song Bing, I thought I could compete with you in front of everyone. But I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. You don't even have the courage to face me. To be honest, I can't defeat you in front of the whole world. Even if I win, I still feel regretful in my heart. Ollie's last remarks immediately attracted applause from Evelyn and others present. The live broadcast room once again flooded the screen with mocking Song Bing's words. Really? Then let me make up for your last little regret. In this peaceful atmosphere, an out-of-place voice suddenly sounded. The sound was not loud, but it seemed to have some kind of magic power, and it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. Even the live broadcast room. Everyone looked for the voice and looked back in confusion. Even the photographers and the filming drones in the sky also changed their directions. I saw a white figure above the auditorium, appearing there at some point. He stood high on the last step, wearing a striking white coat. With his hands in his pockets, he has a slender figure, a handsome face, and a smile on his lips. It's a perfect Asian face. He looked so masculine, handsome, and harmless. However, when everyone saw that handsome and familiar face, every one of them counted. Everyone's eyes widened instantly, and they took a deep breath. It felt more like my heart was being pinched. It stopped beating instantly. Shili's little mouth opened slightly, and her beautiful eyes also widened, full of surprise and amazement. She would never have imagined that Song Bing would appear in such a way. So, going to the bathroom was just a lie. Changing identities is real. Not only did he change his clothes, he even had the mood to change his hairstyle. So willful, right? He really made me cry to death. So, why is there so much foreshadowing? At this moment, Shili was even more confused. Bang! In the castle, Ma Xiangyu and others, who had just toasted and smiled in celebration, also saw Song Bing. For a moment, he couldn't laugh anymore, and the champagne in his hands to celebrate was all dropped and broken. Song Bing, how is it possible? Why is he here? Why did he come just now? Moses rushed to the window, eyes widened, staring at the figure he least wanted to see. The other kings also stared at Song Bing. His face was not only shocked, but also gloomy. If you don't come early, you won't come late. Just come when they are celebrating? Song Bing. In the distant mountain villa, Jack and Qingchuan Yuri also sat up from the sofa. The expression is particularly wonderful. In the audience, Evelyn and others, who had become increasingly unscrupulous, felt chills all over when they saw Song Bing for the first time. Memories of the past days in the mental hospital came flooding back. Seeing Song Bing, they seemed to see the spiritual king in Xian, smiling and waving to them. In an instant, their legs gave out, and they hurriedly fell to the ground to look for the masks and glasses they had just thrown away. Other wealthy people, and even the live broadcast room, were also shocked. Those barges mocking Song Bing came to an abrupt end. Instead, there were some surprise barges. Divine Dr. Song. Is it really Divine Dr. Song? He's coming. He's really coming. Haha. Let me just say that Divine Dr. Song is delayed because of something else. Wah. Brother Song. I call you uncle. Why don't you play like this in the future? My heart can't bear it anymore. That's right. Woo. I thought you really didn't dare to come. Wah. Dr. Song. During your absence, do you know how arrogant this little Ollie has been? Divine Dr. Song. Kill this bastard and take back what we lost. Support. There are more and more barges, almost covering all major live broadcast rooms. Countless Anghua netizens and those from other countries who supported Song Bing came out. Let out all the pent-up pressure just now. Out of control. Ligua netizens wanted to fight back, but were instantly overwhelmed. In terms of population, Anghua has more than 1 billion, which directly crushes Ligua. How to compare? Not on the same level at all. Live in front of the camera, Xia and Rui, Luo Yin and others, who were originally worried, all sat up in shock, their beautiful eyes flashing. Looking at that familiar white figure, her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. Of course, the most shocking and embarrassing one among them is undoubtedly Ollie. Seeing Song Bing appear out of thin air, Ollie's face, originally full of arrogance and confidence, turned gloomy. No more little regrets. Song Bing, do you really dare to come? Song Bing didn't speak, but still put his hands in the pockets of his white coat, and then walked out. Step by step, he walked towards the dazzling platform where Ollie was. He answered Ori's words with practical actions. Do you think I dare? The rich and powerful men were frightened by Song Bing's momentum and unconsciously stepped aside. Exit a passage and let Song Bing pass. No one dares to stop him. Photographer, drone footage from the sky follows closely. Not a single detail is missed. Due to the emergence of Song Bing, the number of people online in major live broadcast rooms has soared. Soon, Song Bing came to the big platform, but stopped. What a coincidence. I happened to stop next to Shili. Everyone couldn't help but look puzzled. Why didn't you leave suddenly? Hundreds of millions of netizens in major live broadcast rooms are nervously looking forward to it. Why did you stop? Don't you dare to do it? The brows of Moses and Jack and the others, who were staring intently in the dark, also frowned slightly. I don't understand. What kind of plane does Song Bing want to get? Only Shili, looking at Song Bing standing next to him, could not help but feel his heart beat faster. Is this a coincidence? Think about the scene where this guy pretended to be her father and recognized Ollie as his son in public. I already had a bad feeling in my heart. This guy wants to cause trouble again, and he should do it with her. On the platform, Ollie sneered without knowing it and cooperated. What? Don't you dare. Haha. Songbing, let me give you a piece of advice. If you're scared, it's still too late to get out now. Don't come here to embarrass yourself. Chris and others on the stage laughed. Can you pick up girls? Unexpectedly, Songbing looked at Ollie, smiled and asked. He was a little confused. It's not just him. Everyone at the scene and even the live broadcast room were confused by Songbing's incomprehensible words. What do you mean you can pick up girls? You don't care whether people can pick up girls or not. What kind of occasion is this? And what does it have to do with picking up girls? At this moment, everyone was confused. Confused. Only Sheely is the most sober. She already knew what Songbing was going to do next. Sure enough, after Songbing asked Ollie this question, he didn't wait for the other party's answer. Then he turned directly to Sheely and showed a wicked smile. Then Songbing turned his hand back, and as if by magic, a bright white rose appeared out of thin air. This was picked by Songbing when he just went to the toilet. Beauty, you are so beautiful. Can you be my woman? Songbing handed out the white rose and asked casually and directly. The scene was deathly silent. The live broadcast room was also quiet. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide. The confused brain started to work again, finally realizing Songbing had just asked the purpose of that sentence. Zhou Chao, are you trying to steal a woman from Dr. Ao in public? Yes. Who doesn't know that Ollie has just announced in public that he will marry this beauty? The first step to defeating the enemy is to cuckold him, in front of the whole world. Killing is heartbreaking. Divine Dr. Song, yo yo yo. Divine Dr. Song is so handsome. Dr. Song is so cool. Dr. Song, you are my idol. All Angwa netizens who reacted swiped their screens one after another and were deeply conquered by Songbing's magical operation. What is a master? This is called a master. Confess your love to the woman you like in person. Just asking, are you afraid? Just asking, are you panic? But soon, Lee Country netizens counterattacked. Haha, it's too early for you to be happy. The beautiful woman's father personally approved the happy event just now. Do you think Songbing can succeed? I will definitely be beaten and humiliated by the beauty's father later. That's right, just a clown. Huh? Where is the beauty's father? The whole world was shocked by Songbing's hand. But the biggest sensation was of course Ollie. His originally mocking face darkened. He didn't expect that Songbing suddenly stopped to express his love to Sheely. Who doesn't know that he has just obtained Sheely's father's consent and announced to the world that he will marry Sheely and become Sheely's father's son? Now Songbing once again confessed to Sheely in front of the whole world. If this wasn't to steal his woman or slap him in the face, what was he doing? But soon Ollie was smiling again. As said in the live broadcast room, he obtained the consent of Sheely's father. Sheely nodded in agreement under her father's force. Therefore, what Songbing is doing now in public is not humiliating himself. What is a clown behavior? So, Ollie smiled, and his smile was particularly bright. At the same time, his eyes were looking for Sheely's father in the audience. Expect Sheely's father to jump out and beat and humiliate Songbing. However, after looking around, I realized that Sheely's father was gone at some point. No, where is Sheely's father? Went to the toilet? But it doesn't matter. Ollie still believes in Sheely's unparalleled queen character. The promise he had just made was only due to pressure from West Jinyuan. So facing Songbing, she would definitely refuse ruthlessly and decisively. It's not just Ollie who thinks so, everyone thinks so. Who is Queen Siri? A ruthless woman who takes advantage of both black and white. How many men's blood is on your hands? Do you want to conquer just any little flower? Do you think that just because you are handsome, you can be lawless? Therefore, for a while, everyone looked joking, waiting for Songbing to make a fool of himself. However, the next second, under the joking eyes of everyone, faced with Songbing's domineering and frank confession, Sheely actually reached out and took the white rose. Sheely bit her red lips and cooperated obediently with Songbing's performance. At the same time, facing the spotlight, global live broadcast, and Songbing's flirtation. The emotion that she had suppressed in her heart surged inexplicably again. Say, you are willing. Songbing was not satisfied. She finally saw that this guy was really bad. It's simply about killing people and heart-wrenching. Sheely continued to satisfy Songbing. And under the influence of that emotion, her pretty face, which had always been cool and delicate, couldn't help but turn red. She lowered her head shyly, feeling a bit shy like a little woman. witnessing Shili actually taking the white rose from Song Bing's hand. He also said thank you very gently. In the end, under Song Bing's dominance, he nodded shyly and agreed. Everyone's expressions of joking and waiting to watch the show froze in place. Everyone's eyes widened again, as if they had seen a ghost. This moment, the wind stopped. The world is quiet again. How is this possible? Am I not dreaming? How could she agree? Didn't she just agree to Dr. AO? In the live broadcast room, netizens from Ligua are anxious as they wait to watch the show. Ongwa netizens are completely crazy. Ha ha, she agreed. She actually answered. Heizi spoke. Heizi spoke. Who else? Who else? Ha ha, I'm laughing so hard. It's so cool. It's so cool. Who says you can't do whatever you want if you're handsome? As expected of our Ongwa woman, you are so powerful. No one could have imagined that Shili would take the flowers. Not only did she accept the flowers, she also agreed to be Song Bing's woman in front of the whole world. This is so magical, but it was too slap in the face. At this moment, Ollie's face looked 100 times uglier than if he had eaten to death. The woman he had just announced to the world actually agreed to be Song Bing's woman so easily. His eyes were wider than a bell, staring at Song Bing and Shili. The rare shyness and blush on Shili's pretty face was something he had never seen before. A second ago, he was still confidently watching Song Bing being slapped in the face. Unexpectedly, the last big one hit him in the face unexpectedly. It was still an endless series of slaps, slapped on his face crazily, with a crackling sound that could not be traced. Ollie raised his hands tremblingly, his face flushed, and his eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. He really didn't want to accept what was happening in front of him. How could the cold and ruthless Queen Silly accept it? However, this is not over yet. Song Bing wanted more than just murder and heartbreaking. Instead, he has to chase the serial flat A and deliver a critical hit. So I took the flowers from Shili and nodded. Song Bing immediately reached out his big hand decisively and domineeringly in front of Ollie and everyone, and grabbed Shili's slender and soft waist, taking the latter into his arms domineeringly. Then Shili was caught off guard and kissed her. Go directly to a global live broadcast. Shili's beautiful eyes widened. Obviously, she didn't expect Song Bing to be so bad. No, this is bad. But faced with Song Bing's domineering attitude, she still had no choice but to choose contentment. He simply stood up on tiptoes and reached out to block Song Bing's neck. Show that you are voluntary. Everyone present opened their mouths and widened their eyes again, like being struck by 5 thunders. Not only did she hold Song Bing's neck, she even lifted her toes thoughtfully. The legendary cold and ruthless Queen of Silly was conquered by a flower just like that? You must know that a second ago, Shili just nodded and agreed to Ollie. Ollie even called Silly's father. It attracted applause and blessings from the world. The result is the next second. As soon as Ollie announced the woman he had obtained, she kissed another man. This is probably the fastest and most unexpected cuckold in the world, right? You can apply for Guinness World Records. Tell me the important things 3 times. Damn it. Damn it. Kissed, actually kissed? Oh my god, this is so powerful. Ha ha. A series of critical hits. Come and hit that piece of Ollie on the stand. His face is turning green with anger. The global live broadcast is green. I announce that the world's first green king is born. No. Others are cuckolds, but this girl is a green giant. Wisdom teeth. The live broadcast room continued to be abuzz, with netizens from Ongwa taking charge and netizens from other countries supporting Song Bing providing assistance. On the other hand, the originally active Ligua netizens all fell silent. They kissed her on the mouth. What else could they say? The eyes of the world once again turned to Ollie, who was being chased with a critical hit output. There was even some sympathy. When he saw Song Bing and Shili kissing passionately, Ollie's eyes widened even more. The whole person was like a thunderbolt. His mind was in a trance for a moment, and his body staggered backwards. Fortunately, Chris and others caught him. Shili, do you know what you are doing? Ollie, who was hit hard one after another, finally couldn't help roaring out, breaking the dead silence. Ha ha ha. Look, he is anxious. Ongwa netizens flooded their screens one after another. This is a romance unique to Ongwa people. Seeing that he was almost level A and had so many critical hits, Song Bing relaxed his mouth. But the final drawing gave Ollie a critical blow again. Ollie's heart felt like it was being stabbed. The woman he fell in love with was enjoyed by his most hated enemy before he could enjoy it. The key is to do it in front of yourself. It's also very silky. My uncle can't bear it, but my aunt can't bear it either. At this time, Shili, who was let go by Song Bing, also looked at the aggrieved and angry Ollie. The little woman's blush disappeared instantly and was replaced by a cold and ruthless expression. I, Shili, can do whatever I want. No one can control me. You just promised to be my woman in front of our father. Do you want to be a watery and stinky cousin? Ollie suppressed his anger and frustration and said gloomily. At the same time, his eyes continued to look for West Jingyuan in the audience. Now, only his father can wash away his humiliation. Faced with Ollie's insults, Sir Idea frowned slightly, and a cold, murderous intent flashed deep in her beautiful eyes. No one has ever dared to scold him like that. If it weren't for a live broadcast, she would have done it without hesitation. But since it's a live broadcast, let's use Song Bing's method to solve it. Shili immediately sneered and said, My father only promised to accept you as his son. When did he promise to let me be your woman? The old man also said before he left that it was just polite words and everything was up to me. Now I, Shili, am going to be Song Bing's woman. What do you think? Shili said, standing on tiptoes even more domineeringly, and gave Song Bing another kiss. At the same time, he whispered coldly and softly in Song Bing's ear. Kill him and make his life worse than death. You can play with him for the next 3 nights as you wish. He didn't expect this woman to be so cruel, but he would do it without the other person telling him. Ollie must die? No problem. Song Bing smiled slightly and agreed decisively. This is a sure profit deal. You would be a fool not to agree. Ollie was hit hard again, and this time it was Siri who took the initiative to open up. And what Shili said instantly stunned everyone. Think about it carefully. Yes, huh? It seems that West Jingyuan has announced that he will be Ollie's father throughout the whole process. He also asked Shili if he would answer. That's all. Throughout the whole process, there was no mention at all of letting Ollie marry Siri. Just Ollie kept calling Daddy happily. Ollie's face darkened. According to the etiquette of the country, recognizing him as his son will soon mean that his daughter will be betrothed to him. But now, it is obviously useless to talk more. Just let West Jingyuan come out. Ollie immediately said gloomily, Where is your father? Let him come out, and he will clear my name. Song Bing looked strange and wanted to say, My dear son, stop looking, your father and I are right in front of you. Sorry, my dad is tired and has gone back early. Shili said casually. There was a hint of teasing in her beautiful eyes. It seems that again, Urji, your father is here. Even if your father humiliates you, how can you clear your name? Ollie laughed angrily. The whole body felt even more dazed. But he could only swallow this humiliation and anger into his stomach. Fortunately, he has planted his own poison in West Jingyuan, and it will take effect within half a month. This poison is extremely secretive, and only he can cure it. Not even Song Bing, who is at the same level as him. Therefore, he believed that Shili would beg him one day. By then, he must suck this bitch into pieces. Seeing the angry Ollie, the rich and powerful people in the audience couldn't help but look worried. Before it even started, the sudden appearance of Song Bing took away the woman first. This is indeed a bit frustrating. In the castle, witnessing this sudden scene, Wholesome and others all looked gloomy. In their opinion, did Song Bing know that he was outmatched, so he used this method to anger Ollie and make him lose control? Simply vicious. Inside the remote mountain villa, Jack and Qingchuan Yuri frowned slightly. Did he give that woman an aphrodisiac? Qingchuan Yuri immediately expressed his guess. They already knew that Song Bing could quietly inflict various poisons on people. But when he looked carefully just now, he couldn't see when Song Bing was poisoned at all. Jack did not speak, but looked at a follower in black and said, Go and investigate. Where did West Jingyuan go? He always felt that there was something fishy about this matter. Yes. The followers in black immediately retreated. Gao family. In the hot spring, Gao Ling, who had lost interest in playing with his feet, watched Song Bing's wonderful performance. The whole person froze. She didn't expect that Song Bing would appear at the last moment. I didn't expect that as soon as I appeared, I would give the world such a wonderful meeting gift. Sister, did you see clearly how he poisoned that woman? Gao Xingjie frowned and asked, obviously having the same idea as Qingchuan Yuri. It is believed that Song Bing gave Shili some kind of ecstasy poison, which made Shili willingly obey. No, I only saw them drawing threads. Gao Ling shook his head and said, Haha, he actually showed up at the last moment. It seems he was afraid that we would be bored and wanted to add a little more fun. Gao Ling's red lips curled up, and he instantly became interested in this live broadcast again. No, to be precise, he was only interested in Song Bing. Next, she wanted to see how Song Bing won Ollie. Andu, the official base. Haha, what a good guy. He knows how to play, and he has the grace of me when I was young. After watching this wonderful performance, Marshallin blurted out his praise. Instantly attracted the attention of Yi Tian and others. Marshallin suddenly blushed and realized that he was too happy to say the wrong thing, so he immediately regained his dignity and criticized. Why are you looking at me? Is there a picture on my face? Look at the big screen. Yi Tian and others were immediately frightened and turned their heads and looked at the big screen again. How's it going? This is called picking up girls. Isn't it much better than all those bells and whistles you do? Song Bing held Shili's slender waist with one hand, looked at the furious Ollie on the stage, and smiled. Ollie's eyes glowed green, and the 6 tentacles in his body could no longer restrain themselves from spraying out. I want to tear the couple in front of me to pieces on the spot regardless of the consequences. This scene made Moses, Jack and others in the dark uncontrollably nervous. Once Ollie loses his temper and goes crazy, all the previous advantages will be lost. Fortunately, at this critical moment, Jeff Stein patted Ollie on the shoulder and whispered something in his ear, and it was just a few seconds of whispering. In an instant, Ollie, who was originally green and trembling, gradually regained his senses. His confused nerves were gradually suppressed by his modified physique. Ollie looked at Song Bing again, but smiled sneerly. You want to anger me in such a despicable way, make me lose my mind, and give you another chance? Unfortunately, you seem to have forgotten something. Because of your cowardice and hiding in front of you, I won this contest. Even if you show up at this last moment, what's the use? You are still a loser. He's still a loser who doesn't even dare to accept competition. And I am now the winner. Ollie said sarcastically, spreading his arms domineeringly and looking at the live broadcast camera and everyone. He deliberately asked, I believe everyone has witnessed this, and it is irrefutable, right? As soon as these words came out, everyone who was confused by Song Bing came to their senses. It seems like, Ollie cured 10 extremely serious terminally ill patients in front of the world. He is recognized as the #1 miracle doctor by the world. The overall situation has been decided. During this process, Song Bing had been hiding and not daring to show his face. What's the use of coming out now? Do you want to save your last dignity by robbing women like this? Figure this out. In the audience, the rich and powerful people from all walks of life who were originally afraid suddenly felt at ease. Evelyn and others who were originally afraid of hiding were no longer afraid in an instant. Yes, why are you so arrogant there? Why are everyone cheering and celebrating? Please make it clear, Dr. Ao has already won this contest. Song Bing just stole a woman and made it look like you won. We are the ones who should cheer. You are not allowed to speak. Live broadcast room. Netizens from Ligua, who had been sprayed bloody, finally took advantage of this opportunity to stand up again. It was obvious that they had won, but they were so sprayed that they couldn't hold their heads up, making it look like they had lost. I am not talented, but the person in charge behind the scenes is willing to clear Dr. Ao's name. I, the former king of Litawan, am here to support Dr. Ao. And me, when it comes to medical skills, I only recognize Dr. Ao. Support Dr. Ao to become the world's #1 miracle doctor. He deserves it. The other cats and dogs are really unworthy. We were cured by Dr. Ao in front of the whole world. Everyone can see it. We have the most say. At this time, the 10 bosses sitting in the first row who had just been cured by Ollie also stood up at the right time. He did not hesitate to openly support Ollie in front of Song Bing. Naturally, they would not let go of the opportunity to perform like this. Of course, the most important thing is that Ollie has the biggest chance of winning so far. Secondly, when they first treated him, they had already openly slandered Song Bing. In this case, there is nothing to be afraid of. Giving full support to Ollie and letting him win is the most rational choice. He could also accept Ollie's favor afterwards. Why not? Sure enough, 9 cured bosses came forward to support, and the effect was immediate. Ollie is back to shine again. Thank you all 9 for speaking up. I will remember this kindness. Ollie smiled with satisfaction and made a polite gentleman's salute. Then he looked at Song Bing again and smiled like a winner. Song Bing, although I won this duel, but since you dare to come, as long as you join this bitch now, kneel down and beg me. I might consider giving you a chance to challenge me. Faced with the arrogant Ollie on the stage and everyone who expressed their position, Song Bing didn't care at all. He just turned to look at Shili and laughed softly. Give me 10 minutes. Yeah. Shili nodded, sat back on his seat, crossed his long legs, and looked stunning. But actually, I was nervous inside. This time, she put her own fate and the fate of Shimin as a whole on the line. But now, she still can't figure out how Song Bing can turn defeat into victory. Not just Shili, but also Marshalin, Sia, Luo Sinew, and others in the live broadcast room. Those netizens who rekindled hope and supported Song Bing. My heart was in my throat again, filled with worry. Logically speaking, Song Bing was indeed defeated. So what should Song Bing do next? No one expected it. Inside the castle, seeing that Ollie did not lose his composure, he instead used his existing advantages to counterattack well. Ma Xiangyu and others were relieved. Don't worry, everyone. It seems that even if this guy shows up now, he is just humiliating himself. Haha. Of course we have confidence in Dr. Ao. A dozen kings smiled again and picked up the champagne. Inside the remote mountain villa, it's time for those 8 black gold snipers to prepare. Qingchuan Yuri narrowed his eyes slightly. Why are you so anxious? Don't you want to see the duel between 2 miracle doctors? Jack, on the other hand, looked relaxed and not in a hurry. He has faith in Ollie. The 3rd level, Green Blood, has been carefully transformed within the organization. He wanted to see what Song Bing could win. Under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes, Song Bing looked calm and stepped onto the big platform step by step. Divine Dr. Song, according to the rules of the conference, you have lost and are not qualified to take the stage. Unless you comply with Dr. Ao's wishes, kneel down to him and pray for a chance to compete again. Jeff Stein said with a smile. It seems polite, but it is not difficult to tell between the lines that he is helping Ollie and fighting against Song Bing. Competition? He is not worthy of competing with me. I just came here because I really couldn't stand the behavior of some clowns, so I had no choice but to show up to expose some shady stories. Song Bing looked at the guy he had cured in the past and smiled lightly. The shady story? What shady story? Hey, isn't there something shady about this conference? As soon as these words came out, it immediately aroused curious speculation in the live broadcast room. Jeff Stein's heart trembled subconsciously, but he quickly covered it up and hurriedly sneered and said, Haha, Divine Dr. Song, this conference is open and fair, and everyone around the world can see it. You must be responsible for what you say. Ollie said with a gloomy look. Song Bing, do you think you can use this method to inspire me to agree? If you don't kneel down today, there will be no need to discuss anything. Song Bing, however, ignored the 2 of them, setting up the suspense, and then lowered his gaze to the audience. On the 9 people who were standing just now, openly supporting Ollie. 9 of you. You are already a big shot with status, but now for the sake of profit, you are willing to cooperate with this guy in acting and deceive the world. Don't you think this is demeaning? As Song Bing spoke, his expression was in place, as if he was heartbroken. However, this seemingly ordinary statement was like a bomb, instantly causing a shock at the scene and live broadcast room. Hey, what do you mean? Acting? Deceiving the world? Could it be said that these 9 big men who were treated by Dr. Ao were all acting in cooperation with Dr. Ao? How is it possible? These 9 people are all big guys. How could they do this? These people who have been cured all look fawning on their faces. It's a bit fake indeed. But the medical records have been made public, so can they still be faked? Son, as long as you have money and power, there is nothing in this world that cannot be faked. No wonder during the whole process, even though Divine Dr. Song arrived, he didn't show up. It turns out he wasn't afraid. But don't bother to show up. The live broadcast room quickly went crazy. Song Bing only needs to throw out ideas at will, and all-powerful netizens can provide him with perfect supplements in an instant. On the other hand, the expressions of Ali and others changed. Obviously, he didn't expect that Song Bing would suddenly come to such an end. It was simply too surprising. Is it okay to sue you for fraud? Of course, the 9 people who were most panicked were Lu, Lao Fu, and the others. They originally wanted to support Ali at all costs. But he didn't expect to be suddenly accused of being an accomplice by Song Bing. Can this be tolerated? This is about their reputation for the rest of their lives. The 9 people then stood up angrily. Song Bing, you are a respectable person after all, but you use such a despicable method to slander us. Don't you think it's ridiculous? That's right. Our medical records are clear, and the treatment process over the years is all there. How can we allow you to slander us? Then, the former king, who was begging for help, suddenly had an idea and said with a sneer, Haha, now that I have said this, I also want to tell you the truth. In fact, the 9 of us have privately sought medical treatment from Song Bing before. But Song Bing, because of his lack of ability, made money from us, but could not cure our disease. In desperation, we came to see Dr. Ao. Now the 9 of us have not only been cured of our illnesses by Dr. Ao, but we have also become younger. This must be obvious to everyone. When the other 8 people heard this, their eyes flashed and they all nodded in agreement. Since Song Bing dared to slander them, why couldn't they slander Song Bing? Haha. Now it seems that the so-called divine Dr. Song is just a villain who can only speculate and slander others. With that said, we once again declare our support for Dr. Ao. Even if we die from now on, we will not seek help from some villains, but will only seek treatment from Dr. Ao. It has to be said that the 9 people are worthy of being big guys from all walks of life. Not only did it turn the situation around in one fell swoop, he once again expressed his stance and supported Ali. Seeing this, Jeff Stein's eyes brightened slightly, and he stood up at the right time and said, Dr. Song, you said we were lying. Do you have any evidence? You can eat whatever you want, but you can't talk nonsense. There is evidence, of course. Song Bing glanced at Jeff Stein approvingly, waiting for these words. Haha. Today, if you can come up with evidence of our fraud, I will give you all my wealth. Mr. Lu made a bold statement confidently on the spot. Me too. And me. In addition, I will kneel down to you on the spot and kowtow 3 times. I chopped off the head on the spot. The other 8 people followed suit one after another. Not false at all. Seeing this, Song Bing smiled, and his smile was particularly bright. Any unexpected gains? The evidence is that your illness has not been cured at all. You are just pretending to fit in with this guy's performance. Song Bing smiled calmly. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. They all looked at the 9 radiant, old rich men. Doesn't this look like an act? How can you pretend to be so if you are terminally ill? At this moment, everyone felt that Song Bing was really joking. Shili, who was watching from the audience, couldn't help but tighten his legs. What is this guy doing? On the other hand, Ollie's eyes narrowed slightly, staring at Song Bing's every move. The other 2 pairs of eyes were also staring at Song Bing secretly. Ha ha ha, it's really ridiculous. I thought you were a treacherous villain, but I didn't expect you to be a fool. But the 9 old rich men laughed loudly. They thought Song Bing could produce any substantial evidence. That's it. Ha ha. Song Bing, do you think we are pretending? I was paralyzed and lost all 5 senses. Life would be worse than death. Now you open your dog eyes and look at me. Do I look like I'm pretending? Can this be faked? The old King Li Do-wan was the first to stand up in order to mock Song Bing. He even started jumping around. Show that you are already well. Such a mockery of strength. Everyone applauded and looked at Song Bing with a playful look on his face. Can paralysis be faked? Try pretending to be one. Do you think it's a cup? At this moment, Song Bing also fulfilled the old guy's wish. Open your eyes and take a good look at him. Ding successfully rescued the whole body from paralysis, merit -1. Ding successfully sent out all 5 senses, merit -5. Plop. The next second, I saw the old King Li Do-wan, who was jumping up and down happily, stumbled, and made a pop. He fell to the ground so unexpectedly, making no sound. The scene instantly became quiet. At first, they thought it was the old king who got high and accidentally fell down. It should be up soon. But half a while passed. Still saw the other party lying quietly on the ground, without any movement. Oh, Grandpa, "Grandpa, what's wrong with you?" The eldest grandson beside him also realized that something was wrong and hurriedly stepped forward to help him. The old king's body was twitching, his eyes rolled white, and he was no longer as happy as before. The applause stopped. The smiles on everyone's faces also stiffened. Everyone saw it. This is a typical example of overdoing it and exposing it. Song Bing explained with a well-timed smile. Everyone looked weird. Overdoing it? Are you sure this wasn't a fall? Don't believe this guy's nonsense. He just accidentally fell. Lu Lao Fu Hao and the other 8 people quickly explained. In his heart, he blamed the old king for his carelessness. The bones fell apart at this point. Then do you dare to show off like him? Song Bing smiled and deliberately stimulated. Haha, why don't you dare? The remaining 8 people sneered, and in order to prove it, they immediately showed off their healed injuries crazily. But be more careful. Don't fall. As a result, the next second, old rich man Lu's eyes widened, and he couldn't breathe. He followed closely behind him and fell to the ground on the spot. The scene was quiet again. The expressions of the remaining 7 displayers changed slightly, and they were immediately frightened and did not dare to display any more. Thump, 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 thump. However, just as they were about to sit down, an accident happened. The 7 people lined up like mahjong and fell to the ground one by one with pain on their faces. Symptoms vary. These are all symptoms they suffered from before. The world is quiet at this moment. Everyone's eyes widened. He looked at Song Bing in disbelief. Do you believe it now? They took some kind of medicine beforehand, but as long as they exercise strenuously, they will be easily exposed. Song Bing, on the other hand, spread his hands and talked nonsense seriously. Hey, are you really pretending? Oh my God, this looks so similar, doesn't it? If it weren't for divine Dr. Song, I wouldn't be able to tell at all. Shadow, shady, shady. In an instant, the live broadcast room exploded. Everyone looked at the 9 people in disbelief who could no longer pretend and were wailing in pain. Under the stage, Sheely's legs were clamped one by one, and her beautiful eyes were shaking violently, looking at this scene with the same disbelief. In front of the live broadcast camera, Marshallin, Sia, and others who were originally worried were also shocked by this unexpected scene. Dr. Ao, don't you explain? At this time, Song Bing turned his head and looked at Ollie with a smile. Successfully diverted the world's attention to him. Ollie, who had been staring intently, his pupils shrank suddenly and his fists clenched. He couldn't see clearly. He couldn't see clearly at all. The 2 jacks who were watching secretly did the same. Their eyes widened a bit. How did this guy do it? Gao family. Gao Ling stood up from the hot spring fiercely. Spring emerges. The originally joking expression on his face had been replaced by seriousness. Sister, there's something wrong with this guy. Gao Xingjie spoke in a low voice. Yes, dizziness is normal. Faced with the sudden onset of illness, the 9 victims were the most confused. But in order not to be slapped in the face, the 9 people still wanted to force themselves to explain. Seeing that the 9 people were still dead, Song Bing raised the corner of his mouth slightly and directly increased the dose. The illness of 9 people was advanced to an advanced stage. Late stage cannot be late stage. You can't reach your peak at the end. If you can't reach the pinnacle, you can upgrade directly. It depends on whether these sycophants have tough words or tough lives. Ouch, I can't do it either. My stomach is about to explode. Okay, I admit, it may be that our disease has recurred again. Dr. Ao, just save us one more time. Sure enough, before Song Bing reached his peak, the 9 people could no longer hold on. Finally, regardless of the image, he cried out in pain. The fear of death after a long separation enveloped them again. At this moment, they no longer dared to speak harshly, and all looked at Ollie in fear for help. Isn't this called pretending? It's too obvious. It must have been too much consumption and the effect of the medicine has expired. Oh my God, there is such a shady secret. If it hadn't been exposed by divine Dr. Song, everyone would still be kept in the dark. So, should this so-called Dr. Ao give everyone an explanation? In an instant, everyone's eyes fell on Ollie. All the conflicts are also concentrated on Ollie. If Ollie can't give a reasonable proof, then the so-called fame and status he had just accumulated through 10 patients would be gone in an instant. In the audience, in the live broadcast room, those who had supported Ollie from the beginning couldn't help but feel nervous, especially people like Evelyn and Moses. In the current situation, if Ollie wants to prove it, there seems to be only one way. That was to demonstrate the medical skills just now and heal 9 people again. No, it's better to treat it. We'll not get sick again. On the stage, facing all this, Ollie clenched his fists, and the depths of his eyes were filled with resentment. But he still came to Song Bing and sneered in a low voice. Don't think I don't know this is your trick. If my guess is correct, what happened at the zoo in the past was also your fault, right? It seems you are not hopelessly stupid. Song Bing admitted this frankly. However, he believed that it was impossible for the other party to guess his method of sending illness. Click. Even though he had already guessed it, after receiving Song Bing's personal admission, Ollie couldn't help but clenched his fists and made a clicking sound. At this moment, he finally understood why this guy left in such a hurry. That's not because you're afraid of him. Instead, he had to rush back to get him. Okay, you're fine. Do you want to use the same method against me this time? Then let's see if it's your poison that's stronger or my blood's that's stronger. Ollie laughed angrily, and just past Song Bing, came to the edge of the platform and faced the crowd. He said confidently, "Everyone, I have indeed cured 9 of your illnesses. As for why they are relapsing now, I just want to say that some villains secretly poisoned me. I know that my words are worthless, so next, I will use practical actions to find this villain." As he spoke, Ollie glanced back at Song Bing without forgetting to point out. As soon as these words came out, the world was shocked again. Poison? What do you mean? You're not talking about the poison caused by Song's illness, are you? That's too ridiculous. That's right. The 9 people were always in front of the camera. How could they drop the poison out of thin air? Do you think they were laying eggs? Don't worry about it for now. I'm getting more and more confused now. Didn't Dr. Ao say that he can find this villain? Then watch carefully. People were talking about it again, and attention fell on Song Bing again. Yes, everyone, please keep an eye out. This real villain will surface soon. However, to the surprise of Ollie and everyone else, Song Bing actually stood up and helped speak. Humph. With a cold snort, Ollie stopped talking nonsense, looked at the 9 people wailing below, and said, "Push them up." Song Bing put his hands back into his pockets. Obediently step aside. The prey is hooked. The show is about to begin. After hearing Ollie's words, the 9 old rich men were eagerly pushed forward. Of course, some of them were lifted. The 9 people appeared in public view again. That's right. Don't worry. If you cure us, we will return your innocence. The 9 old rich men who were lying on the stage still did not forget to flatter them. After all, their lives now fell into Ollie's hands again. At the same time, the 9 people glared at Song Bing with hatred and put all the blame on Song Bing. It's all this guy's fault. If he hadn't made us exercise vigorously, we wouldn't have hurt our bodies. Yes, the reason why we relapsed was because of him. We were supposed to be resting. In fact, it is true. Don't worry, everyone. This despicable guy thinks he's very poisonous, but he doesn't know he's not even worthy of carrying his shoes in front of me. With just a few moves, I can easily remove all the poison from you. And I guarantee that you will never be poisoned again. Ollie sneered and looked at Song Bing again, with endless contempt and cynicism in his eyes. In the past, he could detoxify Song Bing with his level 2 green blood. Now he possesses level 3 green blood and is invincible here. Just 1 drop is enough to get rid of Song Bing's poison with ease. If more is injected, it can stay in the patient's body and continue immunity and detoxification. By then, no matter how poisoned Song Bing is, he will be nothing more than a clown. And he will also shoot out his poisonous blood during this gap and invade Song Bing's body. Let him die from poison in public. Then push everything on him. Treat others in their own way. Song Bing looked at the ferocious look in the other person's eyes. He didn't know what malicious tricks this guy was thinking at the moment, but it should be quite poisonous. Song Bing, do you really think you are the only one who knows these methods? Do you really think your medical skills are unparalleled? Do you really think you can tease me a second time? Today, just open your dog eyes and see. I, Dr. Ao, want you to know clearly who is the best doctor in the world. After Ollie said this arrogantly, he waved his sleeves and grabbed the old rich man's head on the spot. This time, he took action directly and didn't do any more fancy things. The world was also shocked by Ollie's sudden domineering sideshow. Everyone couldn't help but widen their eyes and watch Ollie's next performance with bated breath. At this moment, the whole world was quiet. They are all making way for the domineering Dr. Ao. The eyes of Mosem and others brightened slightly. From Ollie's tone and eyes, they felt unparalleled dominance and confidence. Is Dr. Ao just waiting for this moment? It seems that you are right. Dr. Ao is angry. The emotions of all the kings could not help but be aroused, and they instantly became excited. Inside the remote mountain villa, the show is finally about to begin. Jack's eyes flashed. Are you so confident that he can fight that guy? Qing Chuan Yuri asked, but he had already put on his observation glasses. Get ready to enjoy this showdown of medical skills between two great doctors. Haha, it seems you know nothing about green blood. If you knew how scary green blood is, you wouldn't ask such a stupid question. Judging from Ollie's confident performance, it seemed that the 8 black gold snipers hiding in the dark were no longer needed. Jack raised the corner of his mouth slightly, extremely confident in Ollie. Gao family. Now, I can finally force you to use your methods. I want to see what kind of virus is in your body. Gao Ling sat back in the hot spring again. I ate the floating fruit. Compared to these people's expectations, Shili, Marshall, Sia, and others, however, held their breaths and concentrated with their hearts in their throats. They were also intimidated by Ollie's dominance and confidence. Therefore, now they are all worried about what unnatural means Ollie will use. Can Song Bing cope with it? However, compared to the tension, excitement, and expectations of everyone, Song Bing was extremely indifferent. He just put his hands in his pockets and stood aside, quietly watching Ollie's performance. Finally, under the gaze of everyone with different moods, I saw Ollie on the stage, grabbing the old rich man's egg-like head with one hand like a basketball. His eyes suddenly focused. The tentacle in the palm stretched out as promised and bit the old rich man's bald head. The old rich man suddenly felt his head being scratched by Ollie. Still very hard. The kind that scratches the skin. His head, which was aching so much, suddenly hurt even more. Although I don't know why Ollie scratched his scalp, but thinking that Ollie must have his reasons for doing this. So even though it hurt a lot, he gritted his teeth and whispered, "Ouch, Dr. Ao, it hurts a bit. Can you please be gentle?" Ollie said nothing. Instead, he was injecting blood into the old rich man's bald head. And in order to completely defeat Song disease, this time he injected a lot. In this way, the green blood exists in the old rich man's body, and Song Bing's poison cannot affect him. Hiss. The old rich man gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He could only feel the fluid flowing in his head. No need to guess, it must have been bleeding. But in order to cure the disease, I can only endure it. Everyone watched nervously, although I don't understand why Ollie keeps touching the other person's bald head. But because of Ollie's confident and domineering performance, still no one said anything. Wait for a miracle to happen. Song Bing was the only one watching, almost holding back his internal injuries. But for the program effect, he had to endure it. So Song Bing raised his head at a 45-degree angle, transformed into a duck, and thought about all the sad things in his life. In the audience, Shili, who was originally nervous and worried, found Song Bing, who was suppressing a smile. Daimei frowned slightly. What is this guy doing? He seems to be suppressing a smile. At this time, is he still in the mood to laugh? Didn't you see Dr. Ao using his big move? This continued for several minutes, and Ollie felt that he had lost enough blood. Only then did he confidently withdraw his tentacles. Okay, from now on, you are immune to all diseases. Ollie raised his lips slightly, finally took his hand away from the old rich man's bald head, and declared confidently at the same time. Really, the old rich man who had endured it for a long time couldn't help but get excited when he heard this. And after Ollie took his hand away, his head did feel much better, a little less stinging. Everyone's eyes were also fixed, unable to conceal their surprise. Is it so magical? Just put your hands on your head and scratch it. Will it be fine? Of course it's true. Do you still feel a headache now? Ollie asked confidently. Ouch, my head hurts even more. The next second, the old rich man used practical actions to break Ollie's self-confidence. The confident smile on Ollie's face froze, and he looked at the old rich man. He found that the latter was not as lively and smiling as he imagined. Instead, he held his head in even more pain, as if he was in agony. It was like Brother Monkey was being chanted a tight curse. At first, the old rich man did feel better, but later he discovered that it was the reason why Ollie let go. Now the momentum is coming. and he felt like something was poured into his head when Ollie caught him like this. So it hurts even more. Hey, look, everyone, is his head bleeding? Hey, there's so much blood. Did you scratch your skin? That's so cruel. Where are you practicing the 9 white bone claws? Fuck, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to use some big move, but after doing it for a long time, I got scratched by someone's bald head. Everyone was stunned when they noticed the blood flowing from the old rich man's bald head. Ouch, my head was really scratched. Ouch, it hurts. Dr. Ao, what kind of fat thing is this? The old rich man looked at the blood on his hands and realized that his head was really scratched. At first, he thought it was some special treatment from Ollie. I dare not say more. In the end, it was enough to scratch his head, and the disease was not cured. At this moment, seeing the blood coming out of the old rich man's head, Ollie's pupils shrank suddenly, and he shook his head crazily. Impossible, impossible. How could this happen? How could this happen? He glanced at the palm of his hand, then looked at the bleeding bald head of the old rich man. Finally, he thought of something and turned his head sharply to look at Song Bing. The first thing that came to mind was Song Bing's poison, which was more powerful than his blood. Even if his green blood reaches level 3, he can still be countered by Song Bing. But how is this possible? Don't look at me. I didn't do anything. Song Bing spread his hands and looked innocent. No, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. You can't be stronger than me. I've reached level 3. How can you be stronger than me? It must be because of insufficient blood transfusion. Yes, that must be the case. Ollie shook his head wildly again, and suddenly thought of something again, and his uncontrollable eyes instantly ignited hope again. He immediately turned to look at the old rich man again and said, I will do it again. This time, I will definitely make you immune to all poisons. After saying that, regardless of the old rich man's consent, Ollie directly changed his other hand and grabbed his bald head. Ouch! My head! You scratched my head again. The old rich man suddenly shivered in pain. Unexpectedly, Ollie caught him again without saying a word. He also switched to the other hand. And this time it was even stronger. The deeper the grip, the more painful it is. Subconsciously, the old rich man wanted to resist, but was scolded by Ollie. If you want to be cured, don't say anything. I will definitely cure you this time. The old rich man was frightened, but still chose to believe it. At the same time, others watched silently. However, the excitement and anticipation at the beginning was gone. What replaced it was weirdness. This time, Ollie held on longer and injected even longer. Directly shoot 200 cubic centimeters. Then he let go. How's it going? Ollie asked in nervous anticipation. Ouch, it hurts, it still hurts. However, the miracle did not happen, the old rich man said with pain on his face. I was almost caught rolling my eyes. At the same time, blood gushed out from his bald head again, already painting the originally shiny bald head red. Ollie's body froze. Hiss, so much blood? Did you scratch your skull? It's so cruel. How much hatred and resentment are there? It's so weird. I thought it was strange at first. How can I catch my head by scratching my head? Everyone's lips twitched slightly, and they couldn't bear to look directly. No way, no way. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. People's words stimulated Ollie to wake up again. Unwilling to accept it, he once again set his sights on the old rich man's bloody bald head. He immediately stretched out his 2 hands to catch him. It seems that Ollie still wants to catch him, or grab it with both hands. Is that okay? The old rich man, who rolled his eyes, trembled and quickly burst out with strength to protect his little head. With a face full of fear, he said, Don't scratch me. Don't scratch me. Dr. Ao, please stop scratching me. You're going to scratch my head. You struck too hard. No. Believe me. If you do it one last time, I will definitely be able to cure you. Ollie didn't care and stretched out his hands like a vampire. Keep catching. Seeing Ollie being grabbed with all his teeth and claws, the old rich man turned pale with fear. At this moment, Ollie became an old witch who liked to pinch people in his eyes. He wanted to say no, but with a splitting headache, he had no ability to resist. Seeing that Ori's hands were about to grab the old rich man's little bald head, which was already covered in blood. At the critical moment, the eldest grandson of the old rich man took the first step and hugged the old rich man's bloody bald head. Keep it all in your arms. Ollie was stunned and suddenly said gloomily, What are you doing? Didn't you see that I was going to treat your grandpa? Did you question me too? Dr. AO, of course we can trust your medical skills. But now you see that you pinched my grandfather's head, and it's all bruised and bald. Why don't you treat the other 8 patients first? The eldest grandson of the old rich man mustered up his courage and said, although he didn't dare to offend Ollie, he still mustered up the courage to protect the old rich man's bald head. His eyes were firm, determined not to let Ollie pinch him again. Yeah, Dr. AO, why don't you treat the others first? The old rich man also nodded repeatedly. To scratch for him? Originally a shiny good head. It was scratched like this. Seeing that the other party was protecting his head well, Ollie knew that he had no chance. His eyes also fell on the other 8 people. Then you come first. Ollie immediately went to the 8 people. The 8 people who witnessed the whole process at close range had their mouths twitching slightly and their hearts trembling. I couldn't help but secretly think, it's broken, it's coming for us. But out of final trust, although they were guilty and anxious, the 8 people still did not refuse. Maybe someone else would be better. Let me do it. Dr. AO believes in you. Don't worry about the treatment. I can stand it. After some humility, a retired gang boss finally stepped forward. He had some serious heart disease. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Seeing that someone finally trusted him, Ollie was overjoyed and immediately came to the black boss. Everyone became quiet again. The old rich man just now may have been an accident. After all, that end is indeed a good one, and they all want to pinch it twice. So, under the last expectant gaze of everyone, I thought that if it were someone else, Ollie would display some wonderful medical skills. As a result, Ollie, who was eager for success and in a daze, came to the black boss. Without saying a word, he stretched out his hands and grabbed the black boss's chest with both hands. The tentacles in the palm of the hand stretched out simultaneously. He opened his big mouth and took a bite. Inject the 2 tentacles together to get twice the result with half the effort. I have to say that Ollie is indeed very smart. Ouch, hold the grass. The expectant black boss pupils suddenly shrank. He looked down at the 2 big hands on his chest, then looked up at Ollie, who was full of expectations, several times. A look of disbelief. However, before he could be shocked, a stinging pain came from his chest. The ruthlessness grated on his nerves. He thought that if it were him, Ollie could change his approach. The result is still that people are arrested immediately. Or should you grab the last 2 hands and use them on him? At this moment, he clearly felt that his little bear's skin seemed to have been scratched by Ollie. Terrified with swelling, the scene was also quiet. Everyone's eyes widened and their mouths opened wide, just watching Ollie catch him off guard with both hands. How about playing? They thought Ollie would give them a surprise. The result was really a surprise. Just arrest someone? Ha ha ha, you're laughing at me. I thought I was going to perform some wonderful medical skills, but I ended up getting caught. Ha! Just scratch where the feelings hurt. He is indeed a miracle doctor. What's this move called? Squeeze Nailong's gripper? No, you are addicted to it, right? The live broadcast room was already laughing like crazy. Bang Shui stopped. Hey, Dr. AO, are you sure you don't want to try another method? I have a heart problem. The embarrassed black boss gritted his teeth and reminded. Don't worry, it's almost done. Ollie still held on tightly and continued to speed up the blood injection. After finally pouring in an unknown amount of blood, only then did Ollie loosen his tight grip. He quickly looked at Boss Hay's face expectantly and asked, How is it? Do you feel comfortable? Do you feel more comfortable than ever before? I feel so comfortable. But he still felt it, and at the same time he lowered his head to look. His face suddenly stiffened. At this moment, his chest was already soaked with blood, and blood was still gushing out, like a leaky balloon that had been scratched. The key thing is that it hurts more. The black boss's face instantly turned pale. At this moment, he finally understood the reason for the old rich man's fear. Is this a scratch? The world was also shocked. Hi, what a wolf. This is going to be put into a dairy farm. I'm sure it's in good hands. Ollie also discovered the blood-covered chest of Boss Hay. The originally expectant expression froze again. Impossible. How could this happen? Ollie looked at his hands again, still unwilling to believe it. His green blood could relieve pain and heal wounds. So how could he bleed? No, it must be a mistake. Let me do it again. Ollie finally panicked. and he was unwilling to grab the black boss's chest again. Verify it. Originally, Boss Hay was already frightened when he saw blood pouring out of his chest, but when he saw Ollie, he came back. It gave him an instant shock. Guard, escort. The boss quickly held his chest with both hands and shouted in fear. He no longer has the courage of the gangster brother just now. When the protective boy saw this, he rushed forward and hugged Boss Hay's chest. Adds a layer of physical defense. No, trust me, let me catch you one more time. Just once, okay? I just made a mistake. This time I will definitely find the problem. Seeing this, Ollie quickly prayed. Fuck you for scolding me. The black boss directly kicked out, knocking the dazed Ollie back a few steps. Ollie didn't care. Now he just wanted to prove himself. Seeing the old rich man and the black boss being very defensive. Then his eyes fell on the remaining 7 people. Then come on, hurry up. Ollie's eyes lit up. He raised his hands and rushed directly towards the 7 people. How dare the 7 people who witnessed the whole process dare to let Ollie pinch him again. When he saw Ollie rushing towards him, he was frightened to death on the spot. Oh no, don't come over here. Don't catch me. I have hemorrhoids. Help, help. The 7 people, who were already suffering from the pain, hurriedly protected their painful parts and crawled off the stage. I already had a shadow in my heart, afraid of being pinched by Ollie. Upon seeing this, the escorts of the 7 people also rushed to the stage to help protect the painful parts of the 7 people. It's so scary, it's bloody when you scratch it. They probably scratched a major artery. Who dares to try? Then a funny scene occurred. On the dazzling big platform, the 9 people who originally supported Ollie were all covering their bodies in fear. Just arrest them if you catch them. Does this Ollie think he is an old monster from Montenegro? Friends from Ligua, why don't you say anything anymore? Come and see what your Dr. AO is doing. Ha ha ha. And these 9 guys, I believe in your Dr. AO, why don't you believe it? One more time, is it the powerful Diamond Claw? Seeing the ridiculous scene on the stage, the live broadcast room couldn't stand it any longer, and Angwa netizens stood up again. On the other hand, Ligua netizens did not dare to speak. At this moment, everyone was facing the live broadcast room with their eyes wide open. Inside the castle, Mosem and others, who were originally full of expectations, also opened their mouths. I was confused by Ollie's burning operation. Is this the so-called magnification move? What is he doing? What is he doing? Yes. Why do you keep catching people and pinching them? What about his medical skills? Why don't you use them? Mosem broke the defense. Will this happen at the critical moment? Inside the villa. Is this the power of green blood you were talking about? Why didn't he use it and kept catching people and pinching them? There is something strange inside the Qingchuan tree. Jack's confident mouth twitched again and again, because at this moment, he also wanted to ask why. What's Ollie doing? Gao family. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Ling coughed up the grapes he had just peeled and swallowed in his throat. Apparently, it was also caused by Li Li's burning operation on the screen. Sister, what's going on with this guy? Gao Xingjie frowned slightly. I just can't see Ollie's operation. In the audience, the same is true for every wealthy man. 10,000 horses are galloping in my heart. Ollie, what are you doing? Seeing this scene, Shili's beautiful eyes twinkled. To be honest, she wanted to laugh at this moment. But her beautiful eyes were very keen to capture Song Bing on the stage. On the stage, Song Bing finally couldn't hold himself any longer and couldn't help but smile. He thought that Ollie would be crazy and shocked when he found out that he had no healing green blood. But unexpectedly, I added a very funny one. At this time, Ollie, who was crazy and unable to catch anyone, seemed to notice something and suddenly turned around. He looked at Song Bing. Sorry, I didn't hold back just now. I'll go further, and you continue. Song Bing quickly covered his mouth and apologized, and at the same time moved to the side. Give Ollie a place to show off his power. What exactly is the virus in your body? Ollie's face was ashen and ferocious, and he finally regained some sense. At this moment, no matter how much he didn't want to believe it anymore. Looking at Song Bing's performance, he had to admit it. His green blood was indeed suppressed by Song Bing's virus. And its total suppression. No matter how much green blood he poured into it, it was useless. Yes. Song Bing's heart moved slightly, but he smiled. Die to me. However, the next second, he saw the corners of Ollie's mouth slightly raised unwillingly. His eyes suddenly widened, and the bloodshot eyes in his pupils were visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, 2 tiny bloodshot jets were seen spraying out from the corners of his eyes, accurately hitting Song Bing's face. The main focus is an unexpected sneak attack. Ha ha, ha ha ha, Song Bing, you've been hit, you've been hit. Seeing that the sneak attack was successful, Ollie finally laughed. He didn't expect that Song Bing would react so slowly. And while he was laughing loudly, Song Bing reached out his hand and wiped his face unhurriedly. He glanced at the bloodshot hands, then looked up at Ollie. Weird expression. Eyes can also shoot blood. In fact, it wasn't that he couldn't react, but that there was no need to hide at all. How are you okay? Why didn't my blood invade your body? Wait, my blood? Seeing that Song Bing wiped his face so lightly, Ollie's smile froze. He finally discovered the red blood stains on Song Bing's face. But isn't his blood green? When did it become red? Hiss. Unwilling to be reconciled, he suddenly widened his eyes again, opened his mouth, and bit his tongue. Then 3 streaks of red blood spurted out from under his eyes and tongue. Accurately shoot at Song Bing. More obvious. Like spitting. This time, Song Bing avoided it in disgust. So disgusting. 3 streaks of blood also fell on the white carpet as promised, and looked at 3 bright blood prints. Ollie was struck by lightning and was completely stunned. A terrible possibility suddenly occurred to him, and this terrifying thing can perfectly explain all of this. Impossible, impossible, why did my blood turn red? Where's my green blood? Ollie went crazy, looking down at the blood staining his hands again. At this moment, he realized that the blood flowing out was not the blood of the old rich man and the black boss, but his blood. Everyone looked at Ollie, the weirdness on their faces getting more and more serious. What is this guy doing? You can't pinch anyone, so you glare at Dr. Song? Are you cerebral palsy? It hurts so much to pinch someone. Who would let him pinch him? Not only did he stare, he bared his teeth. Not only was he baring his teeth, but he was also spitting. I saw it all. That's right, I saw it very clearly. This piece of Ollie just wanted to spit and disgusted Divine Dr. Song. He got angry when Divine Dr. Song avoided him too much. What a talent. The live broadcast room exploded again, and everyone was confused by Ollie's mysterious operation. Those who supported Ollie at the scene and in the live broadcast room also covered their faces. Shameless. Wholesome and others, who secretly had the last glimmer of hope, were also dumbfounded. From the moment Ollie spat at Song Bing with his teeth bared. It's you, it must be you, it must be you. The crazy Ollie suddenly figured out something, pointed at Song Bing, and backed away, but he was panicking in his heart. At this moment, his mind was like a projector, flashing through everything that had just happened. From Song Bing's appearance at the last moment to deliberately spreading rumors. The purpose is not to compete with him. But this scene now. During the whole process, Song Bing looked at him clearly, as if he was looking at a clown. That indifferent expression seemed to have already grasped everything. His green blood had even disappeared silently. After playing everything in his mind, Ollie felt completely bad. All the confidence I had before was gone at this moment. The whole body was destroyed. Impossible, impossible. How did you do it? How did you make my green blood disappear quietly? There is no way you could do it. I am level 3, level 3. Ollie's legs weakened and he fell directly to the ground, but he still refused to accept this outcome. He imagined that this competition would be the most difficult duel, which would be a good fight between his green blood and Song Bing's virus. At most he would be injured, but he didn't expect that in the end, he wouldn't even know when green blood would be gone. It's like a motorcycle rider who confidently rides his bike to compete with others. As a result, the game started. The car was stolen. He was teased by Song Bing like a clown. Why are you still acting like a fool? Everyone was speechless when they saw Ollie sitting on the ground and shaking his head crazily. Inside the villa, Jack and Harukawa Yuri discovered the red blood that Ollie had vomited, and their pupils shrank suddenly. The body also trembled. Why is his green blood gone? Jack sat up directly. Could it be that the virus in Song Bing's body has the ability to swallow other people's viruses? Qingchuan Yuri took a breath of cold air. Think of a terrible possibility. At this moment, the two finally understood the reason for Ollie's madness. It's impossible. Before the apocalypse comes, how could such a heaven-defying disease appear in this world? Even if they had this ability, It was impossible for Ollie not to notice it if they were of the same level. Jack shook his head decisively, unwilling to believe it even to death. Then you can explain to me why his green blood disappeared so inexplicably? Qingchuan Yuri asked directly from his soul. Master, West Jingyuan has disappeared. Just as the two were confused about this, the person who was sent by Jack to check West Jingyuan came back. What did you say? The visitor immediately knelt down on one knee and reported. Based on the island's surveillance and investigation, we found that the last place West Jingyuan entered was a toilet. As a result, after we went in to search, there was no one left. West Jingyuan seemed to disappear into the toilet out of thin air. A big living person, you just disappeared when you told me to disappear? Jack's face turned ugly. But the next second, my heart suddenly trembled. Qingchuan Yuri's face also changed. The two of them seemed to have a clear understanding of each other. They quickly picked up the telescope and looked at the distant field again. This time, they did not see Songbing again. Instead, they all looked at the audience, where Shili was sitting coolly with his legs crossed. West Jingyuan, Queen Shili's father? Songbing. The previous scenes kept flashing in their minds. From the dignified queen of Shili, she respectfully pushed her faceless father. After being cured by Ollie in Zijinjuan, he recognized Ollie as his son in public. At the end, Songbing showed up, suddenly confessed his love to Shili, and teased Ollie. A series of information is connected. At this moment, no matter how stupid they were, they understood. West Jingyuan was pretended to be Songbing. Shili has been Songbing's person from the beginning. Otherwise, how could the majestic Queen Shili agree to other people's confessions so easily? All this is just Songbing and Shili teaming up to play tricks on Ollie. They should have thought of it earlier. Fake. Songbing is West Jingyuan. Jack, who had figured everything out, roared and angrily threw the telescope in his hand to the ground. So, he deliberately pretended to be West Jingyuan to approach Ollie and ask Ollie to treat his illness. What was his purpose? In contrast, Harukawa Yuri is calmer. Another key question was raised along the way. Jack's body stiffened, and his ugly face instantly turned livid. Damn it! He must have quietly removed Ollie's green blood in the process of getting close to Ollie. We were all fooled by this guy. After Jack finished speaking, he slumped down and sat down on the sofa. Harukawa Yuri also showed a wry smile and repeated, "In the face of Ollie's arrogance, I deliberately showed weakness. In fact, he made a secret plan, pretending to be the father of the queen of the country's most powerful force, and approached Ollie to eliminate his green blood. Finally, he showed his true face, easily crushed him, played with Ollie, and took everything back. That's enough." Jack roared angrily, interrupting Harukawa Yuri's review. At this moment, he also felt his face being slapped. Because Songbing's cunning operation not only teased Ollie, it also made them all play around. No, it's not just them, but everyone, except for the woman in the audience. They thought they were watching a monkey show, but in the end, they discovered that the monkey was themselves. Okay, very good, Songbing. I admit, I did underestimate you. However, since you are here this time, don't even think about leaving this island alive. After being angry, Jack gradually calmed down. Because Ollie is just a pawn in this plan. It would be nice if Ollie could defeat Song-sik. If that doesn't work, then they have to take action. Are the 8 black gold snipers ready? Jack turned to look at Harukawa Yuri. After being treated like a monkey by Songbing once, there was no more contempt in his eyes. Don't worry, everything has been arranged and hidden in 8 directions of the island, covering no blind spots. This time, even if he has extraordinary powers, he will definitely die in the face of the blockade and suppression by 8 black gold snipers. Qingchuan Yuri smiled confidently. Just because the black gold sniper rifle in the hands of the black gold sniper is specially used to deal with people like Songbing. Okay, then wait for my order. Hearing this, Jack smiled. Only then did the heart of being teased calm down. He wanted to personally direct the hunt. On the platform, Ollie, who knew he had lost everything, had already fallen into madness. He was still muttering, "How is that possible?" Jeff Stein, Chris, and others on the side didn't know what to do for a moment. Seeing that the time was almost up, Songbing also walked towards the center of the platform with a smile. Planned to give this farce a final judgment. Ollie still stared at Songbing and staggered to his feet. At this moment, Song Bing has become a nightmare again in his eyes. My dear son, I just took off my mask. Why don't you recognize your father? Song Bing came to Ollie's side and reminded him with a chuckle in his ear, using West Jing Yuan's hoarse voice. The familiar father's voice reached his ears, and Ollie stood up staggeringly, as if he had been struck by lightning again. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at Song Bing in shock, then looked down at the cold and stunning Shili again. In an instant, just like Jack and Harukawa Yuri, they understood everything. You? Ollie's eyes widened. He pointed at Song Bing tremblingly, and his body kept stumbling back. Before the conference started, he had thought of countless vicious ways to make Song Bing suffer a bad death and ruin his reputation. Now, in the end, I found out. The vicious methods he thought of were not even 1% as good as Song Bing's. Deliberately pretending to be Shili's father, making him willing to call him dad in front of the world. Revealing his identity again, snatching Shili away in front of everyone, turning him into a laughingstock. Now, after taking away his green blood, he was made to show off his so-called medical skills in front of the world like a clown. In an instant, he completely lost everything and became a clown without even realizing it. It is also destined that in this life, it will be impossible for him to regain everything he lost. Dad even shouted, "What dignity does he have?" Uffed. After thinking everything through, Ollie's face turned red. He was furious on the spot, and a mouthful of old blood spurted out from the gap in the mask. It can be said that how arrogant he was before is now humiliating and embarrassing. No matter how high I climbed before, how hard I fell now. Perhaps because of the excessive movements, the mask that Ollie had been wearing to cover his bowed mouth suddenly slipped off at this moment. In fact, it was Song Bing who had just moved his hands and feet. Ollie's true appearance was completely exposed in front of the world's cameras. Huh? What the hell is this? Hey, why does this mouth look like a butt? It's so ugly. No wonder I'm wearing a mask all the time. Everyone at the scene and in the live broadcast room were instantly shocked when they saw Ollie's true appearance. Many people were even frightened. No one expected that Dr. Ao, who wore a mask and maintained a sense of mystery, would have such an ugly mouth under the mask. No, but is more appropriate. The most shocked person was naturally Chris and others on the side. They suddenly discovered that Dr. Ao looked familiar. After reacting, Ollie hurriedly covered his mouth, but it was obviously to no avail. At this time, Song Bing also faced the camera at the right time and smiled. He continued to reveal, "Now, I believe everyone should know who the real villain is, right? In fact, there is another inside story. This so-called Dr. Ao is just a chess piece created by some thoughtful people. He has no medical skills at all. Everything he showed before was just to fool people. At the same time, his true identity is Ollie, the Western medicine genius who used to challenge me at the University of Jos. Hi, what do you mean? Any bullshit medical skills are all fake. They must have been created by using some kind of illegal drugs. The purpose is also very simple. The AI group created by Dr. Song has robbed some powerful countries of their cakes, so they are targeting them. Yes, I remembered that they look alike, except their mouths don't look alike. I see. God, this is so scary. If divine Dr. Song doesn't show up and expose it, we will all be kept in the dark." Song Bing's words once again stirred up the live broadcast room, and in an instant, everyone recognized Ollie's true identity. He was even more convinced of Song Bing's words. How could this happen? In the audience, the rich and powerful people who came to support Ollie and Evelyn and others who did not hesitate to show up were also confused. Chris and others on the stage were even more confused. Obviously, they didn't expect that the so-called mysterious Dr. Ao turned out to be Ollie, who was defeated and disappeared by Song Bing in the past. Is this even more bullshit? At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Ollie. No more respect or adulation. Some are just doubtful and angry. Ollie fell to the ground and looked at Song Bing, who was standing proudly and shining again, and the people in the world who were pointing at him. His heart was bleeding. It's over. Everything is over. He knew that he lost this so-called competition, and it failed miserably. To describe it as ruined is an understatement. In despair, Ollie looked at Song Bing again. This time, he no longer covered his mouth. The look in Song Bing's eyes was also filled with resentment. "Song Bing, I want you to die. I want to drain your blood and deprive you of everything. As soon as he finished speaking in front of the world's cameras, Ollie ignored his image, and his whole body became ferocious and twisted, like Song Bing coming towards him. He looked like he was about to pinch someone. Everyone's expressions couldn't help but change. There is a shadow on the scene where Ollie just choked someone. Dr. Oh no. Jeff Stein and the young assistant also changed their expressions, because they knew that Ollie was going to risk everything, expose his tentacles in front of the world, and take action against Song Bing. Idiot. Jack and Qingchuan Yuri in the villa also stood up, their faces ashen. If Ollie is exposed, you can imagine what kind of uproar it will cause around the world. You alone are worthy enough? Seeing Ollie coming violently, Song Bing just turned around calmly and raised the corner of his mouth slightly. His hands were still in his pockets. Seeing Ollie's hands raised, Ju's mouth opened slightly, and 3 tentacles were visible to the naked eye, about to burst out of his body, and he opened his fangs and bit Song Bing. Song Bing's eyes flashed coldly, and he said coldly, "Kneel down." Ding successfully delivered level 2 myasthenia, merit -100. Looking at Song Bing for a moment, Ollie's soul trembled, and the next second, he felt as if the muscles in his body had been drained of strength in an instant. The muscle tentacles that were about to shoot out instantly lost their strength and got stuck in the body. Plop. Immediately afterwards, Ollie's legs stopped working, and his original anger turned into a sliding shovel, and he knelt at Song Bing's feet. The tense scene was briefly quiet. "Oh, what are you doing? Kneel down to apologize and admit your mistake." "I won't forgive even if I kneel down. This kind of person is so hateful, and he must die to apologize." People were talking a lot, thinking that Ollie felt guilty and wanted to kneel down to admit his mistake and apologize. But at this moment, only Ollie was the most panicked. When he thought about it, he found that all the muscles in his body were not working. The tentacles that I was originally proud of lost their strength. Ollie stared at Song Bing with fear on his face. At this moment, he truly felt the horror of Song's disease. At this moment, he truly realized the difference between him and Song Bing. "Don't you want to know how I poisoned you? Watch, I will only demonstrate it once." Song Bing finished in a voice that only Ollie could hear. His eyes flashed again. Ding successfully delivered rare terminal heterogeneous blood genetic disease, merit -100. Ollie's soul trembled again, and his eyes trembled with fear. At this moment, he finally knew Song Bing's poisoning method. However, before he could react, the blood in his body suddenly surged. Uft. The next second, blood suddenly poured out from Ollie's 7 orifices. Like a spring. It was also accompanied by heartbreaking pain. Ollie fell to the ground, his eyes becoming ferocious and frightened again. Looking at the blood flowing out of his body, his whole body was shrouded in fear. I tried to cover it up, but to no avail. "Oh, what's going on? Isn't it possible that he committed suicide by taking medicine out of fear of guilt? Do you really want to die to apologize?" When everyone saw this sudden scene, they were all frightened. The live broadcast staff quickly turned off the live broadcast. "Don't dare to broadcast it again." Ollie's scream echoed in everyone's heart. People dared not look at it. Only Song Bing looked at him indifferently. Since the other party likes to spurt blood, then he will fulfill his wish. This is a secondary disease from Li Minglin in the past. I happen to have a professional counterpart today. Dr. O. When the young assistant not far away saw this, his expression changed drastically, and he rushed over. Help Ollie cover his orifices. But it was obviously in vain. Just like this, Dr. A.O., a generation of Western medicine, vomited out his last mouthful of blood and died in his favorite way. Before he died, his eyes were still bloodshot, staring at Song Bing unwillingly, leaving the most vicious curse behind. "Song Bing, go to hell." At this moment, the assistant young man suddenly attacked Song Bing angrily. His eyes suddenly turned black. Between the fingers that were pulled out, sharp nails that were not normal grew. He struck quickly and pointed directly at Song Bing's heart. It happened unexpectedly, but in the next second, the young assistant's sharp claw was caught by Song Bing with one hand. The young assistant's expression changed drastically. When he wanted to pull away, he found that Song Bing's hands were like iron pliers, motionless. Level 2 is not bad. At this time, Song Bing's slightly disappointed voice came. The young assistant's pupils shrank, and he felt the fusion virus in his body passing away rapidly. Absorbed by Song Bing. successfully absorbed the second-level proto-wolf disease. Merit plus 100. As the disease was absorbed, the young assistant's sharp fingernails and black pupils also turned into a normal appearance visibly to the naked eye. The young assistant's soul trembled and he wanted to say something, but in the next second, his heart stopped and he fell to the ground. And even to the end of his life, he couldn't understand why Song Bing had such terrifying power even though it was a virus that could be cured. Why is his secondary aggressive, original wolf so unbearable? The rich and powerful men in the audience were stunned when they saw the young man who was about to assassinate Song Bing suddenly fall to the ground. All of them were trembling and speechless, because they vaguely saw the assistant young man's suddenly darkened eyes and long nails. It's like an illusion. On the other hand, Shili's beautiful eyes shook violently, as if she had been struck by something, because she sees it most clearly. She clearly saw the youth's mutation. Even at the beginning, the ferocious tentacles were about to burst out of Ollie's palm. She firmly believed that all this was real and not an illusion. However, neither Ollie nor the mutated assistant young man. When faced with Song Bing, they all died of inexplicable fear. Shili's beautiful eyes fell on Song Bing again, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. I became even more curious about this young man. Fortunately, due to the sudden shutdown of the live broadcast, netizens from all over the world did not witness this scene. It was not even recorded. Otherwise, something big will really happen. At this moment, Marshall and others are waiting anxiously in front of the live broadcast camera. At the same time, Song Bing on the stage felt much better after absorbing the two of them. 1100 points of merit. It's simply not too fun. Song Bing's eyes finally fell on the little Indian girl in the cylindrical cabin. I happened to see Jeff Stein sneaking up to the cylindrical cabin, holding a red pill, and wanted to give it to the Arctic fox. He was about to force the red pill into his mouth. The next second, like a ghost, a hand came to the Arctic fox's mouth first, and pinched the small red pill accurately and firmly with 2 fingers. Jeff Stein's expression changed drastically, and he raised his head in fear. He found that Song Bing had come to him at some point. The hand holding the red pill also belonged to Song Bing. Jeff Stein's pupils shrank suddenly, and he looked at the young man in a white coat in front of him in horror, his body trembling uncontrollably. Obviously, he didn't expect why Song fell ill so quickly. 1 second ago, Song Bing was still several meters away from him. Why are you here the next second? What is this? Song Bing took the pill, looked at it carefully for a moment, then looked at the other person and asked curiously. Jeff Stein's eyes were a little dodgy, and he tried to calm himself down. Looking directly at Song Bing, he said, "Miracle Dr. Song, Dr. AO, and others committed fraud and committed suicide out of fear of crime. They deserve what they deserve. But I bought this little girl at a high price, and it belongs to Lowly Island. I am the owner of the island, and I have the right to dispose of it. So please return the antidote to me. Otherwise, you are committing robbery. I believe you don't want to do such a shameless thing in front of so many people, right?" Looking at this sanctimonious hypocrite, Song Bing smiled, raised the pill in his hand, and asked tentatively, "You want it?" The moment he saw the pill, Jeff Stein's eyes were obviously nervous and urgent. "Yes, give it to me quickly. Her life is getting weaker and weaker, and she needs to take this life-extending pill quickly." "Then why don't you ask me to help? If I could cure her directly, wouldn't everything be fine?" Song Bing continued to test. Jeff Stein's face changed slightly, but soon he became a little angry and said forcefully, "Song Bing, please understand. This is my territory, this girl is mine, and I am happy to treat whoever I want. Now, immediately, please give me this medicine. Otherwise, I don't mind kicking you out of my lowly island." After Jeff Stein finished speaking, the security guards on both sides came to the stage, holding electric batons. It seemed that as long as Jeff Stein gave the order, they would go on stage and take action against Song Bing. It's clear that Jeff Stein is eager for Arctic Fox to take this pill, but certainly not to save the Arctic Fox. Not only was Jeff Stein eager, but Jack, who was secretly observing, also clenched his fists. This medicine is an intensifying medicine that activates the 3rd level, cold and heat, in the Arctic Fox's body. Once taken, then the Arctic Fox will enter a state of rage at the cost of burning the last 3 minutes of his life. It will definitely tear the scene to pieces. Okay, Since you want it so much, let me give it to you. Seeing this, Song Bing reluctantly handed over the medicine. Seeing that Song Bing could be frightened by him so easily, Jeff Stein was secretly happy, and he was eager to take it and give it to the Arctic fox. However, the next second he took the pill. Song Bing patted Jeff Stein's hand and chest. Then Jeff Stein opened his mouth and put the pill into his mouth uncontrollably. Swallowed. The whole process was so fast that the human eye could not catch Song Bing's move. I only saw Jeff Stein happily taking the pill, and then he couldn't wait to open his mouth and take it. Jeff Stein's smiling face froze for a moment, looking at Song Bing in disbelief. Everything happens in an instant. Only he knew that Song Bing had moved his hands and feet. He didn't expect that Song Bing would return the medicine to him in this way. Why did you eat it yourself? Isn't this for this little girl? Facing Jeff Stein's shocked gaze, Song Bing pretended to be surprised. He originally planned to try the medicine himself. But since the other party wants it so much, that's all it takes. He could only give it back to the other party. Jeff Stein wanted to say something, but when he reacted, his face immediately became full of panic. Hey! He quickly lowered his head and picked his throat, trying to spit out the pill. Ding successful removal of gastric acid for digestion. Merit -1. Song Bing thoughtfully helped him improve digestion. The next second, Jeff Stein directly clutched his stomach and knelt on the ground in pain. His face also turned white and hot. It's like alternating hot and cold. I'm so cold. No, I'm so hot. It's too cold for me. No, it's too hot for me. Jeff Stein was rolling on the ground in pain for an instant. Sometimes he curls up and sometimes tears his clothes. Dr. Song, I did it. Please help me. Please, please help me. In desperation, Jeff Stein turned his attention to Song Bing. Can I take action? Song Bing asked uncertainly. Jeff Stein was stunned for a moment. Then he realized what he was doing and hurriedly prayed even more humbly. Yeah. As long as you save me, I'll give you this island. Hurry, or I'm going to die. You should have told me earlier. I thought this was your island. You liked freedom and wouldn't let me rule it. Song Bing smiled meaningfully, then pretended to be stunned and squatted down. Don't worry, I'll save you right away. Song Bing put his hands on his wrists to feel his pulse. He quickly sensed the other person's physical condition. It turned out to be exactly the same as the symptoms of the Indian tribes in the past. No, it's even scarier. It's like a fusion of multiple illnesses, and it's still a rare level 3. For a moment, Song Bing seemed to have guessed the reason why the other party wanted to give the Arctic fox this pill. An unexpected bonus. Song Bing was secretly happy. However, he did not rush for treatment, but waited until the moment Jeff Stein was about to die. Then he took action decisively. Ding successfully absorbed level 3, cold and heat, merit +1000. In the end, Song Bing succeeded in catching Jeff Stein at the moment of his death and cured him. Jeff Stein, a great philanthropist of a generation, died in this way after rescue efforts failed. Hey, I'm sorry, I tried my best. It would have been better if he had asked me to treat him earlier. Song Bing stood up and looked at the bodyguards surrounding him with a sad face. For a moment, the bodyguards were stunned. Their island owner died like this. The rich and powerful people in the audience were also confused. Looking at the 3 corpses lying on the stage, I started to feel restless. First, Ollie was afraid of sin and knelt down to commit suicide in front of the world to atone for his sins. Then the young assistant attacked Song Bing and died suddenly. Now Jeff Stein has also taken the drug and died. None of this seems to have anything to do with Song's disease. But they are all related to Song disease. Will it be their turn next? They are prominent figures from all over the world and well known in various fields. Which person is not worth over 100 million? However, the young man in white on the stage made them feel the oppression of death. It seemed as if any one of them could be easily killed at any time. Thinking of this, every rich man felt chills all over his body. He stood up tremblingly and wanted to leave this place of right and wrong. What are you so anxious about? It's not over yet. Just when everyone was about to escape, the young man in white on the stage smiled and spoke. But just such an ordinary sentence instantly caused hundreds of wealthy businessmen in the audience who wanted to escape to freeze and tremble in place. Don't dare to move an inch. Why are they here? Naturally, he wanted to see Ollie replace Song Bing and become the world's #1 miracle doctor. Then I like to fawn over and support Ollie and ask for a favor. After all, when they reach their status, living well is what they pursue. However, life is unpredictable, and the large intestine wraps around the small intestine. They wanted to support the sought-after Ollie, but it was so funny. This means that in the future, Song Bing will still have the final say in the medical field. The world is still dominated by the Dai group. Who dares to leave? It turns out it's not over yet. Then Divine Dr. Song. Please continue, we'll watch. Yes, Divine Dr. Song. Continue. No matter how long it takes, we will watch. Yes, we are all here to support you. So, under Song Bing's words, one after another the rich and powerful bosses gritted their teeth and sat back in their seats. He didn't even forget to flatter him. Among the crowd, Evelyn and others trembled and fell to the ground again. Went looking for masks. That's right. That's really an honor for me. Song Bing smiled slightly and gave these people the chance to step down. Then he looked at Chris and the others who were shivering in the corner and said with a smile, "Carry your Dr. AO down. Since he has committed suicide to apologize, then I will forgive him." Chris and the others forced a smile, then tremblingly stepped forward and carried away Ollie, who had suicided to apologize, and the assistant young man who had suddenly died. Several people almost fled, so much so that Ollie's body had to crawl all the way up the steps. The rich and powerful men looked at it with displeasure. Think about how high-spirited Ollie was when he took the stage. Domineering? As a result, when he left, he was actually carried down? Why? Song Bing continued to look at the security personnel at Lowly Island and said with a smile, "You must have heard clearly just now. Jeff Stein offered me this island as a medical fee. So the island is mine now." "But you didn't save our island owner." A security guard immediately retorted, "What a joke. Who can guarantee that the disease can be cured 100%? That's right. According to what you said, hospitals can't charge fees if they can't cure people. Mr. Jeff Stein made it very clear just now that he was willing to use the island as a medical fee. So Dr. Song took action to treat him and tried his best. This is obvious to all. I believe that Mr. Jeff Stein has a spirit in heaven and will willingly give the island to Divine Dr. Song." Yes, now Lowly Island belongs to Divine Dr. Song, and we can all testify for Divine Dr. Song. "Dr. Song, I have the most powerful team of lawyers who can help you for free." In an instant, the rich and powerful people in the audience all spoke uprightly, without Song Bing having to speak at all. All the security personnel were immediately silenced and did not dare to speak again. "Hey, carry the respected Mr. Jeff Stein down and find a geomantic treasure place to bury him. In addition, the wages of staff on the island have been tripled." Song Bing stood up at the right time and spoke. "Thank you, the new island owner." When several security personnel heard about the salary increase, their eyes brightened, and they immediately called out happily. At the same time, he happily carried Jeff Stein down and buried him. Before leaving, he even cleaned the stage thoughtfully. The originally messy stage was easily solved in this way. Song Bing's eyes finally fell on those who started the global live broadcast. He smiled and said, "The live broadcast can be started. Now everyone should be looking forward to the follow-up, right?" All the staff looked at each other in shock, but when they thought about tripling their salary, they immediately started the live broadcast happily. And the reality was just as Song Bing expected. The sudden interruption of the live broadcast made netizens become ants in a hot pot. Marshall and almost ordered a destroyer to be sent to find out. Fortunately, at the last moment, the live broadcast with a black screen started again. However, at this moment, Song Bing was the only one left on the big platform. What happened? Why is Divine Dr. Song the only one left? Where's that piece of Ollie? There is inside information that Ollie committed suicide out of fear of guilt and vomited blood and died. Zune do fake do. And this good news? Does it mean we won? Suddenly, the live broadcast room exploded, with barges flying everywhere. The netizens who supported Song Bing were baffled by their victory and had no time to celebrate. Those who supported Ollie also lost inexplicably. Andu, the official base. "Commander, the news is absolutely true. Dr. AO is the former Ollie. After being exposed by Divine Dr. Song, he committed suicide in shame. Yi Tian seemed to have received some secret news and immediately reported it excitedly. Okay. This guy will create surprises for people. Marshall and stood up happily, smiling from ear to ear. Looking at the dazzling Song Bing on the big screen, my heart dropped completely. At this moment, he truly understood what Song Bing meant by letting them watch the show live. Because this Dr. Ao, who was boasted by Li Gua, Song Bing did not notice from beginning to end. It's ridiculous that he was worried that Song Bing wouldn't be able to defeat him at the beginning. In front of the live broadcast camera, Sia and Ruoi and others looked at the figure in white who stood alone in the world's attention. There were also waves in my heart. At this moment, they suddenly felt that Song's illness was very serious. It seemed like there was nothing that this man couldn't solve. Inside the castle, Wholesome and more than a dozen kings were staring at the dazzling Song Bing on the stage, and the champagne in their hands no longer smelled good. At this moment, their hearts were already cold, and they were completely hurt by this unexpected ending. It can be said that as happy as I laughed at the beginning, I feel so sad now. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Why is this happening? General Mike, Dr. O Azali, why didn't you tell me earlier? Moses dropped the celebratory wine glass in his hand and looked at Mike angrily. Because it was Mike who confidently introduced Dr. Ao to him in the first place. Mike also said with an ugly face, "Medical skills? Like a lunatic, scratching other people's heads to bleed, pinching other people's bears to bleed, and then commit suicide and humiliation by taking poison. Is this what you call medical skills?" Moses asked with a sneer. This. Mike opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Because Ali was not like this in the beginning. The other kings watched the two people's questions quietly without making a sound. Are you thinking about what to do next? You know, now more than a dozen of their countries have launched joint military exercises and provocations in Angwa waters. The afterglow of the setting sun is particularly dazzling, filling the entire lowly island. The young man in a white coat shines on the stage. The world went silent at this moment. On site and in the live broadcast room, both those who support Song Bing and those who support Ali. All eyes were focused on the young man. Some people looked complicated. Some people looked excited. Some people are sad, and some are happy. Under the spotlight, Song Bing spoke. I didn't originally plan to come to this so-called battle between miracle doctors, but there are too many people who cannot see my existence. Not to mention the popularity of Dai Hospital. So they deliberately promoted these so-called Dr. Ao, hoping to replace me. So here I am. At this point, many people expressed excitement and anger. But there were also many people who lowered their heads with guilt. Since everyone likes theater so much, I will put on a show for everyone. It can also be regarded as a successful end to this farce. Song Bing said with a smile, not forgetting to glance at the old rich man and others in the audience with a smile. When the 9 people and accompanying family members saw Song Bing, their hearts suddenly moved, and they were just about to muster up the courage to say something. Song Bing didn't give them a chance, and instead came to the Arctic fox. The eyes of the world are slightly bright. Is it possible that divine Dr. Song is going to treat this little Indian girl? Haha, the strange disease of this little Indian girl is very scary. Rumor has it that it is a curse caused by some kind of dirty thing. Many of the top doctors who tried to treat the disease were infected and died. Let your Dr. Song stop when enough is enough. Be careful of overcupping. People from Li country, right? Do you still dare to doubt divine Dr. Song? I'm from Sakura country. What if I'm just unhappy? You bite me? Curse your Dr. Song to death from infection. +1, you piece of shit divine Dr. Song. Go to hell. At this time, many discordant voices jumped out. Apparently, trolls respect no borders. But just as the trolls were venting their anger, a message suddenly hit the screen. Brothers, breaking news, it turns out that it was divine Dr. Song who really cured the Indian tribe. That little Ollie was bragging just now. Zhou Chao, is there any inside story? Is it true or false? Fake squid, you divine Dr. Song did everything. You don't use your brain first before you brag. Didn't you see that our country just released photos? That's right, the Indian tribe was cured by us to benefit the country. Does it have anything to do with you, divine Dr. Song? It's so funny. Can a few secretly taken photos be used as evidence? Is this going to benefit your country? Go check out the official website of Dai Group before barking. Sure enough, on the official account of Dai Group, all the complete events regarding the cure of Song Dynasty disease in the Indian tribe have been announced. There's more than just narrative. There are also photos of the Indian tribe being treated warmly as a guest of honor after Song was cured of his disease. Of course, the most important thing is that at this moment, Dai Group is starting live broadcast mining of gold mines. The tribesmen, led by the wolf of the snowfield, enthusiastically helped. Just asking if you're convinced. Zhou Chao, it turns out it's real. It was actually cured by divine Dr. Song. Of course it's true. Not only are there photos and videos, but the leader of the Indian tribe also proactively admitted it. It's more convincing than that bullshit photo. Maid, isn't it too shameless to give that piece of Ollie to Heli country? You dare to lie to me. Where are those black men? Why don't they scream? Keep calling, I'll listen. As soon as this shocking news came out, everyone's outlook was once again shattered. Those keyboard warriors who were still unwilling to accept the Black Song disease were silent for a while. At this moment, everyone is sitting in front of the camera, doubting life. Fake. Everything is fake. The Dr. Ao they support is fake. The Indian tribe, which they are proud of, was also cured of Song disease. Then they still support Maoyan. As a result, someone cursed and smashed the computer in anger. Some people also changed their faces and supported Song Bing. Seeing everyone's reactions, Song Bing smiled slightly. Not surprising, because all this was within his expectations. Looking down at the Arctic fox lying quietly in the cylindrical cabin. She looks so smart and lovely. He was supposed to follow his tribe and live freely in the snowy plains. But he was forced to become a victim of certain people. Let me free you. You and I each have what we need. Song Bing whispered to himself. After absorbing the other party's disease, the purpose of this trip will be successfully completed. With that said, Song Bing stopped talking nonsense and immediately stretched out one hand. But in Song Bing's one hand, he held several silver needles at the same time. The next second, Song Bing's eyes were sharp, his hands were like afterimages, and his fingertips flickered over the Arctic fox. The silver needles pierced into his body one after another. The neat technique and the flow of movements make people dazzled and fascinated. Song Bing naturally had to put on a good show in front of the world and those who were peeping in secret. But compared to Ollie's nonsense, Song Bing's acupuncture was not random. Instead, I chose a set of traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture techniques. Relaxes muscles and activates blood circulation for Arctic fox, relieving pain. And it is this fusion of true and false, accompanied by Song Bing's extremely exquisite techniques and fierce temperament. In just an instant, everyone was shocked, feeling like their hair stood on end and their spirits were in a trance. Hey, is this the acupuncture method of our Chinese medicine? It's so mysterious. This exquisite technique, this acupuncture method full of ancient Chinese medicine, this is the real miracle doctor. It's much better than that bullshit Dr. O's being there to scare you. That's right. In comparison, it makes me feel numb when I look at it. The live broadcast room was buzzing with excitement, as they were shocked by Song Bing's fusion acupuncture method. The rich and powerful people on the stage were also shocked, and their pupils trembled. Of course, the most trembling ones were Evelyn and others who were hiding under the seats. There are also the old rich man and others in the corner. At this moment, Song Bing's stunning performance was undoubtedly like a slap in the face, mercilessly slapped on their faces. Make them feel ashamed. My heart bleeds. The front row of the auditorium. At this moment, only Sheely was sitting in the middle. She still had her long and slender legs raised, looking coldly, looking like a queen. But looking at the young man on the stage who amazes everyone, her heart could no longer be calm. Her natural keen intuition told her. The deaths of the three Ollie people must be related to Song Bing. It was only now that she truly realized that Song Bing was so powerful that she could not predict it. This man seemed to have extraordinary abilities. But at the same time, I felt the secret glances of many wealthy men. Sheely's beautiful eyes twinkled. She made the right bet. So, does it mean that next, she can rely on this momentum to bring Ximen and even her status to a higher level? After all, at this moment, who doesn't know that she is Song Bing's woman? Ambition once again emerged in Sheely's beautiful eyes. She is like an extremely shrewd businessman. Keep an eye on everything at all times and never let go of any business opportunity. This is her lifelong pursuit. Inside the castle, the faces of Mozim and others became increasingly ugly. The scene was filled with oppressive silence. There is no more laughter as before. It can be said that the more amazing Songbing's performance is, the more desolate their hearts become. Do it now? Qing Chuan Yuri narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. No, the best time for black gold snipers to hunt is at night. And now the goal is big, and it is still broadcast live around the world, and we will wait until dark. Just let him be arrogant for a while longer. When the sun sets, it's his final moment. Jack looked at the sunset on the horizon and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The 8 black gold snipers are his final trump card. Therefore, he must find the best time to take action. Yeah. Hearing this, Qing Chuan Yuri also looked at the setting horizon and nodded in agreement. When the sun goes down, it is indeed the best time to take action. Gao family. Looking at Song Bing on the big screen, who is attracting everyone's attention. There was no more smile on Gao Ling's face. What kind of virus is in his body? Why can he do this? Gao Xingjie punched the water in anger. There was a splash of water. Dr. Ao, whom they had always been very optimistic about, was just like that, gone? Was Song Bing solved so easily? Unwilling, Gao Xingjie looked at the dazed Gao Ling, thinking that the latter was too frightened to take action against Song Bing, so he hurriedly said, Sister, let's make plans quickly. Don't worry, no matter how strong this guy is, my third brother will definitely be able to tear him apart. You know how scary third brother is. Even without the virus, third brother is still a lunatic who is not afraid of pain. Don't worry. If my guess is correct, the Campbell family must have some means. Just wait. Gao Ling came back to his senses and narrowed his narrow fox eyes. On the platform illuminated by the setting sun, Ding successfully absorbed level 3, cold and heat, merit plus 1,000. With the removal of Song Bing's last silver needle, Song Bing also successfully absorbed this last third-level disease. At the same time, Song Bing also helped Arctic Fox repair the damage in his body. That's right, the Arctic Fox's bone marrow and stem cells were extracted. After a series of careful treatments, Song Bing stopped. His hands returned to the pockets of his white coat. Is this good? Everyone held their breath and watched nervously. The next second, the Arctic Fox in the cylindrical cabin opened its eyes little by little under the witness of everyone. It's like a miracle. Everyone's heart seemed to have been hit hard. Hi, that's great. Is this divine Dr. Song? Who else is dissatisfied now? Come forward. Wah. Long live Dr. Song. Miracle Dr. Song is awesome. Song divine Dr. Lu. The live broadcast room was filled with excitement. Countless people cried with joy and flooded the screen with unprecedented excitement. Of course, the happiest people are naturally Marshall and others. Seeing this, all the rich and powerful people at the scene also clapped quickly. On stage, the first time the Arctic Fox opened his eyes weakly, he saw Song Bing. Fear and vigilance flashed through her clear eyes for the first time. Then he immediately sat up in a defensive posture. But after discovering the people in the audience and countless shots, she froze. However, he still didn't cry and remained defensive. This made Song Bing's eyes flash with surprise. If this was an ordinary child, the first thing he would do when he wakes up is probably cry. Worthy of being a child who grew up in the wild. Wild enough. Arctic Fox, follow me and I'll take you home, okay? Song Bing smiled and stretched out his hand, like a big brother coaxing a child, and he spoke fluent Indian. These are some of the things he remembered during his time in the Indian tribe. When he heard the familiar language, the Arctic Fox was stunned and looked at Song Bing again. She looked at the big brother in front of her. His smile was so gentle and kind. Her intuition told her. Song Bing had no ill intentions towards her. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, the Arctic Fox stretched out his little hand and took Song Bing's hand. Her hands were so cold that she didn't even have shoes on. Song Bing carried him out of the cylindrical cabin, took off his white coat, and put it on him. Then he led the Arctic Fox to the platform, looked at the live broadcast camera, and smiled. This farce is over here. Hope something like this won't happen again in the future. As soon as these words came out, many people's hearts trembled. After hearing this, all the staff members cooperated and signed the curtain call and turned off the live broadcast. The live broadcast was closed, but countless people were still sighing in front of the camera. The conference was full of twists and turns. To them, it is like a dream. The sun was setting in the west, and there were only the last few rays of sunshine left in the sky, shining on Song Bing's handsome face. The conference fell into silence. All the rich and powerful people in the audience were worried. The next second, the 9 old wealthy people and their accompanying family members who were seen before finally couldn't help but stand up. Plop. Divine Dr. Song, I'm sorry, we offended you because we were blind. Yes, please don't forget the faults of the villain. Please treat us. The old rich man and others knelt in front of Song Bing regardless of their image. In the face of death, all dignity and face were thrown away by them. Facing these people kneeling down to seek medical treatment, Song Bing ignored them. Instead, he first signaled Shili to carry the Arctic fox off the stage and wait. Then he looked at them and said with a meaningful smile, "Ask me for treatment? But didn't I remember that you just generously swore on stage that you would not seek treatment from me even if you were dead and smelly? He even kept insulting me. Why did he break his vow so soon?" Song Bing's words were like a big punch, causing pain to the faces of the old rich man and others. But faced with the threat of death, they still endured it. "Dr. Song, we were wrong. We were wrong. It's all that damn Ollie. We were all instigated and confused by him. Yes, it's all his fault. We didn't want to say it originally. He lied to us and said this. That bastard deserves to die for his crime. He harmed others and himself. Fortunately, you took action. I'm really happy. I called him Grandma. Excuse him, Grandpa. That big idiot." Several people immediately blamed all their faults on Ollie, who had already burped. He just scolded Ollie bloody. 18 generations of ancestors have been scolded. After scolding, he went straight to the point. "Please give us a chance. We are willing to pay you a high price." It's too late. People always have to pay for their own choices, regretted in the next life. See off guests. However, Song Bing still smiled and decisively asked the security personnel next to him to see the guests off. Dr. Song, we were really wrong. Don't do it. We don't want to die. In this way, the old rich man and others were driven away by a group of security personnel with despair and fear. None of them expected that Song Bing would be so cold and ruthless. The rich and powerful people in the audience could not help but feel their hearts tremble and their whole bodies trembled when they witnessed this scene. I once again felt the horror of Song's disease. This person will not be offended even in the future. This is the thought in the brain of every rich man at this moment. At this time, Song Bing also looked at them. Each one of them lowered his head with guilt and trembling. Song Bing smiled slightly. I am quite satisfied with the effect of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. I believe what happened to these guys. These people will not dare to do anything behind the scenes anymore. Otherwise, would you dare to attack him as a human being? Plop. At this time, in the audience, Evelyn and others, who were frightened by the sight, also jumped out in fright. In front of all the big guys, he knelt down. At this moment, they can be said to regret it. I knew I wouldn't come. Song Bing looked at Evelyn and the others who took the initiative to admit their mistake. The corner of his mouth was slightly raised, but he had a different attitude. This made Evelyn and others, who were trembling with fear, slightly stunned. I didn't react for a while. They thought they would end up like the old rich man and others. In the end, Song Bing forgave them so easily, so kind. If you do it again, you will die a good death. Yes, we must support the DAI group and let the DAI group develop rapidly, spread all over the world, and benefit all mankind. But no matter what, facing Song Bing's kindness, several people felt as if they had passed through the gate of hell and hurriedly expressed their loyalty. This conference ends here. Are you satisfied? Song Bing finally looked at the rich men in the audience and asked with a smile. Satisfied, so satisfied. This conference was really great. These are the results that everyone expects. All the rich men quickly forced a smile and agreed. Haha, since you are satisfied, let's stop here. Everyone go slow. Of course, you can stay and communicate with me if you want. Song Bing then smiled and nodded. Haha, my company suddenly has an emergency, so don't worry about it for now. My wife is giving birth to a son, so I'm leaving first. Me too. After receiving Song Bing's permission, a group of rich and powerful men hurriedly dispersed in sweat. Where do you dare to stay and communicate? Everyone's legs felt weak when they walked. He was obviously very frightened. Looking at the backs of these people fleeing, Song Bing narrowed his eyes. I believe that from now on, no one will dare to challenge him at will, right? As for why he let Evelyn and others go, just because these people are still of high value to Dai Group. Inside the castle, Mozum and others reluctantly witnessed this perfect ending. Of course, it's not perfect for them. They have been waiting for a miracle, but in the end it didn't show up. The luxurious viewing room was quiet. Everyone bowed their heads and remained silent, with no desire to watch anymore. Can I invite you to talk somewhere else? At this time, Mozum looked at Yoshino Ichikawa and others and took the initiative to speak. The king's eyes flickered, as if they knew the implication of Mozum's words. Okay. So, there was only a brief silence, and then they nodded one after another. Soon, Song Bing was the only one left on the stage in the huge venue, and Shili, who was holding the Arctic fox in the audience. The two girls, one big and one small, were looking at Song Bing tacitly at this moment, somewhat lost in thought. The only difference is that Shili's beautiful eyes are touching and complicated. The Arctic fox's big, black and clear eyes were full of curiosity and a hint of admiration. The sun sets over the West Mountain, and the last ray of the setting sun on the horizon passes over Song Bing's handsome face. "Wanna leave?" Song Bing raised his eyes and looked at the castle directly in front of him. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised as Mashimyu and others left. Next, it's the politician's turn. However, before Song Bing could take action, the last ray of the setting sun in the sky completely dissipated. A chill suddenly arose in my heart. Immediately afterwards, as if he was born with a sense of touch, Song Bing's body was out of control and he quickly turned his head. This made Song Bing's soul tremble. His intuition told him that it was not getting cold. It is an early warning when the body encounters a terrible threat. Because of this natural induction, it has been triggered several times. It's like the spider sense in a certain Marvel movie. Sure enough, at almost the same moment, Song Bing's head tilted away on his own initiative. Two bullets that seemed to merge into the night crossed Song Bing's cheek. The terrifying and fierce killing power actually left two crossed blood marks on Song Bing's face. The rare pain stimulated Song Bing's body, making Song Bing's eyes look sharp and strange. Everything happened in an instant. Normal people can't react at all. Shili, who was always vigilant, only reacted when he saw the crossed blood marks on Song Bing's face. "Sniper." Shili stood up instantly, his heart also tense. "Stay away from me and find a place to hide." Song Bing glanced at the two bullet holes that penetrated the wall and the two all too familiar black bullets, and made a calm judgment. This is no ordinary sniper. It was most likely the same type of sniper that blocked his attack on Ollie in the past. The moment the other party went down, he was the one who assassinated him immediately. In other words, the other party is coming for him. That's why Song Bing asked Shili to stay away from him. "Okay, be careful." Shili, who has been involved in the underworld for many years, also instantly understood Song Bing's intention. In order not to be a drag, immediately and decisively, he took the Arctic fox and hid under an extremely secret triangular wall. Song Bing himself quickly retreated to a place with more obstacles. While hiding, the forbidden eye opened and began to search for the sniper's location. It was already dark and the surroundings were gray. Obviously, the other party is waiting for this perfect opportunity. If it weren't for the constitution that caused Song's disease, he would have had his own innate sense of avoidance. It was really possible for him to be shot in the head under such a precise sneak attack. At the same time, inside the Yuanshan villa, Jack and Qingchuan Yuri's eyes widened when they witnessed Song Bing dodge these two precision sneak attack black gold bullets. His face was full of shock. Some doubt about life. Damn, how is this possible? How did he avoid it? What kind of monster is this guy? Qingchuan Yuri punched the wall angrily. I seriously doubt this guy has eyes in the back of his head. Jack also said gloomily. The moment the sun goes down is the best time for a sneak attack. Therefore, they are all confident about this moment. I am confident that Song Bing will be doomed. However, reality gave them a loud slap in the face. The best opportunity has been missed. Qingchuan Yuri said unwillingly. Don't worry, he won't be able to leave this island today. The corners of Jack's lips turned into a sinister smile again. So what if Song Bing was prepared? 8 top black gold snipers, specially trained to assassinate experimental subjects. He wanted to see how Song Bing could hide. Immediately, Jack was seen holding a special paging headset on his right ear and coldly ordered, 8 people together, all take action. Yes. The next second, 8 cold and ruthless responses came from the earphones at the same time. Among the obstacles, relying on his super memory and capturing ability, Song Bing's eyes quickly and sharply searched for the ambush position of the 2 bullets. He immediately rushed out decisively, planning to take the initiative. However, in the next second, the body's natural induction was triggered again. At the same time, under the forbidden eyes, Song Bing's expression changed. Because he saw 8 black bullets shooting from 8 directions at extremely fast speeds. They shot at him simultaneously and without blind spots. Want to put him to death. 8 snipers. Song Bing's heart suddenly sank. This was something he never expected. Night falls quickly on the sea. A second ago, the setting sun was dazzling, but now, the full moon was hanging high. In the empty field, Song Bing had just appeared. 8 bullets full of murderous intent had already struck through the air. Song Bing's body was strong, and he dodged all 8 bullets in midair with great flexibility and speed. Under the wall, Shili Meimu, who witnessed this scene with her own eyes, was violently shaken. Once again, he was stunned by Song Bing's extraordinary abilities. Can you dodge sniper bullets? Is this guy still human? In the remote mountain villa, Qingchuan Yuri was shocked again when he saw this scene through the telescope. The virus in this guy's body must be very special. Not only does it have healing power, but its combat power is also so terrifying. Tonight, I must get him, I must get his blood, and I must get this virus. On the contrary, Jack became crazy, with uncontrollable greed in his eyes. In his opinion, the more severe Song's disease is, the more advanced the virus in Song's body is. The more he wants it. At the same time, Song Bing, who escaped the first round of sniping, did not remain a living target. Instead, he jumped onto a building, and his sharp eyes fell on the high mountain in the distance. There are at least 2 snipers lurking there. Since there are 8, let's defeat them one by one. Through the telescope, Jack and Qingchuan Yuri's souls trembled when they saw Song Bing's eyes suddenly looking this way. Qingchuan Yuri took a few steps back, expressing his inner panic. No, he wants to defeat them one by one. But Jack understood Song Bing's plan at a glance. Then what should we do? If he comes and finds us, we will definitely die. Qingchuan Yuri felt fear. Yes. The answer came through the earphones. Other side. While avoiding the second round of sniping, Song Bing was just about to leave. The pupils suddenly condensed. Because one of the bullets was not attacking him, but Siri and the Arctic fox lurking under the wall. Song Bing's eyes were cold, and he gave up the pursuit. Instead, he turned into an afterimage and headed towards Shili and the Arctic fox under the wall. Under such hunting, if he didn't take action, Shili would die. Whoops! The black bullet had extremely terrifying penetrating power. It easily penetrated the wall and shot towards one of Shili's arms. Almost at the same time, Song Bing appeared in front of Shili. Siri was startled. Without waiting for her to react, Song Bing grabbed her, held the Arctic fox between his legs, and quickly rolled to one side. Bang! The black bullet broke through the wall and passed between Shili's delicate collarbone skin. 1 second later, and it would have penetrated the collarbone. The burning pain hit, causing Shili's cold face to change slightly. She finally knew the reason why Song Bing appeared in front of her. It was to save her. Of course, what shocked her even more was that this kind of bullet could penetrate the wall easily. A sniper in the dark can easily see through their hiding position? How is this done? Aren't all the surrounding obstacles useless? At this moment, Shili felt an unprecedented crisis. Whoosh whoosh. While Shili was absent-minded, Song Bing had taken her and the Arctic fox to hide in a building. However, several black bullets still easily broke through the wall and shot at them accurately. If Song Bing hadn't dodged quickly, they would have died countless times. Shili's beautiful eyes were shaking violently, and she felt powerless like never before. At this moment, the only thing she could do was to hug Song Bing tightly. Try to make yourself less burdensome. Song Bing also frowned slightly. He was sure to defeat these snipers one by one. But the premise is to abandon Shili. Inside the remote mountain villa, through the binoculars, Harukawa, Yuri, and Jack were able to clearly see the 3 thermal images in the building. The 2 of them breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that Song Bing was actually forced to be sniped to save Shili. At the same time, a smile appeared on his face. Jia, Song Bing, I never thought you could do this for a woman. It's really amazing. then you will definitely die tonight. Jack looked resentful and immediately gave the order decisively. Intensify your efforts and destroy him. Don't kill him. Yes. The answers came from the 8 snipers. He decisively accelerated his shooting speed. Inside the building, Song Bing dodged while his brain was running rapidly. Find another breakthrough. However, at this moment, Song Bing was just about to turn his head to avoid the bullet that hit his head. Another faster bullet had already been fired ahead of him. However, it was not shot at Song Bing, but at the headshot bullet accurately. Bang! There was only a sharp and short metal collision, and the 2 bullets actually collided together. At the same time, the bullet fired at Song Bing was shot away on the spot. Coincidence? Song Bing's heart couldn't help but move. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was thinking this, 3 more bullets were fired at Song Bing, but they were accurately intercepted by the other 3 bullets fired at him. Same ending. Song Bing's expression changed. The probability of a bullet collision is pitifully small, let alone 4 collisions in an instant. It was a coincidence that he saved himself. This is obviously no coincidence. There is no chance of such a difficult coincidence in the world. At the same time, in 8 secret corners thousands of meters away from Song Bing, the 8 hidden black gold snipers wearing special glasses frowned slightly, somewhat unsure. Report. It seems that there are other black gold snipers secretly helping to hunt down the target. In the villa, Jack, who was waiting for good news with peace of mind, unexpectedly received such news. The face that was expecting a ferocious smile couldn't help but darken. How many people are there on the other side? I don't know. There are at least 3 people. Hearing this, Jack's face couldn't help but darken, and he said decisively, Number 1, Number 2, and Number 3 find their locations, and the others will continue to assassinate. Yes. After receiving the order, the 8 black gold snipers immediately divided their work and cooperated. But for some reason, they felt inexplicably uneasy. Sure enough, when the 5 black gold snipers continued to hunt Song Bing, in the darkness, corresponding black gold bullets were fired, blocking the attack. No, this time, there is one more. Bang! The 6th bullet pierced the darkness and accurately penetrated the head of black gold sniper number 4. Black gold sniper number 4's pupils shrank, and he died on the spot without making a single cry. I don't even know how I died. Number 1, 2, and 3, who were responsible for finding the location, looked at the flashing red dots on the communication eyes, and their pupils shrank suddenly. At the same time, in the villa, looking at the watch with flashing red dots, Jack's expression also changed. He quickly asked, How are you? Have you found the location? After half a day, the panicked and uncertain voice of number 1 was heard. Hearing this, Jack's face darkened. What do you mean? Why are there 3 and 5 at one moment? How many people are there? Inside the building, Song Bing was holding Shili in his arms and was also greatly shocked. Who is helping him? This shooting technique is too terrifying. Shoot down the opponent's bullets out of thin air. Is this something a human can do? No matter how many people there are on the other side, hurry up and continue killing. I want to see how they protect Song Bing. He really didn't want to miss this rare opportunity. He really wanted to dissect Song Bing. Yes. The remaining 7 black gold snipers heard this and had no choice but to take the order. They decisively changed their hiding position in the darkness, then set up their guns again and continued to aim and shoot at Song Bing. Whoosh whoosh. 7 cold black bullets merged into the night and shot through the sky one after another. Bang, bang, bang. However, what remains unchanged is that the 7 black gold bullets were accurately intercepted again. And this time, the intercepted bullet actually missed the 7 people hiding there. This time, the remaining 7 black gold snipers finally felt it. A chill came over my ears. Their pupils shrank suddenly. The expressions that were originally filled with murderous intent and coldness turned into fear. It seemed like I had seen something terrible. They all stopped shooting in unison. The body couldn't stop shaking. In the villa, what happened? Why did it stop? Come on and continue sniping. Seeing that the shooting stopped, Jack asked dissatisfiedly. After a while, only then came the trembling voice of number 1. Report. Report. The opponent has top sniper masters, who can easily find our location through ballistics. And what? Jack looked unhappy. He didn't realize the seriousness of the matter yet. Besides, the opponent seems to be able to shoot down our bullets. When Jack was dissatisfied, number two's more trembling voice came. For a moment, Jack was silent. Qingchuan Yuri's pupils narrowed slightly. Shoot down the black gold bullet. Even experimental snipers trained in the organization would find it difficult to do so, right? How could there be a sniper of this level specifically to protect Songbing? It's impossible, absolutely impossible. There will never be a sniper of this level. If it's fake, it must be fake. Jack quickly shook his head in denial. The report reports that the opponent's black gold snipers probably have no less than 10 people, and they also have the help of top sniper experts. So far we have not found a location. We applied to cancel the hunting mission. The frightened voices of the other snipers came again. They feel unprecedented pressure. They had a feeling that if they continued hunting, they would stay here forever. No, don't retreat. There is no way the other side has a sniper of this level. And they are all black gold snipers. What are you afraid of? Keep hunting for me, and you are just a little bit successful. Even if you die, you must keep Songbing for me. I will kill anyone who dares to retreat. If you all attack together, I want to see how many bullets they can block. Jack ordered grimly, looking at Songbing, who was forced into the building under the camera. How could he be willing to let this opportunity pass? Even if he loses a few black gold snipers this time, he will take down Songbing at all costs. Hearing this, the remaining 7 black gold snipers had no choice but to bite the bullet and continue hunting Songbing. Their eyes became cold and sharp again. However, this time, before they could target Songbing and pull the trigger, bang! Number 1 was shot in the head. Bang! Number 2 was shot in the head. Bang! Number 3 was shot in the head. Bang! Number 5 was shot in the head. In the villa, Jack, who was just about to take out his binoculars to watch, noticed something. He looked down at his watch. The pupils suddenly contracted. The bright spots on the watch marked with the positions of the 8 snipers turned into red dots one after another. And the interval is less than 1 second. Red dots lit up one after another, mercilessly stimulating the hearts of Jack and Qingchuan Yuri. Number 1, what's the big deal? What happened? After reacting, Jack quickly held the communication device on his ear and asked. However, there was no answer from number 1. At this moment, number 1 has fallen asleep. Number 2, please answer what you heard. Jack quickly asked number 2 again. Still no answer. Apparently number 2 fell asleep too. Number 3, number 4, number 5, still no answer, just noise. Just when Jack was lost in thought, number 6's voice finally sounded. Unfortunately, number 6 fell asleep before he finished speaking. This time, Jack and Harukawa Yuri finally clearly heard the sound of the bullet penetrating their heads. A chill swept through my body. The two finally understood the reason why the snipers had just requested to cancel the hunt. Stop hunting, retreat, retreat quickly. I allow you to retreat. After reacting, Jack took off his communication earphones and yelled together with Harukawa Yuri. Want to keep the last black gold sniper. Number 7 also didn't finish his words and was shot in the head on the spot. Somewhere in the darkness, number 8 was the only one left, his body shaking uncontrollably. His face was covered in sweat. He is still trying to find the other party's hiding place. But he looked at the 7 red dots appearing in his glasses. He smiled sadly, put down the gun calmly, and lit a cigarette for himself. Thanks. Bang. Number 8 was shot in the head. Since then, the 8 black gold snipers were easily eliminated in less than half a minute. Beep, 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 beep. In the villa, looking at the 8 red dots that lit up neatly on their watches, Jack and Harukawa Yuri seemed to have lost all their strength and collapsed on the sofa. It's over, it's all over. Qingchuan Yuri's lips were trembling. Jack was also heartbroken. Every black gold sniper can crush the world's top ace snipers. Worth a fortune. Not to mention the value of the black gold sniper rifle, the price of training alone is extremely high. Neither of them necessarily has more than 20 together. Now, they each lost 4 people in just half a minute. No, this is not true. Someone must be sabotaging it. Who? Who is it? The Gao family? The Korean consortium? Jack shook his head wildly, not wanting to believe it. Qingchuan Yuri's eyes became vicious and angry. He gritted his teeth and punched the table. Fuck. No matter who you are, I will definitely pull you out and cut you into pieces. Bang. Bang. However, the next second, 2 bullets pierced the window. It accurately penetrated the right ears of Jack and Harukawa Yuri. Still in the same position, they both had their ears pierced directly. Jack and Qingchuan Yuri were stunned for a moment, stretched out their hands to touch, and their pupils shrank when they saw the blood on their hands and the delayed pain. Only then did I remember holding my ears and wailing. Flax falls. Compared to the pain in their ears, the two of them were even more frightened. He trembled like a bastard and lay on the ground. Master, we have to get out of here quickly. Fortunately, the bodyguard on the side had quick hands and eyes, and hurriedly stepped forward to help the two of them up, and quickly left the villa in embarrassment. At this moment, both Jack and Qingchuan Yuri were so frightened that they lost all their strength. But both of them knew that the other party seemed to be just threatening them. If it really meant their lives, they would have been shot in the head. In this way, the originally confident Jack and Harukawa Yuri, under the unknown mysterious sniper, he lost 8 black gold snipers and even had his ears pierced. He fled this place of right and wrong in embarrassment. In fact, the sniper who secretly helped Song Bing gave the two of them a chance more than once. It's a pity that the two of them didn't grasp it. The next second, a leaning pine tree suddenly moved. A pair of beautiful black eyes emerged in the night light. No one could have imagined that a girl wearing night clothes was perfectly hidden in this seemingly small pine tree. I gave you a chance, the girl whispered to herself, but there was a chilling coldness beneath her light and sweet voice. Through the sniper's telescope, he finally took a look at Song Bing in the building. Only then did the girl put away the large sniper in front of her that was completely black and emitted a cold light. Immediately, he jumped down from the pine tree easily, carrying this large sniper that did not fit his body. Just like that, it disappeared into the dark night. The forest was peaceful again. It was as if the girl had never been there. Maybe he wouldn't even think of killing those 8 black gold snipers. In fact, there are not 5 snipers, nor 6. From beginning to end, it was just a girl. She stopped 8 people's bullets by herself. It took one person half a minute to kill 8 people. You can even pierce the ears of Jack and Harukawa Yuri again. Finally left gracefully. Inside the building, Song Bing was still wary of possible flying bullets. Despite the help of unknown snipers, Song Bing never let up. I'm afraid it's another plan of the other party. Let him relax, and he will be hard to guard against if he suddenly strikes again. He's fine, the main thing is silly. So, as a test, Song Bing took Sheely and Arctic Fox and left the conference venue. We entered many buildings along the way. Finally, we came to the castle where Wholesome and others were waiting. At this moment, Wholesome and others were already gone. About 10 minutes passed. I haven't been able to feel any movement. Only then did Song Bing have a possibility in his mind. You guys wait for me here. Leaving behind a few words, Song Bing jumped off the castle and disappeared under the night. A few minutes later, Song Bing arrived at the mountain where the sniper was first identified. After scanning the Forbidden Eye at close range, 2 corpses were indeed found in the east and west directions of the mountain. Look at the bloody holes in the middle of the eyebrows of the 2 corpses. Song Bing's heart couldn't help but tremble. It matched his guess. The top sniper who secretly helped him killed these snipers. Solved. What kind of strength is this? Song Bing's eyes then fell on the 2 black sniper rifles. It feels heavy in the hand and is colder than ordinary metal. This is definitely not matched by ordinary sniper rifles. Nice gun. Song Bing couldn't help but sigh. After checking, he decisively put the 2 sniper rifles and the 2 corpses into the kidney ruins. I plan to find time to study it slowly. After doing all this, Song Bing raised his eyes and looked at the villa on the top of the mountain. At Song Bing's current level, the farthest distance that the Forbidden Eyes could see through could hardly exceed 200 meters. Therefore, at the venue at that time, Song Bing could only see the presence of Wholesome and others in the distant castle. But he couldn't see through the people in this villa. But at this moment, at such a distance, Song Bing could see clearly. His brows couldn't help but frown slightly. After a few seconds, Song Bing had already appeared in the villa. It happened to be in the room where Jack and others were watching. Viewed from this perspective, just perfect. In addition, Song Bing also found blood on the sofa, bullet holes in the wall, and urine on the floor. Only no body. So, the sniper who secretly helped him failed? Or did the other party let the people here go on purpose? Judging from the opponent's marksmanship, the latter is more likely. This made Song Bing's heart skip a beat. At first, he thought that Mosem and others were behind the scenes. Looking at it now, the people watching in this villa are the masterminds behind this conference. So who is it? Go to all this trouble just to assassinate him? And let the sniper who helped him let these people go? Now look back on this conference. It seemed that this man in the dark had set up a trap for Song Bing. Even Ali is just a poor chess piece. Keep looking around to make sure you can't find any useful information. Song Bing then left. But he continued to look for the bodies of other snipers. Sure enough, after almost looking around the island, Song Bing found the remaining 6 corpses in 6 other directions. There are also the remaining 6 black gold sniper rifles. Every corpse has a headshot. There was still fear on his face. Of course, apart from the weird one, he was still holding a cigarette before he died. Song Bing finally appeared on the farthest mountain in the north of Loli Island. His eyes fell precisely on the leaning pine tree where the girl had hidden. Looking at the subtle signs of damage on the pine trees, Song Bing was basically certain that the sniper who secretly helped him had been hiding here. And he was even more certain that there was only one sniper secretly helping him. One person can defeat 8 top snipers. It can also shoot down bullets shot by 8 top snipers out of thin air. Is this a normal person? Apparently not. Song Bing's heart surged again. So who is the other party? Candy? This was the first thought in Song Bing's mind. Because of that woman, Song Bing still hasn't figured it out yet. The most important thing is that she has helped him in a similar way. Of course, besides Candy, Song Bing also thought of another person. Could it be her? Inside the castle, Shilly huddled in the corner, holding the Arctic fox. Song Bing's departure made her instantly lose her sense of security. Always be on guard. However, what surprised Shilly was that the Arctic fox in her arms was very well behaved from beginning to end. No crying or fussing. Aren't you afraid? Surprise flashed in Shilly's beautiful eyes, and she couldn't help but curiously asked. The Arctic fox blinked its big star-like eyes and raised his head. Seeing this, Shilly realized that the other party seemed to be an Indian. Don't be afraid. Abba said I have a token and the sun god will protect me. However, the next second, an ethereal and standard language came. Shilly lowered his head in surprise. Then I saw the Arctic fox speaking, and at the same time he spread out the little hands he had been holding tightly. It was a white wolf tooth hanging on her neck. Token? Sun god. If God really had a conscience, there wouldn't be so much suffering in the world. Seeing the wolf Fong and the Arctic fox's sincere eyes, Shilly sneered. She hates belief in gods. During the 3 days when West Jingyuan was poisoned, when she was young, she prayed to the Buddha and gods countless times in her heart. It's a pity that the final ending is still tragic. From then on, she no longer believed in gods, and even hated worshipping Buddha and praying to gods. She only believes in herself. No, Big Brother saved us. Big Brother must be a hero sent by the sun god. Arctic Fox suddenly became more energetic and looked directly at Shilly in disbelief. At this moment, 2 girls, one big and one small, each had their own opinions. The 2 have different ideals and beliefs. At this time, Song Bing came back. Shilly's hanging heart was finally relieved. Can you speak fluent English? Song Bing looked at the Arctic fox in surprise. This little girl is full of spirit and wildness. My father often took me to do business in modern society and taught me what to say. The Arctic fox said with a cute smile. He also gradually became bolder. Awesome, let's go. After I accompany my brother to solve some things, I will take you home. Song Bing smiled and opened his arms. Thank you, Big Brother. The Arctic fox happily abandoned Shilly and jumped into Song Bing's arms. The entire manor in the center of Loli Island is still brightly lit. It's like a dreamy and wonderful magic castle. So beautiful. However, there is an underground laboratory in an old castle behind the manor. But it's a different story. At this moment, in the center of the laboratory, in the wide and white hall, thousands of girls who were trafficked to the island were gathered here. The youngest looks to be only 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest is only 15 or 16 years old. At a glance, there are people from all countries and races, from all over the world. They may be wearing researched hospital gowns, or a variety of attractive uniforms for entertaining guests outside. The fence around the hall was filled with researchers wearing lab coats and holding cold firearms. At the same time, there are still girls who are being driven away again. Some were even lying on the hospital bed, and were roughly pushed out. The girls still had confusion written in their still ignorant eyes. Don't know what will happen next. Quick, quick, speed up, there are only 3 minutes left. At the only exit, the leader, a fat middle-aged white man, urged coldly. Suddenly, the personnel responsible for concentration moved faster and more rudely. The people with guns around them all loaded their guns. In an instant, some slightly mature girls finally understood the purpose of concentrating them. It is no longer about extracting stem cells for experiments. It's no longer about training and brainwashing. It is no longer about serving God. Instead, focus on killing them. No, no, please don't kill us. We swear that we will be obedient from now on. I'm sorry, we will never resist again. From now on, we will do whatever you ask us to do. We will definitely be very good. Wah. Suddenly, the slightly older girls knelt down and begged for mercy and fear. It also inspired everyone instantly. Hey, what a pitiful little darlings. We wouldn't be able to let go of them if we didn't have to. Looking at this scene, regret and greed flashed across the faces of all the managers. Why don't they feel bad about destroying the lowly empire they created with their own hands? What a wonderful place. Here, they enjoy royal treatment. You can enjoy girls from all over the world. You can unleash your humanity to your heart's content. It's simply family happiness. Unfortunately, it was just 10 minutes ago. They received a supreme order. Use the fastest time to destroy everything here, including decades of research results from this underground laboratory. And these girls who represent evidence of guilt. Report, the concentration has been completed. Those who stubbornly resisted have been eliminated on the spot. At this time, a urging voice sounded. The fat middle-aged white man in the lead looked like an emperor in the end, glancing at thousands of pitiful girls from all over the world with their own characteristics. If he had time, he would really like to say a final farewell. What a pity. The middle-aged white man sighed and shook his head, but soon showed a loving smile, looked at the girls and said, My dears, you were originally lowly and dirty lower-class people, but you were fortunate enough to be chosen here to serve the upper-class rich and nobles. They are all great men of human progress and successful people in the upper class. They are all gentlemen and nobles. You contributed your bodies to them and received their noble baptism. This is your greatest honor. You should feel extremely honored. Now, your mission is accomplished. So feel free to go. This is not death, but your reward and baptism. With this honor, you will definitely be able to see God. We will definitely rebuild a similar empire in the future to commemorate you. Such words made many young girls confused. But some sensible people retorted, Liars, big liars, you are the dirty ones. In this regard, the fat middle-aged white man ignored it. In the past, he would have picked out those who objected and brought them to the training room to train and brainwash them in person. But now, there is no need for that. So, he took off his lab coat, revealing the elegant suit underneath. At the same time, he wiped his hands back and fixed his hair. He smiled and saluted like a gentleman. Only then did he turn around and leave reluctantly. Cleanup crews on the surrounding fences followed closely, raising their guns. Bang, 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 bang. Ah! The next second, gunfire suddenly rang out, and the screams of the girls, accompanied by the screams of the cleaners, resounded throughout the underground laboratory. The departing white man, a fat middle-aged man, put on headphones leisurely and sang a cappella song leisurely. Stop singing, it's over. At this time, a friendly reminder came from behind. The gunfire stopped abruptly as promised. So fast. Then activate the time bomb. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was surprised and ordered at the same time with regret. Then he continued to sing. But suddenly, he seemed to realize something was wrong. His face changed slightly, and he turned around sharply. The pupils suddenly contracted. I saw the two assistants behind him trembling and saying nothing. Because at this moment, an Asian young man in a white coat was putting his hands on their shoulders. Look at him with a smile. Of course, that's not the point. The point is, Song Bing held two guns in his hands, pointing at the heads of the two assistants. The white middle-aged man continued to look behind him. I saw bodies hanging on the fence. His heart seemed to be grabbed, and his whole body was struck by thunder. I couldn't sing for a moment. At this moment, he finally understood why the gunshot was so short. Because it was not those girls who died, but those who clean up. The middle-aged white man reacted and asked tremblingly. At the same time, His hands were quietly touching behind him. Song veterinarian specializes in treating animals. Song Bing smiled slightly and shot the two assistants decisively. Go to hell. The middle-aged white man had a look on his face. He seized the opportunity, pulled out his gun from behind, and shot Song Bing in the head fiercely. Still fired several times. But Song Bing easily avoided it by shaking his head. The middle-aged white man was dumbfounded on the spot. Until the gun in your hand is empty of bullets. The cruelty on his face disappeared instantly. It's your turn to hide. Song Bing smiled slightly, turned the two pistols in his hands, and pointed them at the middle-aged white man. Oh, no, don't kill me, don't kill me. The middle-aged white man was instantly frightened and backed away. Where can he hide? Is this something people can hide from? Don't be afraid. I am a doctor. I never kill people. I only treat people. You're terminally ill, and you'll be cured quickly with just 2 shots. Song Bing still maintained the benevolent smile of a doctor, decisively pulled the trigger, and treated the middle-aged white man. This disease will occur more often than not. Bang, 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 bang. Goose, goose, goose. After a brief pause, Song Bing emptied 2 magazines. The middle-aged man was also beaten into pieces by Song Bing. That was how he was cured. The headphones he put on also slipped from his ears. His eyes widened, and he fell straight back. Since then, there has been one less beast in the world. How many people were saved invisibly? Finished solving the problem of fat middle-aged white people. Song Bing came to the hall where girls from all over the world were detained. At a fence, Shili also appeared holding a blood-stained dagger, followed by the quiet and well-behaved Arctic fox. It's all solved. Shili looked at Song Bing and said. The 3 of them then looked down at the thousands of girls below. At this moment, thousands of girls are still holding their heads, squatting on the ground, and screaming in despair. Obviously, they were all frightened. Regarding this, Song Bing was not in a hurry and would wait until they had finished shouting. After a few minutes, the screams finally stopped. Several older girls mustered up the courage to look up at Song Bing and the others, begging for mercy with tears in their eyes. Don't kill us. We are very good, and we can learn anything. Don't be afraid. We were invited by your parents to rescue you. You will be able to go home soon. Song Bing smiled kindly. As soon as they heard parents and go home, all the girls were instantly touched. Isn't this what they long for? Of course, I am a doctor, and next, I will cure all your diseases. You can go home when it gets daylight. Song Bing said with a smile and winked at Shili. You guys go out first. Yeah. Shili nodded, took the Arctic fox's little hand, and left. Arctic fox witnessed this scene, and before leaving, he took another deep look at Song Bing. Song Bing's majestic image in white clothes reflected in his dark and ethereal eyes. At this moment, it was deeply imprinted on her young heart. After Shili and Arctic fox left, Song Bing began treatment. The first step in treatment is to naturally use homemade medicine to make these people fall asleep first. This is the best way to heal. Not surprisingly, these girls do have many strange diseases in their bodies. Some even have some viral agents left. Obviously, these diseases are not congenital. It's more like someone deliberately inoculated them. In addition, the bodies of these girls have been mutilated to the point that they are no longer human-like. Some were forcibly extracted large amounts of stem cells. Some were forcibly stripped of their newly developed eggs. Some even had certain organs removed. It is hard to believe that this high-end resort is praised by those Western powers. Is there such a dark scene hidden behind the scenes? It is even harder to believe that the big shots in charge of this social order have become frequent visitors to this holy place. I can't imagine that a great man in charge of justice and power is a devil. How scary would this world be? But it's understandable. A great sage who is truly dedicated to good, has no desires and demands, and has selfless love to help others. It is impossible to have supreme rights. Ugly human nature. Song Bing laughed at himself, which was already commonplace. He also healed the tortured and mutilated bodies of these girls. Of course, he is not a great person. I don't even want to be a good person, because good people are almost never rewarded. The reason why he did this was just as a reward for the merits these girls provided him. In about 2 hours, Song Bing had cured all these girls. Thousands of girls who have been cured of Song disease are still deep in thought. As for the reason why Song's disease was absorbed so quickly, it was because although these girls had strange diseases in their bodies, unfortunately, they were all level 1. Therefore, after the entire absorption treatment, plus repeated treatment, Song Bing gained 1110 points of strengthening merit. The repeated merit gained is 16,666 points. But overall, this trip to Lowly Island was great. Song Bing, however, gained a lot. Leaving the hall, Song Bing continued to search in this strange underground laboratory. Collect the detonated time bomb. Disappointingly, many important pharmaceutical equipment seemed to have been removed and destroyed in advance. Helpless, Song Bing left here. Walking out of the underground laboratory, Siri and the Arctic fox are already waiting here. But Shili's expression was particularly solemn. Seeing Song Bing coming up, he quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Su Long and the others just sent news. The entire Lowly Island has been secretly surrounded by a large number of troops with specialized weapons. In addition, several fleets of boats with strange movements appeared outside the island. There are also many more planes hovering in the sky. I suspect that these armed forces are most likely the official army of the country. This time you exposed Ali. The Ligua royal family will definitely not want to let you go back to Anghua. Even the sniper killing just now may have been caused by the Liguang royal family." Shili expressed his suspicions and worries. Before coming to Waiting Island, many ships aroused her suspicion. She even gained insight into the sophisticated weapons equipped on several ships. If this was done by Ligua officials, it would be troublesome. A gang is easy to deal with. It's difficult for a country. Moreover, this country is still the most powerful country in the world. Maybe Shimin will no longer have a foothold in Ligua from now on. However, compared to Siri's worries, Song Bing didn't have much surprise on his face. He raised his head and glanced at the helicopter circling overhead. Song Bing shook his head. "No. Isn't it official from Ligua?" Siridi frowned slightly. "I mean, it's not just Lisbon officials, but many other countries are involved. They are all powerful countries. None of them wanted to let me go." Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. Song Bing looked at her and said with a smile, "It's a big deal." At the same time, under the night, the entire Lowly Island was still surrounded by ships and yachts. Almost none of them left. At a glance, the lights are bright. It's like a sea country. Everyone is waiting. Many people wanted to see Song Bing's true appearance with their own eyes. This wait is now. At this moment, inside a huge luxury yacht on the outermost edge, in a luxurious living room, Moses and more than a dozen kings have already gathered here. "Ha! Everyone! Good news! Good news! Now the troops prepared by our countries have united to surround Lowly Island." Coupled with the warships and fighter planes hidden in advance, no matter how capable Song Bing is, he will never be able to fly. Mosem happily shared as he looked at the message sent on his phone. When the kings heard this, their expressions became fierce. King Eagle sneered. "Humph, if we have more than 10 powerful countries joining forces, don't you believe that we can imprison a little Song Bing?" King Oba said, "The root of everything lies with this guy. As long as Song Bing is imprisoned, the most advanced medical methods are still in our hands, and Anghua has nothing to fear." Yoshino Akawa said greedily, "As long as we can put Song Bing under house arrest, our plan to jointly attack Anghua and even invade the backward countries in Duzhou can continue to be implemented. Now that global resources are becoming increasingly tight, some backward countries should be eliminated. Everyone, cheers to our success." Moses smiled and raised his glass. "Fuck," all the kings responded. The plan to place Song Bing under house arrest this time was proposed by Mosem, but it instantly gained the approval of all the kings. This seemed to be the best remedy they could think of. Otherwise, once Song Bing is allowed to leave, its status will be unshakable in the future. It's like letting a tiger return to the mountain. Outside Lowly Island at night, the ships and yachts crowded around were very lively. Scenes of people celebrating joyfully can be seen everywhere. A unique landscape has been formed. I have to say that Jeff Stein's marketing is indeed on point. Let Lowly Island become famous overnight. But maybe after tomorrow, Lowly Island will become famous again. Inside Lowly Island, Song Bing picked up Arctic Fox, took Shili with him, left the manor, and calmly headed towards the island where the boat was parked. "Song Bing, what are we doing?" Seeing that Song Bing was leaving so arrogantly, Shili asked with some uncertainty. "Of course I'm going back," Song Bing answered naturally without stopping. Just leave like this? Shili was dumbfounded, and his cold and charming face rarely lost color. Otherwise, do you want a hug too? Song Bing smiled and said, although he was holding the Arctic fox, he still had one hand free. Anyway, with his current physique, 10 more will not be a problem. Her pretty face couldn't help but blush. Who wants a hug? Did she mean it? I mean, we should at least dress up, otherwise we'll be easily spotted. Shili explained helplessly. She seriously doubted whether Song Bing hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. Now there are a large number of military soldiers patrolling and arresting them. Are you going to kill him? That must be crazy. Don't worry. We look like a family of 3. They won't be able to find out. Song Bing smiled teasingly and continued to move forward on the right path with the Arctic fox in his arms. Do you think others are stupid? And a family of 3? Like, can they give birth to an Indian? But looking at Song Bing's confident steps, I thought that this guy would always surprise people. I also don't like playing cards according to routines. Shili bit her red lips and had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow. Let's just be a family of 3. And the fact was exactly as Shili expected. Not long after the 3 of them walked out of the manor. Immediately, a group of plainclothes soldiers from the Li country surrounded them with weapons in hand. 25 people in total. Stop, please show your island landing ticket. The leading officer directly asked for the receipt before he could see the person clearly. Shili's pretty face changed slightly, and her hand had already touched the thigh under her skirt. Don't show me. I am Song Bing. On the contrary, Song Bing admitted his identity directly and decisively. The strong flashlights held by the team also illuminated Song Bing's face at this moment. However, under such strong light, Song Bing still kept a smile on his face without blinking. And see Song Bing's face clearly. The entire team suddenly tensed up, as if they were planning to make some move. But the next second they looked at Song Bing, their souls trembled, and their solemn eyes quickly turned into confusion. The movements in his hands also stopped, because they suddenly don't remember what they should do next. Go find SpongeBob and catch the jellyfish. Song Bing reminded with a smile. The whole team's eyes suddenly lit up, as if they had found the true meaning of life. Oh, jellyfish, SpongeBob, here we come. Then the whole team jumped up and down with joy and ran to find SpongeBob to catch the jellyfish. Song Bing continued to carry the Arctic fox on his way as if nothing was wrong, looking at Song Bing's back as he left calmly. Then look at those plainclothes soldiers leaving innocently. The confused Shili was a little confused. What the hell? Is this okay? Her delicate body trembled slightly, and it took her a while to react. He pulled the dagger out of his thigh and inserted it back silently. He quickly followed Song Bing. Next, the 3 of them encountered 3 waves of inspections in succession. The result remains the same. Song Bing just looked at them twice, and they let him go. Even the inspection that came to the island was the most bizarre. Soldier, stop, who are you? Song Bing, I am your father. Soldier, oh Dad, walk slowly. The so-called conflict did not occur. The so-called killing did not happen. Everything is so smooth. To outsiders, it looks like a family of 3 passing by. No sense of inconsistency. In this way, Song Bing, with Shili and Arctic Fox, easily broke through the blockade and capture by soldiers from various countries. Success was achieved with the help of Su Long and others. Boarded another yacht. Song Bing was even still on the top deck of the yacht, sipping champagne and leisurely watching the soldiers from various countries who were constantly patrolling and arresting him on the island. Occasionally, a few people found him, their expressions changed slightly, and they were about to report it. Song Bing glared at him decisively, turning him into a psychopath. How simple. How can it be so complicated? Catch him? What do you think? Shili didn't know when she came to her side. Her pretty face was still surprised. I haven't figured it out yet. Faced with blockades and arrests from many countries, they just escaped like this? The patrolling soldier even appropriately called Dad? Isn't this too relaxing? You want to try it too? Song Bing smiled and looked at this curious woman. Shili's delicate body trembled slightly, and she quickly shook her head. She didn't want to catch jellyfish. Su Long came to report it this time. Don't worry, we'll set off again at dawn and cook more delicious food for that little girl. Song Bing said directly. After glancing at Shili, Su Long stepped back obediently. But when he heard that Song Bing had to wait until dawn, Shili's heart moved slightly. Isn't the goal bigger during the day? But this time, She didn't open her mouth to refute. After experiencing so much, she had no reason not to trust the man in front of her. Do you want more rights? At this time, Song Bing suddenly looked at Shili and asked with a smile. What do you mean? Siridi frowned slightly and did not answer in a hurry. Hold me if you want. Song Bing didn't explain much. Shili's heart moved slightly, but Song Bing didn't look like he was joking. So, doubtful, she stepped forward and hugged Song Bing's waist. Song Bing drank the last sip of wine in his glass, then held Shili's waist with his backhand and said with a smile, Hold it. It may be a bit exciting. The words fell without giving Shili a chance to react. Song Bing opened his taboo pupils and took advantage of the night. Here comes a run-up to accelerate. Then he took Shili and jumped off the yacht. Finally, it landed accurately on top of an adjacent ship. The whole process is amazingly fast. Coupled with the cover of night and the people celebrating crazily, no one could capture it. And Shili's beautiful eyes that were originally confused also widened. Finally understood what Song Bing meant by eating chicken. This is not eating chicken. Are you taking her to fly? Also, how can one person jump so far? How high? You? Shili was no longer calm, and her cold and pretty face was messy again. Can you withstand it? Song Bing also lowered his head and asked with concern, even though he had tried very hard to be gentle. But he was 30 times stronger and invincible, but the opponent was just a mortal body. I don't know if it can withstand such a torment. Yeah, I can handle it. Shili's beautiful eyes flickered for a moment, then she nodded. Although this time it made her feel a little motion sick. But it's still okay. Seeing this, Song Bing completely let go. No more scruples. He held Shili with one hand and sped up his jumping speed. Shili never thought that one day, she would be held by a man like this and jump between these ships at high speed. For her, it was simply a hearty show of speed and passion. I saw an elegant figure, gracefully holding a beautiful creature, jump freely on this swarm of ships. Their speed is very fast, their jumping ability is amazing, and they go by in a flash. It's impossible to capture it all. And during this process, Song Bing's taboo pupil opened, like a radar sweeping across. Soon, a huge and heavily guarded luxury yacht was found on the northern periphery. Surrounding this luxury yacht are several ships that are deliberately concealed. On the ship, there are countless soldiers hiding for protection. No need to doubt. Those guys are right here. Song Bing's eyes were sharp, and he took advantage of the night and sea breeze to avoid the searchlight with a precise jump. Taking Shili with him, he landed on the observation deck on top of the luxury yacht. As soon as he landed, he came face to face with the soldiers on the observation platform. He looked at Song Bing, who was holding a cold and charming woman in his arms, and suddenly appeared in front of him like a living person. The soldier's brain fell into a brief state of confusion. What the hell? Show affection? Wait, that's not right. Soon, De Bing reacted, but when he looked at Song Bing, he instantly fell into a daze. Let's go. Song Bing then let go of the somewhat messy Shili and walked towards the bottom of the yacht. Where is this place? Shili straightened his messy hair and looked at the majestic large yacht and the tightly guarded layout around it, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Where did this jump to? Song became all too quickly. Jumping up, she was completely confused. Can't tell the direction at all. You'll find out soon enough. Song Bing smiled mysteriously. Shili had no choice but to follow quickly. She wouldn't let anyone call her daddy. As soon as the two of them walked down the observation deck, they encountered a patrol of soldiers. This time, it's no longer casual clothes, but a real military uniform. When the soldiers of the 7-man team saw Song Bing and the two walking down from the observation deck, their brains were also briefly confused. Turn back and catch the jellyfish. Song Bing waved his hand lightly. The 7-member team turned around and left obediently. Song Bing just led Shili all the way down. If you encounter patrollers, ask them to catch jellyfish. At the same time, deep inside the luxury yacht, in the luxurious living room, Wholesome and others are still waiting for the good news about the arrest of Song Bing. How's it going? Did you catch him? King Oba asked impatiently. Not yet. It's really strange. We've searched the entire manor, and there's still no sign of that guy. King Li Tuan looked puzzled. Our soldiers are all well-trained elites. Under such a sophisticated blockade, it is impossible for him to escape. He must have sensed the danger, so he hid in a secret passage somewhere in the manor. King Eagle said with great certainty. The other kings nodded in agreement, very confident in his own country's elite soldiers. If it doesn't work, send more manpower. I just got the news that Ongwa's navy seems to be here too. At this time, Yoshino Ichikawa suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, the faces of all the kings changed slightly. Don't worry, everyone. I have anticipated this and have sent additional professional search teams for support. It is also assisted by infrared thermal imaging equipment. No matter how well Song Bing hid, he still couldn't escape. Mosum spoke at this time, and then said with a sneer. As for Ongwa's navy, Lowly Island is the territory of our country. If Ongwa dares to invade, doesn't this just give us a reason to send troops to attack? When all the kings heard this, their eyes suddenly showed sharpness, and they all looked at the wily Mosheim. Wonderful, wonderful, pa bang bang. There was even applause. Mosum smiled and subconsciously looked in the direction of the applause. His brows suddenly furrowed. The other kings also looked for fame and frowned as well, because the applause comes from outside the door. The guard outside the door actually eavesdropped on their conversation. Do you even dare to applaud openly? There is no reason for this. Bull. Moshe's heart sank, and he stepped forward decisively and opened the door domineeringly. He wanted to see who was the blind guy. The other kings also stared coldly. As a result, the door opened. A figure that they had longed for appeared in front of them with a smile on their face. There was even a cool woman following behind him. The scene fell silent for a moment. The cold pupils of Mosum and others shrank. The brain fell into a brief state of confusion. Someone shouted in shock, and the hearts of all the kings trembled. Mashimu, who opened the door, was so frightened that he backed away and pointed at Song Bing, unable to speak clearly. Aren't you always trying to catch me? That's why I came here myself. Song Bing smiled empathetically and walked into the living room with Shili at the same time. Close the door carefully. At this moment, Shili was looking at Mashimu and other kings and bosses. No longer calm. It turns out that what Song Bing said was true, and so many royal families really wanted to arrest him. What's even more incredible is, Song Bing still took her along, jumping all the way, and accurately found the place where these kings gathered. He also easily defeated all the elite guards and walked in. Isn't this too dreamy? Shili even thought for a time that he was too high just now and was a little delirious. Of course, it wasn't Shili who was the least calm at the moment, but a group of kings. They had thought about countless scenarios of meeting Song Bing, but that was when Song Bing was arrested and escorted to kneel at their feet. It was definitely not like this. Song Bing appeared in front of them intact. At first, they were still imagining that Song Bing was hiding in Lowly Island Manor and shivering. As a result, the next second, he appeared in front of them like a living person. How did the other party overcome all the obstacles? Security, security, where is the security? Where is the security? Mosum and others were no longer calm, and all retreated together, shouting at the same time. They should take this opportunity to let their elite bodyguards capture Song Bing. As a result, no matter how loud they shouted, no one paid attention. Stop screaming, they are catching jellyfish now. Song Bing smiled slightly. At the same time, he took out a white coat from the kidney ruins and put it on like magic. After returning to veterinary Song's clothes, he came to the sofa in the front row of the living room and sat down leisurely. Shili suppressed the shock in his heart and stood silently behind Song Bing. Catch jellyfish? What kind of jellyfish? Mosum and others were confused by Song Bing's words. At the same time, somewhere in the living room, a secret door was suddenly opened. Don't move, don't move, don't move. Immediately afterwards, several bodyguards, fully armed and armed with firearms, suddenly rolled out. Their movements are sharp and their body movements are flexible. The red dots attached to the gun suddenly pointed at Song Bing and Shili. It seemed that as long as Song Bing and Shili moved, they would shoot without mercy. This time, Shili no longer reached out to touch his thigh, because she knew there was no need for that at all. When the frightened Mosum and others saw this, their nervous hearts calmed down. Looking at Song Bing again, his face was full of amusement. Haha, Song Bing, I don't know how you got here, but the gift of your head is really good. Moses smiled. Ha ha ha, Yoshi, it really takes no effort at all. Yoshino Ichikawa also smiled. Do you really think the king's body is so close? In response, Song Bing ignored them. Instead, He looked at the elite bodyguards and said calmly, "You guys should go catch jellyfish too." The next second, the sharp eyes of the personal bodyguards turned dull. "Oh, let's catch the jellyfish." They nodded obediently, put away their guns decisively, and lined up to run away through the secret door. Don't forget to lock the secret door before leaving. Everything happened very naturally, just like the actor who played the Special Forces soldier decisively left work after the click. But Mosum and others were dumbfounded. The smile on his face also stiffened. "No, why are they all gone? Now, do you know what kind of jellyfish you are catching?" Song Bing asked with a smile. "Now, do you know what kind of jellyfish you are catching?" Only then did the kings react from their dazed state. They quickly retreated to the secret door, banging and shouting frantically, "Come back quickly! What are you doing? Guard, guard!" I am a big water male. I just like males." However, they were answered by the receding mirth of the bodyguards. Until it disappears. The bodies of the kings stiffened. Then with difficulty, he turned to look at Song Bing. The atmosphere at the scene was quite embarrassing. The aloof king suddenly turned into a polished commander. "Just asking, are you embarrassed?" Mosim was the first to question. "I think what you should be more concerned about now is yourselves." Song Bing patted the dust on his white coat and gave a friendly reminder. And such reminders are indeed very effective. The faces of all the kings changed. They were afraid that Song Bing would somehow make them crazy. "Go catch jellyfish. If you contact Song Bing again, you can easily come here." Could it be that they also used the same method to turn their elite soldiers into jellyfish catching experts? Thinking of this, the kings looked at Song Bing with vigilance in their eyes. Backed into the corner little by little. Mosum's tone weakened, and the questioning turned into a cautious inquiry. "What?" Song Bing raised the corners of his mouth slightly, leaned forward, stretched his legs, looked at these kings, and said with a playful smile, "You are all plotting to arrest me, place me under house arrest, and even plan to join forces to attack Angwa. You ask me what I want to do? What do you think I'm going to do?" Song Bing's eyes and words were like a sharp sword, piercing the souls of the kings. Make all the kings tremble. Song Bing, I'm warning you, it's best not to mess around. We are all the masters of a country. If you dare to act recklessly, you are making enemies of the more than 10 powerful countries behind us. With his hair standing on his head, Yoshino Ichikawa suddenly found the key and immediately took out his identity and threatened. "Yes, if you dare to touch a hair of ours, you will be wanted by our country globally, leaving you without a foothold in this world." The eyes of the other kings were slightly bright, and they immediately showed their domineering attitude and threatened. They are the masters of a country. How can I be intimidated by a little doctor? So what if the other party is a world-famous miracle doctor? Of course, what they don't know is that they are not facing divine Dr. Song at this moment. Instead, Vet Song. Although there is only one word difference between the two, but there is a world of difference. Really, Song Bing's lips curved into an evil smile. What veterinarian Song is least afraid of his threats? The next second, Song Bing's eyes turned strange. He was the first to look at Yoshino Ichikawa, who was threatening him. The Emperor of Little Sakura. Ding successfully sent out severe laughter, epilepsy, and gastritis fusion syndrome, merit -1. This disease is a combination of severe laughing epilepsy and acute gastritis. Symptoms: acute abdominal pain in the stomach, manic laughter. The more you laugh, the more painful it becomes. The more painful it is, the more you want to laugh, and you can't stop at all. If you don't believe it, you can try it. The crime of assassinating the king is enough to make you and your family disappear. Unknown Mosum and others are still threatening. They believe that Song Bing would not dare to touch them. They are kings. Ha ha ha. However, the next second, Yoshino Ichikawa suddenly smiled. The kings looked at him confused. Then I felt that Yoshino Ichikawa was probably laughing at Song Bing. They also sneered, laughing together. Ha 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 ha. As a result, Yoshino Ichikawa laughed harder and harder. Still laughing, tears of laughter flowed. The faces of the kings changed slightly, and they patted Yoshino Ichikawa quietly. He signaled to the latter that it was almost time to stop laughing. It would be bad if Song Bing was angered. The result is one shot. Yoshino Ichikawa fell to the ground and laughed, rolling back and forth. The laughing man flipped over and rolled on the ground. Is it that funny? Looks like you laughed your ass off. Wait, something's wrong. Suddenly, Mashimu and others' hearts trembled. Thinking of the jellyfish just now, I suddenly had a bad feeling. They turned their heads in fear again and looked at Song Bing, who was smiling. Song Bing, it's you, it must be you. What did you do to him? Mazheim pointed at Song Bing, with a look of shock and confusion on his face. Song Bing said calmly, you laughed too. The voice was like a magic sound, accompanied by the twinkle in Song Bing's eyes. Mashimu's soul trembled. He was about to say something, but suddenly he seemed to be hid in the laughter hole. The next second, Mozum also followed in Yoshino Ichikawa's footsteps and burst into laughter. Huh. The remaining kings were dumbfounded. Why do you laugh when you talk? Possessed? Song Bing also looked at them at this time. No, 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 we don't laugh, we don't laugh. The kings were instantly frightened to pee, shook their heads in horror, and crowded together. It's not up to you. Song Bing showed a kind smile. However, this smile fell in their eyes like a devil. Come on, let me count to 3, 2, and 1, and laugh together. 3, 2, 1, damn it. Puff, ha ha ha. As Song Bing finished speaking, all the kings burst into laughter. They are like Yoshino Ichikawa. Tears of laughter flowed. He was rolling on the ground laughing. Those who didn't know thought they were so happy. But in fact, at this moment, Mashimu and others, who were laughing out loud, wanted to die. Every time they laughed wantonly, the pain in their stomachs was so painful that life was worse than death. It's like you just had a skin incision and it swelled and cracked uncontrollably. This is where their tears and wallowing come from. That's not a joke, but it hurts. Ha 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 ha. I can't do it anymore. Ha 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 ha. I don't want to laugh. It hurts. Ugh, jia jia jia. Quack, quack, divine Dr. Song. We were wrong. Spare us. Quack, quack. They were laughing so hard that there were stars in their eyes, unable to survive or die. Even Yoshino Ichikawa, who laughed at first, vomited blood and became incontinent from laughing. Can you believe it? Seeing this scene, Sheely's beautiful eyes trembled. She could clearly feel the despair in these people's eyes. Just imagine, you are obviously in pain and have had many cuts in your stomach. But he laughed loudly. This is too terrible. What kind of torture is this? Too cool. Faced with the kings begging for mercy, Song Bing ignored them. Instead, he looked at his phone to record the time. After making these people laugh for 2.5 minutes, he stood up and came to them. Give everyone a shot. Of course, this is just a cover-up. It really just temporarily alleviates these people's laughing epilepsy. Finally, they stopped laughing uncontrollably, and the kings collapsed on the ground like dead dogs. Despair and fear kept swirling in my heart. Song Bing sat back in his seat. Prepare for the next treatment. This time, there was no dominance or threat in their eyes, but only fear. Devil, this is a devil. I didn't hear what you just said about wanting me. Could you please tell me again and listen? Song Bing cleared his ears and asked again. Wrong, wrong, we didn't say that just now. Yes, yes, divine Dr. Song, we were wrong. Everything before was just a misunderstanding. Please let us go. We promise that everything that happened tonight will be rotten in our stomachs. Mozum and others trembled on the spot and hurriedly explained. Song Bing said with a smile, Don't you like fighting very much? Relying on his own strength and prosperity, he could easily find any unfounded reasons and encourage soldiers to invade the country where he was stationed. To attack this country. Since you like fighting so much, why not fight one yourself? Hearing this, Mozum and others were startled again. He quickly said in horror again, Divine Dr. Song, we were wrong. We will immediately order the withdrawal of the coalition forces from the exercise. And I swear that I will never touch any plant or tree in Anhua from now on. And if you look at us like this, we have unbearable abdominal pain. It hurts like hell even if we move. How can we still have the strength to fight? After saying that, the kings immediately became weaker. Really? What if I add some bonuses? Song Bing still kept smiling. Under the confused gazes of the kings, Song Bing took out an unknown pill from his pocket and explained with a smile. You have just been poisoned by a poison I developed, called half-step epilepsy with a smile. From now on, the same situation will happen every day, and one attack lasts for 2.5 hours. This poison was developed by me when I was bored. There is no cure for it with current medical equipment. Speaking of this, the faces of the kings instantly turned pale and colorless. Unexpectedly, They were actually poisoned by Song Bing. I didn't expect Song Bing to be able to develop such a terrible poison. In what mental state was this researched? It happens every day, and one attack lasts for 2.5 hours. The 2.5 minutes just left them miserable and almost committed suicide. 2.5 hours? It would be better to just kill them. At this moment, all the kings were in bad shape. In despair and fear, their eyes sharply caught the mysterious pill that Song Bing took out. Song Bing also continued to preach as they wished. And now, the pill in my hand is an antidote. But there is only this one. After taking it, your poison will be relieved. As soon as these words came out, the hearts of all the kings trembled. His eyes were fixed on the pills in Song Bing's hand, like a hungry dog that sees meat, instantly refreshed. So, for the sake of fairness, let's have a big brawl next. Whoever wins gets the medicine. After Song Bing finished speaking, he flicked his fingers, and the pill accurately stuck to the crystal lamp on the ceiling, instantly aroused the desire of survival among the kings. Ouch, I can't do it anymore. Let me eat first. Yoshino Akawa took the lead to endure the abdominal pain, jumped up, and wanted to grab the medicine. But he is not tall enough. Failed. I can't do it anymore. The medicine belongs to me. Why should it be yours? It should be mine. Baguya Lu, you stepped on my toes. Axie, do you want to fight? Hit. I'm afraid of you. Come on. Come on. The other kings reacted and jumped up and scrambled on the spot, wrestling with each other. This time, it was no longer soldiers fighting each other to death. It is no longer just ordinary people who suffer and are displaced. Instead, these high-ranking politicians and kings fought in person. It just doesn't look good. While Song Bing was admiring it, he took his cell phone to record this rare brawl. Siri behind him looked strangely. There are no words to express my feelings at this moment. The battle continued to rage for more than an hour. The older, smaller king was the first to lose before he could fight twice. In the end, only Wholesome and the Eagle King were left to PK. The two of them were fighting each other. You punched me and I kicked you. They were inseparable. Song Bing found the right moment, shot out a silver needle, and shot the pill off the crystal lamp. It happened to be rolled and crushed into powder by the two of them. At this moment, Mashimu knocked down the Eagle King with one punch. Achieved final victory. Having won, he quickly looked at Song Bing eagerly. Miracle Dr. Song, I win, I win. Song Bing spread his hands in regret. This is the only real antidote. It's none of my business if you destroy it. Wholesome's whole body collapsed on the ground. The other kings, who were bruised and swollen, also despaired. Fight to the end and have nothing left? Well, it was a great fight. If any of you want to fight in the future, let's fight like this. They can even spray each other with guns. It not only protects civilians from the chaos of war, but also satisfies your desire to fight. It also fully complies with your declaration of dedication. How great. Song Bing commented on the battle just now with a smile. Dr. Song, we were wrong. We were really wrong. We shouldn't offend you. Please give us the antidote. Otherwise, if we die, the world will be in chaos. Wholesome and others were frightened by Song Bing and cried and begged for mercy again. They don't want to fight. I never want to fight again. I don't even want to experience the desperate and suffocating feeling of laughing to death again. At this moment, they already felt like they were about to laugh again. There is no antidote for complete elimination, but there is a short-term antidote. Do you want it? Seeing this, Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. I want it, I want it. The kings seemed to have caught something. So where could they pick it? Song Bing then smiled, took out a bottle of medicine from the kidney ruins, and rolled it towards these people. The kings quickly picked up their portions. Sure enough, the stomachache and the faint fits of laughter improved little by little. But it still gives people a clear feeling. Well, not well at all. Of course, all this was caused by Song Bing. Thank you, the Miracle Doctor Song. Thank you, the Miracle Doctor Song. After walking away from the gate of hell, all the kings suddenly burst into tears of gratitude to Song Bing. They completely forgot that their laughter disease was caused by Song Bing. No need to thank you. This inhibitory antidote is effective for 1 month. From now on, I will always observe your every move and let my woman distribute the antidote to you based on your performance. As for whether it can be distributed to you, it depends on your performance. Song Bing smiled. This is his true purpose. As for why not just kill these kings and end it all once and for all? Because the king cannot be killed all. And these are all kings. What kind of sensation would it cause if they were all killed at once? On the contrary, it is much easier to control through such means. I believe that after this profound experience, these kings will not dare to arrest him again in the future. When Moses and others heard this, their hearts trembled. I finally understood Song Bing's ultimate goal. Are you trying to control them through such means? But at this moment, what else can they say? I can only smile and nod in agreement. At the same time, they all looked at Shili, who was next to Song Bing. Shili himself trembled fiercely in his heart at this moment. I finally understood the meaning of what Song Bing said before. In an instant, Shili's beautiful eyes flashed violently. If they really had this right, would the Liguang royal family still dare to suppress Shimin? In addition, all the rich and powerful people knew that she was Song Bing's woman. In the future, who else can limit Shimin's development? Can you imagine how many opportunities she will get to expand and become stronger? She never expected that this seemingly dead-end trip to Lowly Island would actually bring her such a great opportunity. Of course, such an opportunity is too great, and it could lead to an abyss. Thinking of this, Shili couldn't help but breathe quickly. Since everyone happily agreed, that's fine. Seeing this, Song Bing showed a satisfied smile. Then his eyes fell on Mosem and smiled. Mr. Mosem, stay here, the others will go out first. As soon as these words came out, Mashamu's body trembled. The other king's eyes flickered, but they had no choice but to follow Shili out obediently. I don't want to stay even for a moment. Soon, Song Bing and Mashimu were the only two people left in the huge, luxurious living room. The majestic king of Ligua in the past did not dare to look directly at Song Bing now. Where's Candy? Song Bing poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and asked without mincing words. When he heard the word Candy, Mosem's old body trembled violently. Where's Candy? This moment made the king of the Li country break into a cold sweat. For a moment, he hesitated. You put her under house arrest? Song Bing narrowed his eyes slightly. No. How dare I put her under house arrest? This sentence instantly cured Moses' stutter, and he quickly shook his head and waved his hands. This joke cannot be made casually. He puts Candy under house arrest? If the little ancestor doesn't put him under house arrest, it will be Amit Ba. Then where is she? Song Bing frowned slightly and continued to ask. Mosem stuttered again.